we measure the viral load. So if a patient takes, their drugs consistently, it reduces their viral load to the point where we call undetectable. Undetectable meaning the amount of virus present in the patient's body, as the case may be, or the system, is not so much that to cause acute infection to somebody or to their partner also. So imagine right now, the patient can access these antiretroviral drugs for treatment, taking down their viral load is going to spiral. The infection rate is going to increase. And as the case may be right now, a lot of people living with the virus, HIV virus, are panicking all over the country.
What actions do you think the government in these affected countries can take to mitigate the effect of the loss of funding?
Okay, talking about the actions the government in the affected countries like Nigeria, DRC, that's the Congo, which is currently still having some form of civil war, South Africa, Sudan, what the government can do is I would say, is what they would have done before now. What they would have done before now. It's like the US is like, it's like having a big brother that's always funding you, taking care of your needs and stuff. And now you are growing to become an adult, and that big brother lets you off the leash and say, okay, you know what? You are grown now, you can do things yourself. So it is about what they would have been doing before now. So it has been 20 years, PEPFAR, that's the Presidential Emergency Plan for AIDS relief. 20 years it has been. I think that was enough time for these countries, including Nigeria, to have, created platform, research, made available industries that could produce these drugs. However, we are in the case now where we don't have most of those things in place. So what would they do? Simple. Increase funding to the health sector. I would say, okay, if I give you the opportunity, I say, okay, I'm going to give you $10 million today, but you die tomorrow. Will you take that offer? No. You have to think of the future. So these countries affected right now should invest in health, the health sector, invest in making producing facilities, infectious disease facilities that are well equipped to deal with this. Emergency funds, and also something I think we also help is seeking help from other bodies. We have the UN aid. The UN aid is there. We also have China aid. So they can also seek help from these bodies, but because the most of these countries have been so intertwined like a spaghetti into the system, and their help coming from the US aid, and it's difficult for them now to look for alternatives. So these are what the major thing they need to do. All stakeholders, the government, the Federal Ministry of Health, is to increase funding for the health sector, increase funding, get appropriate, intelligent minds that can handle the situations. And before you see, it's just going to be history, because I'm very confident in Nigeria's ability to cope this. Nigeria is a rich nation with a lot of intelligent people that are ready to make these things happen. So the government needs to find out these people, bring them together, put our heads together, and we'll get things over with.
So how will this funding cuts impact HIV prevention program, especially those at high-risk population in developing countries?
So how will this funding, how is it going to affect these countries, especially with those people living with HIV in these countries? Well, I will say this. We have a cross-section of social affectation. Is going to affect the social picture and the interaction between the people living with HIV and those living without HIV in those countries. Is going to affect the social interaction, because now there is going to be a huge social stigma, in this country, especially in Nigeria. In Nigerians, very self-protective and stuff like that. Be like, oh, if you find out that somebody is living with AIDS, you'd be like, oh, I don't want to have anything to do with you, because even if I contract the disease, there's nothing to help me with. I can't afford it because they are expensive. These drugs are expensive. The US aid are training people to work in providing these services. So if there's no funding for these services, those people are going to lose their job. So we have increased unemployment rates. That aside, we have cases where services reaching out to remote areas, the funding providing services to remote areas, and funding for researches to improve and actually eradicate AIDS is not there anymore. All these services are going to be halted. They are going to be stopped, as the case may be. However, I would like to mention, I think it was 8th of February, the United States Secretary came out to announce a waiver. He announced a waiver for I think about 30 days. Within the 90 days, the funding for PEPFAR is currently going. He announced a kind of waiver, but they cited what this waiver is for. So the waiver is not actually going to cover those currently living with AIDS, but it's only going to cover situations of mother-child trans infection. So for pregnant women, so it's going to prevent prophylaxis for pregnant women. So it goes without saying, those already living with AIDS are going to go to the clinics and they find out their drugs are no longer there. There's going to be social panic everywhere. So something the international body, the UNAID, has to collaborate with the US government, meet the president, and really discuss these things in extension to see how we can extend this waiver and extend this period of pausing these funds.
Could the reduction in funding lead to a rise in stigma or discrimination against those living with the virus, especially if access to treatment becomes more limited? Yes, it goes without saying. Socioeconomic is going to affect, is going to spiral. If not watched closely, it's going to spiral out of control. We have to understand clearly what is going on here, apart from the social stigma that is going to create. The United States Agency for International Development is actually funded by taxpayers' money in the United States. And you have a president who came with a manifesto to make America great again. And he's doing everything necessary to pull back funds in the current economic struggle they are having with big world powers like China. So the president is doing what he thinks is better for his country. However, affecting these people. We have parents, for example, having kids. How are they going to care for their kids? Because right now they are scared. If I'm not taking my drugs for at least 1 month, talking about 3 months, will I be able to take care of my children? Are they at risk of contracting this disease? So it goes without saying, social stigma is going to skyrocket. Boom! It's going to skyrocket like something we've never seen before concerning HIV. What alternative sources of funding do you think could step in to help cover the gap left by the U.S. withdrawal? Or is this a significant loss for this country, especially Nigeria? Yes,
I think we can try, the government and stakeholders meet, the Federal Executive Council can meet. We have very intelligent people that can meet and discuss alternatives to create funding for this particular acute situation we are having right now. There is the China aid. However, if you are going for China aid, know that China also have their foreign policies and bilateral agreements that you have to sign. There is the United Nations aid. If you are going there to seek for funds for this issue, you are also going to, make some form of agreement, some form of treaties to sign. We have NGOs, private NGOs, and also, some philanthropies, private funded organizations that, the government could actually approach, to help. However, I think the government, I'm talking about Nigeria as the case may be, can also restructure their allocated funding towards the federal health sector. If they can restructure that funding, I believe there will be some fund that can be now diverted towards this area to curb the acute situation. So we can get it. We can get it. Think about it. Nigeria was operating under fuel subsidy. The federal government was subsidizing billions of dollars for fuel. That's why Nigerians were getting fuel cheap. So if the federal government can subsidize billions of dollars for the subsidy of fuel, what about health? Human health? Oh, come on. They can do it. The government can do it. So I believe that is a source of fund that could really help us.
So the federal government approved the 4.8 billion for HIV and AIDS funding. So what's your reaction to this, bearing in mind that the approval came just after US President Donald Trump's directive?
Yes, I would say, like I said before, I'm confident in the ability of the federal government of Nigeria to curb the current situation. However, seeing that the Federal Council Commission met and 4.8 billion naira was allocated towards to curb the current situation, and I think if you convert that right now with the current rate to be about, let me say it should be $3 million. I think that is a very great move. Kudos to the Federal Security Council for making that move. I love it. However, the funds will do no good if there are corrupt entities in it that will prevent the appropriate usage of these funds. So it's not about allocating the fund. That is good. It's about follow-up and making sure the right people with the right knowledge can use these funds to curb the acute situation we are having. So I think it's actually a great move, and I see nothing wrong with it.
So do you think the Nigerian government can solely fund the treatment without assistance from other nations like the US?
Yes, I strongly think the federal government of Nigeria can fund, like I said before, the federal government of Nigeria was subsidizing billions of dollars in capital letters for fuel subsidy. So we have about 1.3 or so million Nigerians living with HIV. We have about more than 200 million of Nigerians in this country. So we are having, 3 million Nigerians living with HIV. If the government can meet up, find a structural understanding for a fund allocation, just the way we did for the fuel subsidy, they can give a form of subsidy that allocates millions and even billions of dollars, as the case may be, to actually curb this disease. It's something the federal government can do. So I would say, yes, Nigeria can actually curb HIV in the country if we actually want to do it, because we have tools that we can deploy to do it. Thank you.
General Practitioner Dr. Brown Bless, thank you for lending your thoughts on the program.
Thank you so much, Oge. It's nice to be here. Thank you.
And that's a wrap for our program today. Thank you for watching, and see you again next time.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food. More like you can choose what's and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me. That's it.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
What we're having here today, the theme of the exhibition is wet in waste. That is, what are the wet you can get from waste product, that is coconut shell. So, and the reason why we are saying wet in waste is that we have so many processors around. We have people that use coconut for their products, like coconut oil, coconut candy, coconut flakes. The name has so many. But what do they do to the shell? Nothing. So if you eat coconut, the shells, you throw it off. But some of them, they use it for making fire, fueling their fire while cooking. But that can cause environmental pollution. So we are using this now to tell a story that, okay, instead of destroying the environment, why don't you get the wet that is involved? Instead of throwing it to block our drainages, why don't you turn it to a wet making machine? So that is just the short story behind the wet in waste. Aside from that, it is unique and nobody is using it for anything. When I started, I didn't see anybody that is doing anything like installations like this. In fact, when I Google online, what I saw were craft works, cups, key holders, and the rest of them. But I started doing this just to give myself a unique name from others. The response has been very, very good. Though initially when I started, people were like, what type of thing is this? They gave me so many names. Sometimes if I stretch my hand to greet some people, they will say, your hand is too tough, blah, blah, blah. But today now the rest is story. And initially the acceptance was not there. I was giving my souvenirs to people free of charge. but now I sell them at good prices. The funny thing about the circle of Nigerian coconut artists is that we started in February. The dream just came, okay, why don't you bring these people that are doing coconut craft together? I have some of them who are my participants that I've trained over time during workshops. So, and some of them they don't practice the craft again because the challenges are there for them. How do they sell their craft works? Who do they sell to? And the challenges of how do you cut, how do you remove the debris and the rest of them. So many challenges. But the basic one is if they produce it and they don't sell, they stop producing. So we are using this now to create a kind of platform for them so that they can showcase their work. You can see different stands here. You can see different tables with different type of artworks, even this. So they now have a platform where they can exhibit the works when visitors come around, they see. And with that, they will be encouraged to do more. So that is the story behind this. What we do is we'll cut the shells. When you cut the shells, you remove the debris, you sand it in and out and cut the shapes you want. Then, if you want to do stuff like this, you start joining them together with gum. You have handsaw, you have jigsaw, you have bandsaw, depending on the level at which you are. If you are just starting, you can't get a bandsaw because to buy a bandsaw now is expensive. So you can start with the hand hacksaw. Is going viral, and another thing is that we are taking it to the 5 divisions of Lagos State. After Badagry, we are going to other divisions. We have Ikorodu, we have Epe, we have mainland. So we are taking this show around there. So if we have the opportunity of showcasing it 10 days in other divisions, so we'll do, just to encourage the young ones around so that they can join us in removing debris from my environment and turning it to waste. To wet. Like this one, if you have seen the year before, this is that cap they put on. So I use this now to represent Eyo. Instead of putting the whole thing, it will be too big for me. So I just decided to work on the cap alone. So that is that about Eyo. And here we have Yeye Oge. This Yeye Oge, I don't know, I just love the work. Now, I use this to tell a story of a young lady. And generally, most of our ladies, they are the only one who has been questioning God, that why do you create me this way? The eyelashes are not enough, they want to add more. The lipsticks are not too clean as created by God, they want to add more, and they will embellish their hair with so many designs. So that is what I just use this one to represent, just epitome of love. Simple. The Last Supper that Jesus Christ had with his disciples. Now, I use these ones here to represent the disciples, and this is Jesus here. If you count, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those are the disciples, and this is their table. And while eating your drink, you need a jug to fetch water from. You have that, you have the cup, and you have the fruit. Instead of putting amala and the rest, I decided to use just fruit. This is August meeting. Yes, now August meeting is popular among our friends from the east, whereby they have their colorful attire, uniform attire, and they celebrate themselves, the women mostly. So that's why I have about 3 women there with different gele and the rest. This one now, I titled it the National Summit. There's so many stories behind it. Now, at the center you have banana, and the objects surrounding it look like monkeys. So, yes, now, without much decoration, you see this is the mouth. This is at the eyes for monkeys. Now, but I'm using this now to represent the Nigerian setting or the Africa setting, whereby we have delegates, people who will send them, okay, go and represent us. But they are not particular about the people that sent them. When they get to the zoo there, or when they get to that area whereby you have flowers, you have adorable things around them, they forget those of us who sent them. The only thing they are particular about is the national cake. So I use the banana here now to represent the national cake. So that is what all of them are after. They have adorable things. That's why I use leaves, just to represent things like flowers. So in the midst of flowers, you know, you'll be happy, oh wow, you are surrounded with beautiful things. The next thing, they will have forgotten what we asked them to go and do for us, go and represent us, but no, the only thing is the national cake, which they rush after to get for their self and their self alone.
My experience as one of the artists is that we, in this part of our area here in Badagry, we that are involved in this kind of work is not well appreciated, in the sense that, you know, here this is our area. Coconut, Badagry is predominantly recognized with coconut. So, and as a result of that, while we are doing this thing, they did not see any value to it. So, like Jesus Christ, even though does not have value at his hometown. So that is the similar story that we are having towards this. But outside that, we are using this thing to promote our culture, to know that this craft can bring economical value for our teeming youth. This product, this work we have involved in can bring a kind of job creation for people. Little do we know that craft work of this nature can transform this coconut craft, the coconut shell, from the waste product they used to know it for, to a valuable thing. Before, in this area, after extracting the oil is one of the valuable things extracted from the coconut. Then coconut completely is a valuable tree, but the shell is they throw it away, so, or they burn it. Nobody knows that it can be transformed to a valuable thing. So that is why we are involved. Now coconut is going to an extinction with the activities of other activities around, but engaging this shell in transforming it to a valuable things of this nature, so people can know that we can begin to use it even to better our life. It has more economical value, so if people engage themselves in doing it. I'm an indigenous of Ajido in this Badagry environment. Gone are those days, after extracting the coconut, you see a lot of heap of it. But when we now begin to censor our people that it can be transformed to this kind of ornament, so we gather, we have a collecting center. So if you have used your coconut, just gather it, we come, we pick them. And better still, we just, if you want to get maybe the one we use for the consumables, the one we can use for either cups, jugs, the one that we can use for consumption of either drink or food. Those ones we need a good quality of coconut. Those ones we go to farm to select better coconut. So, but those ones we can use for decoration of those ones, so we can pick shell. Those are the waste ones. We can use those ones and use those ones and transform it then to this type of ornament. The publicity, we thank God a little bit for the immediate past supervisor for tourism and education, Honorable Samson Nunayo Akpata. He has been helpful in that regard by collaborating with us in sensitizing people. So we train the like-minded, those that have interest. We train them, and then we do our publicity. Like this event that is going on now, it is one of the first of its kind in this Badagry. It's just to publicize this and to create the awareness that something of this nature is ongoing. It has come and have come to stay. So we, the craftsmen, are highly involved in this, and we are ready to partner with whosoever that is willing to partner with us, even to give it more publications.
When I start coconut art, people look at it as a strange something, but later they now blend to it. And I've faced many people, although I'm into tourism too, when you are talking about tourism and art, it blends together, because if it travels to any area, you don't come back with souvenir, definitely you do not have anything to remind you about your visits. That's why I always work on coconut shell as souvenir. If it comes to Badagry, you must go with a coconut shell souvenir. Sincerely, if you said turning waste to wealth, it even adds to the value of the environmental listing, because it makes its cleanness, change the environment so that you don't see anything dirty in the environment. And mostly from this coconut shell, we have brought up many people, and people are blending with it. I named this remembrance. It always tells you to remember that whenever you are doing in life, there is a time you will go and the footprints will be there. And you have to remember that you are not going to live forever. And you have to remember that nobody is going to stay with you in that grave. Whatever you are doing, forget about religion, forget about everything, but your humanity service matter a lot. That's why I name it Remember. These are brooch. You can see we have brooch of local government. These are Lagos local government, Ministry of Tourism. We have another brooch. This pendant, map of Africa. We have earrings, key holders, and you can see on this textile, what we have there is the button. We always use the coconut shell as button on textiles. Pen holder, and so on. And these are little takeaway items you can get from coconut. This cup, this coconut purse, you use it in different ways. You can keep your jewelries. You can use it as safe to keep your jewelries. For example, you buy something, you can put it inside. You can put it inside, you lock it, and you can use it for your decoration, for beach outing or anything like that. Use it. We have anything like this.
What is here is Wash Go International, actually. It's of international standard. It's unusual, unexpected, and I think this man needs to be celebrated more than what we are seeing. We know that the level of unemployment right now in Nigeria is really high, And if there was a way to get this skill to more youth, and especially with the advent of social media, I think there's so much that can be done with what is here. Yeah, it will help. It will help this country as a whole. This is the kind of thing that I came here all the way from Ikorodu, and I'm sure if a lot more people knew about this, it will bring a lot more people here, and it will boost tourism here.
I was excited, like I did not believe that they can use coconut to do so many things like this, and it was beautiful. When I reach my school, I can tell them about it, that we saw many things that the people that are not here, so that they will see, they can come here to look at it, and some people would like to join or do something like this. I can now see that coconut is very important in Badagry, that we can use it to do many things. And when I see it on the ground, I can pick someone to do like the key holder. Me too, I can try. And I can encourage some people to look at it, that coconut shell can do many things, that we can use it to do jug in our house, and spoon, and the key holder, many things.
Sincerely, I will commend the organizer of this kind of show, and being for the first time, and the way they are able to organize the program. Before this time, I have to question them. I do question them that why are they using Badagry for the starting points, due to some challenges that we have to come down to this place. But upon everything, they said the symbol of this show is coconuts, and we are well known as a place that we produce coconut, granules and coconut a lot, and there is no need for them to showcase the first program in another place. And the main thing behind this event is for them to know the value and what the end product of coconut, what we can derive from it, so that it will not be wasteful, at least creating wealth out of nothing. Sincerely, I'm overwhelmed. Each artistic design, the kind of way that the organizer name each one, and the explanation to us, sincerely, that shows that the artists know what he's doing. Likewise, there is a lot of vision, there's a lot of profitable something for every individual. At a starting point, what they have over here can meet up international competition.
It's not anything that is new to me, because I've been with the artists for a very long time. It started from very awkward creation. I mean, very, very awkward background, you know. It started from nothing to something. So, you see, what I've seen, what I've learned, and that I want the youth to learn is focus in whatever you are doing, in whatever thing that you think this is good. There is no way you won't find, you won't encounter challenges. Challenges are natural, and they test your mettle as a man. If you want to succeed in life, you must face challenges. So he's been on this thing for more than a decade, and what I saw today is amazing. It's really, really amazing, and it's telling me that there's still more to explore in this community. Things that are insignificant, I will see as nothing. We can really make it something, and that was that done. This is the identity of Badagry. When you go to Oshun, you see carving. But here, he has created an identity for Badagry. We need the government buying into this. He has a lot to offer in terms of all this. But the government has to come in to support him. There's still a lot that can be achieved, that can still be created out of this nothing that we are seeing as coconut shells. There's still a lot that he has proven that. There's still many things that can still be done, that can be achieved in terms of creativity. So, but he alone, and he's been struggling for more than a decade. That is he's been able to take it to this level is miracle. Honestly, it's miracle, because he has been doing all alone. Okay, you can see what, for instance, I expected that before we just ordinary citizens of the community comes here, we expect that other dignitaries will have come here to open it. So that encourages the artist. It inspires him that his effort is being recognized and acknowledged. But when you don't have things like that, sometimes you kill spirits. So we need government buying. We need the support. Apart from the government, the support of the community. Things like this today, we want the community to be here, everybody be here, all the VIPs, all the government, they should be here to recognize and acknowledge this work of creativity that has been displayed.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination. It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very, very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for, tourism, on the need for us to, invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also, encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really, strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very, very, it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos State government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
While I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least that was 2014, and this is 2024. Let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very sport. Hello and welcome. Nigeria's main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, is a troubled party. The lingering leadership crisis rocking the PDP has taken a fresh twist following the altercation between party chieftain Samuel Anyanwu and former National Youth Leader Sunday Ude-Okoye over the position of the National Secretary. Now, shortly after the fight which broke out between both men during a meeting of the party's Board of Trustees at its headquarters in Abuja, governors elected on the platform of the PDP backed Ude-Okoye as the national chairman. Thereafter, the BOT also affirmed Ude-Okoye as the party's substantive national secretary, throwing its weight behind the PDP governors and asking the party's national working committee to swear him in. The BOT chairman and former Senate President Adolphus Wabara made the announcement on Tuesday at the 80th meeting of the board in Abuja. Now, however, Anyanwu has rejected the directive from the BOT for Ude Okoye to be sworn in, citing an ongoing court case on the matter and the expiration of the tenures of about 80% of the BOT members who attended the meeting. Now, the PDP has also been embroiled in a leadership crisis exacerbated by the fallout from the 2023 general elections. The battle over the national secretary position intensified after the Southeast PDP nominated Ude Okoye to replace Senator Anyanwu, who contested the Imo State governorship election. Despite the Court of Appeal's December 2024 ruling affirming Ude Okoye as the national chairman, Anyanwu's loyalists have resisted the decision as an appeal has already been filed at the Supreme Court, further escalating tensions within the party. Joining me now to discuss the troubles within the PDP is a chieftain of the party, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, who joins us from Lagos. Also joining us from Abuja is another chieftain of the party, Dabu Kiabo Warmate. So let me start with you, Dr. Pierce. What do you make of this crisis that is rocking your party, especially over the issue of the position of national secretary, the BOT of your party recognizing Ude Okoye, and then the other faction, of course, saying that that's not going to happen because they've actually filed an appeal at the Supreme Court. And, of course, Senator Anyanwu insisting that he remains the substantive national secretary of the party.
Well, let me say first and foremost, do not continue to use the word crisis for the problems we have in the PDP.
But there's crisis in the party.
We do. That is what you say. I am telling you as a member of the party, as a major stakeholder in the party, that we are tired of the media classifying our challenges in the party as a crisis. You know why we say this?
Okay.
When we have a crisis, the people, Nigerians, begin to suspect that we are not ready to provide proper solutions, alternatives to the destructive, the unheard of failure of this Tinubu administration.
But the problem is, if you continue to have problems like this in your party, how then would you be able to come up with that alternative?
The PDP has everything it takes to win in 2027 because the PDP is a formidable party. The PDP is alive and well. The PDP is stable. Now, let me tell you why.
When you say the PDP is stable, sorry, Dr. Pierce, when you say the PDP is stable, we have it. I mean, we see it almost on a weekly basis. High-profile members are leaving your party. How would you say the party is stable?
The first problem you talk about, the crisis, what you call the crisis, is what is happening with the National Secretary. Let me give you a clear perspective of what is happening with the National Secretary of a party. Whenever a member, an officer of the party, goes away from his responsibility, leaves his office, as Anyanwu did in 2023 to go and contest for governor in Imo State, by the constitution of the party, you resign your position if you are going to go and apply for another position. Anyanwu resigned his position accordingly. He went to Imo State and he failed in his bid. He came back. He wanted his job back. The zone where he comes from, the southeastern zone, the members and the leadership met and said, we have replaced you with Chief Sunday Ude Okoye. Why? Because there cannot
even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a
mean is that they should be in session when they should commence impeachment proceedings. That's my own interpretation. No, the court is still going to interpret it. Okay, the matter has just been filed. That one won't commence. So, technically speaking, what I think the law is posing or the intention of the lawmaker is that at the point of impeachment, because for you to get to third majority of the members of the House, that presupposes that there should be during session, okay, when they are in session, not when they are on recess. However, the law also did not say that the speaker must be informed, okay, of is that of deputy governor. That's when notice is required. Notice is required, but for that of this House of Assembly, notice is not required. What is required is the majority of members of the House. Once they agree on it, then the Speaker stands impeached or removed.
All right, well, what are now the legal grounds for challenging an impeachment in the Legislative House?
Yeah, if in the estimation of the plaintiff, or that's the Speaker now, he feels he was wrongly or illegally removed, the only place he can go to, he cannot take laws into his hand. He has to go to court to, vent his grievances and ask for redress. So the court of law is the only place that have that authority to, effect a redress on the issue under reference. Because now he's saying that he was illegally removed. One, he was not present, even though the Lord now have explained that. And not that. He also made some allegations of policemen taking over the assembly complex and people being made to, remove him surreptitiously the way they did, and his absence and all that. You see, the court will interpret the intention of the lawmakers, whether in drafting that section of the Constitution, whether truly their intention is that the Speaker can only be impeached while he's present, or that, for you to impeach a Speaker, you must do that when the Assembly is in session and not when they're on recess.
All right. Lastly, before I let you go, now, what are the possible outcomes if the court rules in favor of Obasa?
Yeah, if the court reinstates him, why not? I mean, he will go back as the Speaker of the House. Okay, if the court reinstates him, and he has also asked for an order of expedited hearing, and an order that, the time that should be given to the defendant to file their response should be expedited.
And that was legal practitioner Evans Ufeli providing a legal perspective on Obasa's decision to take the Lagos State Assembly to court. The suspension of billions of dollars in global funding for U.S.-backed health and education projects, including in Nigeria, has sparked concerns over the future of critical disease interventions. With the halting funding from the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, fears have risen that progress in combating malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV/AIDS could be reversed. Speaking in an interview, Nigeria's coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pate, addressed Nigeria's preparedness to manage the impact, particularly on the 28,000 health workers previously funded by the program. He emphasized that Nigeria has long underinvested in healthcare infrastructure, human resources, and medical equipment, with public health spending accountable for only 30% of total health expenditures. He noted that while the UK and US spend over $4,000 per capita on healthcare, Nigeria spends just $120, highlighting the urgent need for increased domestic investment in the sector. Now, despite these challenges, the minister assured the deliberate steps are being taken to reform Nigeria's healthcare system, citing recent policy shifts and increased funding commitments. And Vice President Kashim Shettima has highlighted the transformative potential of strategic investment in green technology for the Northeast region. Speaking at the presidential villa in Abuja, he commended the Northeast Development Commission for expanding its focus beyond infrastructure to include education and sustainable technology. The Vice President made the remarks while receiving the NADC management team, who briefed him on the progress of the Accelerated Senior Secondary Education Program. Shettima praised the initiative as a game changer, stressing that education remains the greatest equalizer by providing opportunities for individuals regardless of their background.
There is the possibility of enhanced collaboration between all the relevant stakeholders, improve assessment and evaluation, and of course, lastly, they imbue the students with soft skills for future careers in technology, in healthcare, and in engineering. And by investing in education, NADC is writing its name in gold.
Today I'm glad to inform you that we already established the scholarship, and that scholarship will cover almost all the educational value chain. We have provision for training the medical personnel across the Northeast, doctors, pharmacists, nurses, midwives, lab technologies, and so on and so forth. Our target is to train at least 2,000 of these categories across the 112 local government areas of the zone. The board of the commission has approved 15 billion naira to be given as bursaries across all the students of the region in universities and also in polytechnics to immediately cushion the effects of the recent events on their parents.
This is also aligned with many good things this president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR is doing the educations. You know about the students' loans fund and how it has changed the landscape. It has given indigent people the opportunity to access funding, go to schools, and you know it's the multiplier effect on security and taking people off the streets, reducing danger in the society. When you solve the problems associated with education, you save yourself the trouble of having to go into food security and many other issues this government is dealing with seriously.
Binance executive Tigran Gambaryan has accused Nigerian officials of demanding bribes from him despite the Nigerian government's denial. Gambaryan, who served as Binance's head of financial crime compliance, was detained in Nigeria between February and October 2024 as part of an investigation into alleged money laundering and economic destabilization linked to the cryptocurrency exchange. In a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, he alleged that 3 Nigerian lawmakers solicited a $150 million bribe in cryptocurrency and further claimed that National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu sought payment from Binance for his political ambitions. In response, Nigeria's Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris dismissed Gambaryan's allegation as outrageous and defamatory, stating that the government had refused a $5 million offer from Binance to secure his release. Gambaryan, however, insisted that it was used as a leverage in negotiation between Nigeria and the U.S. government, adding that his arrest was based on false accusations. The National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILDS, has launched a 2-day capacity building workshop aimed at enhancing the leadership and administrative skills of clerks from State House of Assembly. Describing clerks as the engine room of legislative activities, and ILDS emphasized their critical role in ensuring good governance and transparency. The Institute urged participants to uphold integrity while cautioning against corruption and partisanship. Director General of the NILDS, Abubakar Sulaiman, also assured the participants of continuous support and encouraged them to engage actively in training, leveraging it to improve legislative efficiency and institutional resilience.
The engine room of all legislature in every country are the parliamentary staff. Without you, our lawmakers, they cannot function. Lawmaking remains the most essential ingredient in democracy. As technocrats, as bureaucrats, ensuring that procedures are being followed in everything we do. And that is why when there's any hammer being harmed on the politician, it will not affect you. But when you see it being affecting a clerk, as we have it in Lagos State, then you must ask yourself question why. Have you compromised? Have you been finger in any of these feuds or corruption or abnormality that obtained during that period? We must stand above partisanship.
I think it's a platform, it's a veritable platform for other collaborations, and we are going to do that. So many of our colleagues are not here, and we do hope that moving forward, we'll be able to galvanize and then make sure that maybe some other time there'll be much more better attendance to this kind of events.
We found out that previously the FOCOM, that is the Forum of Clerks of State Legislatures, has never organized any training exclusively for the clerks. And we thought that at whatever level, training and retraining is very important. Notwithstanding the fact that you're a clerk, you still need to be trained, because sometimes new things come up that you need to be.
The Nigerian Navy's forward operating base in Badagry, Lagos, has recorded another major success in its fight against smuggling and other illegal activities along the nation's waterways. The Navy has handed over a significant seizure of smuggled foreign rice and illicit drugs to relevant authorities. TV360 Comfort Samuel has more details in this next report on the latest crackdown.
The Forward Operating Base FOB of the Nigerian Navy in Badagry, Lagos, has handed over 1,109 bags of seized foreign rice to the Semi-Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service, reinforcing the military's ongoing effort to curb smuggling activities along the Badagry-Putonovo creeks. Speaking at the handover ceremony on Thursday, Navy Captain Oyeleye Omotayo, the commanding officer FOB Badagry, emphasized the Navy's commitment to tackling smuggling and other criminal activities in line with the federal government's directives. Omotayo disclosed that in addition to the seized rice, naval operatives had also intercepted 121 parcels of suspected cannabis sativa, which will be handed over to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency for further investigation.
We rely on people that bring information, we process it, and we strike. That's it. It's not any work. It involves all stakeholders. Everybody is involved in this drug war. It's not any alone. So that's basically what we do. So people should desist from taking drugs. It's very harmful for them. It affects the economy, it affects the family, it affects the social system. So these are things we are fighting against.
In another operation on February 8th, a quick response team of the Navy rescued 9 suspected victims of human trafficking, highlighting the military's commitment to dismantling trafficking networks in Nigeria.
The Nigerian Navy has zero tolerance for illegalities and all sorts of smuggling activities in this AOR. And the FOB is adequately well-equipped and poised to counter and also to tackle all forms of criminal activities. Now to the perpetrators, the collaborators and sponsors, it is advised that you desist from this act, because if you continue such, you will adequately meet the full force of the law.
Receiving the seized goods, Assistant Controller General Imam Shehu, in charge of enforcement at the Semi-Area Command, commended the Nigerian Navy for its relentless effort in ensuring security along the waterways. He reaffirmed the strong synergy between the Navy and the Nigerian Customs Service, emphasizing that such collaborations will continue to make smuggling more difficult for criminals.
The long-time synergy and the collaboration we had with them. Collaboration is one of the policy trusts of the Controller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, MFR. And this rice that we are going to take over, we are taking it to our command, to the government warehouse for safekeeping. After then, the courts will condemn it according to the Nigerian Service Custom Act, and later the government will decide to auction it to the Nigerian IDP camp or to the public.
With this latest crackdown, security agencies are sending a strong message that illegal activities along Nigeria's waterways will not be tolerated. Comfort Samuel, TV360 News, Lagos.
News now, we'll go on a short break. We're coming up. Kenya's Edwin Kibet wins Lagos Access Marathon race for the second time. Details of the story right after this break. Welcome back. Now let's give you a quick recap of our headline stories. Former Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, has filed a lawsuit against the Assembly and newly elected Speaker Mojisola Miranda, challenging the legality of his impeachment. Obasa argues that his removal on January 13, 2025, while the Assembly was in recess and he was out of the country, was unconstitutional. He seeks an accelerated hearing to address what he calls a violation of due process, citing breaches of the 1999 Constitution and the House's standing order. Also informed you that the suspension of billions of dollars in US-backed level funding for health and education projects, including in Nigeria, has raised concerns about the future of critical disease interventions. With the halt in funding from USAID, fears have grown from the progress in combating malaria, tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS, which could be reversed. Nigeria's Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pate, has addressed the country's preparedness to undo the impact, particularly for the 28,000 health workers previously funded by the program. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletin, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limus World TV and AVO TV. Log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And on business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPL, NNPCL, has denied claims that it sells substandard petrol with a high burn rate. In a statement on Saturday by spokesperson Olufemi Shonaye, the NNPCL said it was reacting to a viral video claiming that its petrol does not last long in full tanks. According to the video, the man poured the fuel in separate power generators, and the one running on NNPC4 stopped after 17 minutes, while the Dangote petrol lasted until 33 minutes. But the NNPCL said the petrol purchased from its filling station was from the Dangote refinery. The company emphasized that its fuel is carefully formulated with one of the best compositions, ensuring optimal efficiency, durability, and environmental sustainability for customers. And still on business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says it recently announced policy imposing charges on cash withdrawal by customers from automated teller machines ATM of banks other than theirs is mutually beneficial to both the banks and customers. CBN Acting Director and Financial Policy and Regulation Department John Onoja disclosed this during an interview on Saturday. He said that with the implementation of the new policies, the complaint of shortage of cash at banks' ATM will be a thing of the past, while banks will be able to recover cost on the other hand. And on the global scene, OpenAI's board chairman has unanimously rejected an Elon Musk-led offer to buy the Alt artificial intelligence company for $97.4 billion. Chairman of the board, Brent Taylor, disclosed this in a statement posted by the company on Musk's owned X, formerly Twitter, on Friday. Musk filed court documents on Wednesday saying that it would withdraw the offer to buy OpenAI if its board returns the artificial intelligence pioneer to a non-profit charity model. And finally, on sport, Kenya's Edwin Kibet has emerged victorious at the 2025 First Bank Lagos City Marathon, crossing the finish line in an official time of 2 hours, 14 minutes and 19 seconds. The women's category saw Ethiopia's Guta Meseret Ipar claim her first Lagos City Marathon title. The First Bank Lagos City Marathon, now in its 10th year, has grown into one of Africa's most prestigious road races, attracting elite athletes from across the globe. TV360's correspondent Mudashiru Shitu files in this report.
At exactly 6:30 a.m., the sound of the starter gun kicked off the race of the 2025 annual Access Bank Lagos City Marathon. The double gold labeled event, which is gunning for a platinum label, had over 60,000 professional athletes and fitness enthusiasts registered for the 42-kilometer race, with more than 37,000 confirmed participants. Apart from the $50,000 prize money at stake, organizers were hopeful that the event's record time of 2 hours, 10 minutes and 35 seconds would be broken. But at exactly 2 hours, 14 minutes and 19 seconds, Kenya's Edwin Kibet was the first to cross the finish line, becoming a two-time champion of the event after his victory in 2023. In the women's category, Ethiopia's Guta Meseret Ipa emerged victorious, clocking a time of 2 hours, 37 minutes, 4 seconds for her first win in the competition.
It is very good. The organization is very good. We get water. I see everything is good. Everything is organized and good. My next target is to going back and to train and to talk with my manager if you can give me another race which is very faster than this one.
To win the marathon continues, but Plateau-born Gian Boyi was the first Nigerian to cross the finish line, attributing his success to his coach.
I feel so tired on my way. I feel pains everywhere. But what my coach always tell me that I should never give up. I should believe in myself. But when I believe in myself, I will see the result. I will be among the medalists. So my challenge is the Kenyans. When I start my train, when I've been doing my train, all my train to make sure I will be among the international to win them. So everything is all about train. When you train hard, you see the result.
Beyond the competitiveness of the race, the Access Bank Lagos City Marathon has also become a tourist attraction. The governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, alongside his deputy, Babafemi Hamzat, acknowledged the need to improve the standard of the event.
One of the things that we're looking at is how do we make it even a much global brand from the 11th edition. We've all done it with Access Bank, with Lagos State last 10 years. Now we need to even make it even bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's what we'll be looking forward to come the 11th edition. And by God's grace, all of us will be here again to witness yet another very strong international city marathon.
It's getting better. It's getting better than the way it started. And you will see Lagosians run today. Some of them might take 4 hours, but at least they are completing it. And every year, there's a lady here who is an executive director of a bank that normally does 10 kilometers. So everybody keeps participating, which is good for the health of our citizens. So we need to encourage that and make sure that we do better. And that's what the DG is doing. That's why they are renovating 8 stadia at the stage. I think Road Park is done. TBS is almost done. So the idea is so that people can go there and practice. Because it's not every day that we can shut down the road. So it's getting better. We just hope that we keep doing it and make our citizens more healthier and then Lagos stay more competitive.
With Kibet, Nehemiah and Sang emerging as the top 3 finishers, the Kenyan have once again dominated the podium as they have in the previous editions of the marathon. The Kenyans also claimed the top prizes at the 2016, 2017, 2020, 2021 and 2023 editions of the marathon.
And Jannik Sinner's accepted a 3-month ban from tennis after the world number 1 admitted team mistakes led him twice, testing positive for traces of banned substances in March last year. The February 9 to May 4 suspension means Sinner will be free to play in the French Open, the second Grand Slam of the season, which begins on May 25 at Roland Garros. Australian Open champion Sinner has already said that the substance entered a system when a psychotherapist used a spray containing it to treat a cut, then provided massage and sports therapy. And that wraps up our bulletin on news now. Many thanks for watching. See you again next time.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy,
Do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait. Do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. The morning of March 12, 2021, chaos at the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization in Mando area of Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria. The night before, armed gunmen, popularly known as bandits, had stormed the tertiary institution, abducting 39 students. After initially releasing the students in batches, the bandits eventually released all the students on May 5, 2021. They spent 55 days in captivity. It's been over 2 years now since that incident happened, but the school has not remained the same again. Some of the affected students did not return to the school. Many have now abandoned the hostel.
To some of us who have opportunity to interact with the bandits during the process of negotiation for the release of our children.
Friday, Sani's daughters were among the 39 abducted students back in 2021. He says even though one of them has come back to the school to complete her studies, she's yet to recover from the traumatic experience.
She came back one day and told me that, Dad, we got a news that spies came and they learned they are those that spy for bandits to the school to come and spy the environment and see if there are areas they can pass through to take students. So the first thing, I was in Abuja when she called me. I now quickly told her, please go back home and be coming from home to the school for the meantime. And out of fear, I started sorting for off-campus until something dawned on me that there is need for me to look for the advice of the management of the school. When I got there, they told me that there won't be any reason for me to fear, that I should allow her to return to the hostel. There are staffs living in the quarters there, and the hostel is just very close to staff quarters and all of that. So I came back, telling her to return to the hostel. It was a battle. Said, Daddy, I know what I'm going through. If anybody just managed to knock my door, I jump from bed. So that I now told her, okay, what you do, this is the school, this is where your counselor is. Always meet your counselor for more counseling processes and other things. And at the end of the day, she's okay. And in few, maybe by next year, she'll be graduating. Now, the fear in educational institutions generally is that we don't know when this will stop, though it's minimal now. As at the 2021, it was high. It's minimal now, but nobody knows the next dimension that they may come. That is just the truth about it.
Just as the country was coming to terms with the brazen attack on the College of Forestry, another attack happened at Greenville University, a private university also in Kaduna State. Armed bandits attacked the school on the night of April 20th, 2021, abducting at least 20 students. 3 of the students would later be killed before the bandits freed others months later after collecting ransom payments. Today, the school is like a ghost village, completely deserted. The institution has now relocated to a temporary campus in the city. It's difficult to tell when academic activities will resume at the permanent site here.
So now, insecurity has forced children and parents in the first place not to even allow their children to go to schools that are not secured. Insecurity has also put fear in the minds of the children that even if they are allowed to go, they don't know what is going to happen. So sometimes they just look for some flimsy excuse and don't go. Then insecurity have successfully shut down schools in many villages. And you know, like the Chibok girls who were about to write exams and the evil people came. Now these ones, it is not even about exams. The school have been shut down. Some have relocated to nearby places, but only children of serious-minded parents. But the larger population is like, okay, you've helped us, not going to school. The only challenge they are facing now is that, okay, there is no school and there's no farm also. Because as schools are shut down due to insecurity, people cannot also go to farm due to insecurity. And then hunger is hitting them at home, and it's forcing them to go into so many things that you cannot even imagine.
Scared of coming under attacks as well, some other schools in remote locations in Kaduna, like this one known as Faith Academy, have shut down and moved their students, leaving behind massive edifices.
One will wonder why the students become the target of banditry and kidnapping in Nigeria, and that also is now weakening the educational standards. It's now discouraging people. A situation where you get admission, you are now afraid of going to the hostel. Rather, you have to look for house around that institution or around the institution. Then, by that, coming from the house to the school also is even a problem, because you have to be looking left and right, not knowing who is the next person to you. These are issues, these are challenges that we are having. Entering vehicle to travel to Bandogri for maybe studies, or maybe going to Adamawa, going to Zamfara, so going to Sokoto is now becoming a problem in the nation. So the only thing that we see also parents doing is to look for an institution close to them, whereby they can just maybe, while going out in the morning, they will drop their child and return the same child. And you know that a child that is not within the school premises may lack concentration, and by that, you may not come out well as expected. So these are challenges that we are facing, or the education is facing in Nigeria now, that students no longer have confidence, unlike before, where you will send your child to a school far away from you, and you sleep with your two eyes closed that he or she is secured. It's no longer like that. So these are the challenges that we have in the educational sector now, and it's not helping us.
Bethel Baptist High School, also in Kaduna State, is now one big deserted community. On the night of July 5th, 2021, several gunmen invaded the school and kidnapped 121 students, taking them into the forest. It would take several months and millions of naira in ransom payment before the bandits would release the students. The last student in captivity only just got freed November 2nd, 2023. 2 years and 4 months after the mass abduction. But since that incident, the school has been abandoned. The management now uses a temporary location for the school.
You needed to see this place before now, okay, or maybe before the incident that happened on the 5th of July 2021. This place was so clean, so tidy, so a very serene environment for one to be. But now you can see how it has become so bushy that a lot of the places had to be converted to farms to reduce the bush. You've gone around, you've seen the football pitch, how it has been converted to a farmland. The whole other courts have been converted to farmlands. All these are just to make sure that the place is maintained, to reduce the bush. It has affected education, particularly the school. A lot of money was spent that we cannot actually say the amount that was given to the bandits, how the staff also suffered, how everyone, but most of the students, some of them didn't come back again. They went to schools, not that were not actually their first choice. Some, I cannot say whether some finally become dropouts or whatever. For let's add example, one of the students that has not yet come back, what do you think happened to his education? He does not continue with education. Now he can be classified under dropout. So that's part of the effects. Security has become so devastating in our nation that education is receiving its own quota of the effects of this insecurity.
We spend gathering money and getting support from spirited individuals, huge money. I can quote that we spent over 250 million naira to get those students of Baptist High School, Kujama, to come back. That is just one. That's just one. And you don't talk about the students of the school in, because for us in Kaduna State, the other school that suffered similar challenge was the school in Awong. And then you keep talking about other places that had to shut down schools completely due to this insecurity. Now, there was nothing we could do than first to encourage parents not to give up, not to allow the insecurity discourage them from sending their children to school. Because as I've earlier explained, it is a strategy of terrorists, it's a strategy of enemies of education to discourage and stop young children from acquiring education. And we must not give in. So some other communities that are having similar challenge, what we normally do is to encourage them to either move their children to a safer school or to a safer community, because we have nearby communities where schools are within the city, not outside where you are afraid your daughter may be taken away, and so on and so forth.
Nigeria has among the worst out-of-school children rate in the world. A 2022 UNESCO report puts the figure at approximately 20 million, and the majority of them are in the north of the country. Attacks on schools are only worsening the situation.
The place of education in our community today is facing a very serious, I could say multifaceted challenges. You look at it from security, you look at it from the poverty around, you look at it from all the troubles and all this. So education seems to be like it is dying at a time that the world is growing through education, because science and technology is the order of the day. And if your child is not educated, you can imagine what he will be, or you can ask yourself, where will he be fit to serve in the future? And in Nigeria, especially in the northwest Nigeria, we are thinking that all is well, all is not well, because this large percentage of young children who may not have certificate in the next 5 years or 10 years, who will have no knowledge to even relate with the outside world in the next few years, then they will be easily and cheap for bandits, terrorists, or every extremist group to recruit them and say, oh, come, the society is not giving you what you want, come, let's fight them. But the agenda is not come, let's fight them. The agenda is to just destroy everything about the society.
A report by the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, indicates that over 11,000 schools were closed in 2020 due to a series of armed attacks in some parts of Nigeria. It says the country's northwest region accounted for 76% of the attacks, and in 2021 alone, no less than 25 schools were attacked. All of this, the report says, has led to increased school dropout.
So there is need for government to either vote special funds for security of educational institutions or provide security. Let there be proper security installations in all educational institutions. Just imagine bandits entering Nigeria Defense Academy. You can now see how sophisticated these people are. Not to talk of ordinary institutions that is maybe civilian base. So how will you contain that kind of people? So there is need for government to come in. So without that, there is fear, because we can never tell the next dimension that these people will come up with.
The bandit has successfully created fear in the minds of many parents. Government must get people to work along with her in educating, sensitizing, advocating, mobilizing people to say, no, let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's send our children to school. Because when we allow this thing to continue for another 5 years, then the out-of-school number will triple instead of reducing. But that's what the enemy of education wants, and he seems to be gaining ground. And then there's poverty in the land. So he's succeeding faster than we can even imagine. But we will not give up. We'll do our best to reduce the gap. But I can't lie to anybody that we can get it the way we want for now.
It will take a long time for things to return to normal in the schools that have suffered attacks. and perhaps much longer for those that have been abandoned for now.
One of the biggest challenge that terrorism have actually brought to the front burner in Nigeria is her dislike for education. The Boko Haram simply put that education is a sin or education is evil. Tells you a lot about the agenda of the terrorists and the way they want to ensure that they crumble education. In their own thinking, it is Western education that has brought about liberalization. It is Western education that has made children disobey their parents. It is Western education that has brought about the terrible way young people dress because they want to live in a free society. And you can go on and on and on and on and on and on. And so they begin to attack education. So when children are being kidnapped by bandits, apart from the idea of getting money as ransom, is also to help meet up the need of the bandit or the terrorists by ensuring that young children, especially young girls, are discouraged from education.
The government has since begun a 144.8 billion naira Safe School Initiative project in 18 states, covering at least 48 schools in each state this year. The project will cover a period of 3 years, but it remains to be seen what difference it will really make on the ground.
da kamar ina tare da waya ta ma za ku ta hamada saboda ni na dauka waya
kamar yanzu kamar anan yana shirin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka dan ka sai ya fi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na kwararowar hamada, mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi sai su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma bangaren gwamnati.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They will have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon, According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Ruwan baɗi irin na ba saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga wurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin anan mun yi da mu da su a kan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
makiyaya kuma sai suka tsargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya taho da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya toka mu adda? Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda saboda shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da me da suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba. Kowa ya yi taka rawa ciki gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abun hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda datin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa
sosai ba sa ɗaukan su kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gained something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da can mutu a cikin su.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai mu ya ga gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani comes because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun tattare sun yi shuki da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An an karɓe burtali da sauransu. Kuma mu hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing routes, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar na je samu a cikin kwari.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and saved from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food. More like you can choose what and having to depend on the rain and all, and you know, everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. I mean, it's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. I mean, you have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Thank you, beautiful people, for joining us today on The Conversation, which is your public issues focus program on happenings within Nigeria and in the diaspora. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio today Comrade Razak Olade Lokoba, popularly called RKO. Comrade Lokoba, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good day.
Yes, thank you for joining us on The Conversation
it's a
today.
Pleasure.
Yeah. Top of the bill today on The Conversation, we want to look at the PMS price war in Nigeria. You recollect that the present administration, early in the life of the administration, removed the subsidy on PMS, and with the removal with the removal of subsidy on PMS, the price shot up astronomically, and lo and behold, sometime last year, the Dangote refinery came on stream. And before the Dangote refinery came on stream, there has been these agitations for local production of petroleum products. And before you could say Jack Robinson, the national refineries in Port Harcourt, as well as the one in Warri, also came on stream. So since then, there has been this war between the refineries on the pricing of PMS at the pumps. But in the midst of all this, the price of PMS at the pumps is dependent on global price of crude oil. During the Yuletide, the Dangote refinery management brought down the price of PMS per liter from their stations. And the NNPC also followed suit. Right now, we can see that the price war has begun to take shape, such that the differences in the price of PMS at the pumps from the different petrol stations who are taking their products from NNPCL and Dangote is very, very minimal.
Yes, and I think we should be bold enough for some of us who are in support of subsidy.
The full deregulation.
That we are going to see the effect. We have told them the 6 window period that is going to have effect has taken shape now, given what you have said. And if we didn't remove subsidy by now, there will be no money available to run subsidy by now.
To even run government, not even to run
yes,
subsidy.
It's going to run the government down, and by extension, there will be no money for subsidy. So if you don't understand the gains of removal,
or the gains of the full deregulation,
I think you should begin to appreciate what the president has done now. Any political that is trying to weaponize that removal and the effect of the removal should keep quiet now. Now,
I agree with you.
Energy is a product, and a product, government take part in it, private sector take part in it. We have had about 4 refineries now in Nigeria that is working, and it's about.
We haven't have so many modular refineries. In fact, when I was reading,
that is not mentioned.
Yes, I saw some 110 barrels per day.
Yes.
You know,
now,
very small modular refineries.
If subsidy has been on, those refineries will not come.
They will not come on board. Yes.
Dangote will still be battling with Survivor. So, and if you want to flow from that, we must first admit that, of course, the price we have paid.
Opening up the market for people to come and invest.
It's really worth it.
It's really, yeah.
And like we have said, it shouldn't be only Dangote. It's not by word of mouth that we say it should not be Dangote. It's a natural thing. The numbers of small refineries that are coming on board now is increasing by the day.
Yes.
And in business and transaction and trade, the natural thing that is a daily existence, which is you bring my price down to have more customers coming to me. You also bring your price down. You also look at the quality of what is responsible why we are able to have enough access to petrol. The queues are no longer long again now. If you see any long queue now, it is probably because the fuel there is cheaper.
Yes.
And for people who are in the east who can afford it, you go to where you can get your fuel on time and go to where we are going. So this is the natural picture of what oil and gas should be, particularly petroleum product and diesel in the country. This is the first time we are getting the feel of the spirit of energy. This is the first time we are getting it now. And as a people, we have to be very careful. Don't allow anybody to come and plot us against the government by saying that nothing is wrong anyway. All we should do now is to join this kind of conversation, to trudge on the government to do more, and to also do whatever the government asks us to do. Labour want to strike, let them only strike. Nobody should attempt at shutting down our refineries again. The effect of shutting down refinery is what we are seeing battling with the Kaduna refinery today. And thank God, Port Harcourt refinery has just come out of it and worry. So, and it's our responsibility now to protect our institutions. We know that with Dangote in business, with other people in business, it may not be easy for anybody to deny us access to fuel again. I know that one for sure. But our asset must be protected. The policy of government must be protected. The policy that the government is rolling out, don't allow any opposition to say that when they strike again, though, we should support to shut the entire nation down. Nation that become great today, people are very careful in shutting it down. So for us now, we want the government to do more. We want him to license more modular refineries, and we want the government to encourage the state government to come on board, because the more the merrier. Dangote will have mega transaction in oil and gas sector. He has become an authority on that. But as small as transactions for state, for smaller industries, that is a catchment for state government and those modular refineries again, because machineries will keep increasing in the country. We are talking about railway now. We need to fill it. We are talking about shipping line. We are talking about more in origin in it. It's oil and gas.
In fact, the beauty of the whole thing for me is that when the conversation started about the food deregulation, we saw people, inciting the Nigerians, making them feel as if the government was doing a wrong thing. Yes. Meant that but now everybody is saying that the beauty of the policy we are gradually reaping the rewards. Just some few days ago, we heard that Dangote refinery is exporting to is it Saudi Arabia? You know, we now have a situation whereby there's stiff competition. For me, I'm looking forward to, there's another refinery that we are eagerly waiting for to come on stream. That's apart from the remaining Port Harcourt as well as the Kaduna refinery. We also have the Bua refinery.
Yeah.
So what the government in the past, people said a lot of investors who wanted to come and set up refineries in Nigeria said, with the way you were regulating the industry with importation,
we can't come.
We will not come and
but
it's
now,
better we start. Even right now, importers of petroleum products, because the government has made it in such a way that if you want to go and import, that's your cup of tea.
But you will not compel us to bring down our price, or to hold to tie the hand of our local refinery. We will not do that for
so
you.
now, even those who were importing or who are importing are now saying that the locally produced petroleum products are cheaper. So it means they are going to stop importation, and that will drop the pressure on our naira, and our economy will be the better for it.
And that gives us a message that the cabals we are talking about in the sector may soon become jobless. But we must not give up, because they are going back to the drawing board. They will come up with something again. When that time comes, we should know clearly that there is an incitement. They may come up with short of blackmail. This government has had this sort of from these cabals and enemies of our people.
I agree with both.
So we should understand that when good things want to come, it's running some people out of business.
Yes, it will come with a lot of
the people who will be losing their
people
job.
Will be dislocated, will fight back.
Yeah, because of these inconveniences we are feeling, some people are making money from it. They will not rest too. Particularly when corruption in such sector like oil and gas has become internationalized. It's not only local challenge we are going to have. Refiners that are no longer sending off oil to us, they are not also not be happy.
Yes, they will not be happy. Yes, because they have become a bad market for them.
And for Nigeria, they will not be happy with us. So you should expect anything. So let's brace up for it. Let's know that nobody will defend our country for us. And if anybody external influence want to destroy our country, the citizens must rise up to the occasion. So let's give this government that benefit of that.
That support.
Yes, let them perform. We have told you that gestation period is not 1 or 2 years. And evidence has shown that truly the pain is going gradually. Look at the student dragnet now, it's increasing by the day. It's not a lie.
Yes.
It's not a lie. And power sector, governors are also willing to come on board.
The electricity law in 2024 has given the states.
I don't know where we are living though, but it's improving gradually.
Yes.
If there's a challenge, it's because they are trying to work on some technical issues. The same thing on security. The challenge, that is why when people say IGRC, security is not a daily exercise.
It's not a one-man show.
Yes, so
it's a
responsibility.
collective responsibility.
Remove the IG. You can't remove IG like that in the rest of the world, though. It's a security. And that's why Police Act Commission says that IG is not a thing you can be removing and replacing as if you are giving appointment to ministers. No. So, on security, it's getting better. So, for us, what makes the head of the government swell is when they are appreciated. So, for us, I will not mince my word in saying that the government is doing is best on it. There are challenges. Economy is still a bit having a challenge for people, but still we should know that the hope is not a question of illusion.
Comrade Lokoba, you could not have said it better, because when the food deregulation started, even people who promised that immediately they get into power, if Nigerians had voted them in, that they will do the same thing, they started singing a new song. Like we said in the past in some of our programs, Nigerian politicians politicize everything under the sun. Even religion, they politicize religion.
Yes, so
that, why are you going to this religious faith? Why not this? But the truth of the matter is that, like we have all seen, today we are the better for it. There's no more queues. Our fuel stations, you don't need to have sleepless nights where I remember in the past, when you wake up, you'll be afraid that will I get fuel? I made it known on this program. There was a day I traveled from Lagos to Ondo. I passed through Ibadan, Ife. This was an axis that in the past, if you go through these routes, if there are 50 fuel stations on that road,
you may be able to count up to 5.
Hardly will you get 5. But when I went on that road, if we have 50,
and
45 are selling
and
fuel.
the past, there's no wisdom in going with your car.
Yes.
You go by the public transport.
Public transport. So now even this cabal you are talking about, we appeal to them. Go and set up refineries. Be producing petrol and diesel and every other.
It's another job for you.
Yes. Open petrol station.
You make your money.
Even the CNG that the government is telling people to come and invest in. The cabal can even divert.
I don't know the government will overcome this very soon, because the enormity of opposition and sabotage that I know as someone who understand the mess the industry is. I didn't know they will come out of this soon. The saboteurs are so many in all fields, from all angles. So all the guys in the oil and gas sector, in government, and the president himself has done a very good job. And I want to also encourage them to also sort out the power sector the way they have done the oil and gas, and also the security, so that it will be liberalized. Everything will not be too concentrated. It will liberalize.
Today nobody is putting a rope to the neck of NNPCL any longer. The market is there. It's like a free market. Go there and access
do what. So if you want to do bread, go and buy flour and do your bread.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot say it better than what obtains. The PMS price war is on, and we can only encourage the government to put in place the enabling environment such that the idea or the ideal of the government to prevent exploitation, to prevent a monopolistic market system with regards to the petroleum sector is now at play. You buy anywhere, or as a dealer, you can source your product from any of the refiners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we want to end this part of the conversation. We'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nesune Kudimi, and I see here with me in the studio Comrade Razak Kolade Olokoba, popularly called RKO. In this program today, we want to look at the Nigerian economy under the present dispensation. In the last couple of months, I remember when Nigerians were complaining about the rise in the price of foodstuffs. But until NBS comes out with its data or reports, I can tell you for free, as somebody who relates with the everyday man and woman on the streets, just yesterday and today, I was talking to somebody. I even saw it online where governors of Zamfara and is it Niger State or Kaduna State, Ubasani, said the price of foodstuffs is going down. And just yesterday, I was discussing with somebody in my locality, and he said a paint rubber of beans that they buy for 18,000, he said is now 6,000. So it means the price of some basic foodstuffs
is crashing.
Has crashed by 1/3
of the initial price.
Which tells you that the investment, the efforts that has been put into making life affordable for Nigerians is gradually yielding fruit.
Yes.
So people must not expect it to just yield fruit immediately.
Yes, so I want to say that you and I always say that we know the economy is bad. It's courageous for us to say that.
Admit.
But people will say that. I know, don't be saying that. You always say that. But you also follow immediately to say that the creation of this hardship is not this government. It's a true courage to admit. Yeah. Then The concern we always have is, are things getting better? It's yes.
The answer is yes.
Now, don't be quick to admit whatever anybody tells you. Do your own and conduct your own research. Before now, the pepper seller in the market always got to a point where they are ordering pepper. But all of a sudden, I noticed that there's pepper everywhere now.
In fact, so, I personally went to Ile-Epo market. So I saw pepper and tomato, and you need to see how a basket of tomato that is sold not too past about 75,000 naira. It's now about 15 naira, about less than 10,000. So I'm like, how did we get to that level?
It's a terrain. We have to pass through that terrain before we must admit that we must prevent anything from destroying our country. If we don't pass through this terrain, we won't know the importance of preserving our land for agriculture. We will know the importance of fixing the right price for the product we sell. Because if you sell the wrong price for your product, it's going to backlash. We now know.
Can we ascribe this recent reduction in prices? Can we ascribe it to the successes being recorded by our security agencies against bandits?
Yes.
There is that our farmers are now being allowed, because I watched video of how farmers are producing heavily in Kaduna State, for example. Can we ascribe the recent crash to the successes being, and can it be sustained?
Yes.
That's my concern.
And see, the first thing is even that, just like you have admitted that before now, farmers can't go to the bank. It's responsible for why the price of things are going up, particularly foodstuff. We have to sustain it. The crash program we had on security is not enough. Let's allow all the states to be able to secure their farmland, because the numbers of our men in the uniform in security is not enough to secure the entire country. Another thing is also that experience has taught us that we should be very careful the way we allot our land for things that does not have direct effect on our livelihood. You go and start an housing program on a farm settlement. All state does that. All state does that. Whereas the alternative to expansion of land for residential building is to build skyscrapers. Take over land houses from people. Give them 4 or 5 flats bigger than their initial portion of land. They will relinquish it to the government. That's what people do all over the world. You sign an agreement that this is going 30-story building. The first 5 flats belongs to you, but we'll take over your land. They will admit, instead of allowing, I want to sell land, come and start advertising them. Our kings will start selling land to private sector. You regulate lands all over the world, even Russia. The reason why they are the biggest producer of grain is that there is nothing in the world that can make them concede a portion of land for that they are using for grain, for habitation, forest. Never. It's always be green. That's why Ukraine is also a success. The same thing if you go to China. China, the top of your house is a law, mandatory. If it is more than a certain square kilometer or certain portion of maybe 1 or 3, 4 plot of land, the top of it, you must be planting something there. So this conscious effort to farming, experience has forced us to begin to look in that direction. And that's what our government should begin to look in that direction. Don't think we have land though. Before the turn of the century, we may clock 500 million. But if we manage ourselves very well, we are going to have a good life. But if we continue with this lifestyle, the lands we have may be consumed in the next 50 years and there will be no place for farmland again. So for governors, they have to work out a program with the government that this is the way to connect 2 states together. Carry us along. So that in an attempt to connect Oyo and Kwara and Osun together, a lot of farmland has been destroyed in the last 20 years. There are settlements in Ogbomoso that is majorly for production of mango and it has become
Ogbomoso and is it Ogbomoso and some part of Osun, they have the best cashew and mango in the world.
It has become a road network now. If from Ogbomoso to Ilorin, that express road is a farmland. But if you carry the state along, they will know how to maneuver. How you can connect all our states together. Carry them along. Don't say Minister of Works and House and roads should start destroying farmland. So this prudent lifestyle will guarantee us. That's what people do all over the world. It's not that the Americans...
It's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science. America, London, Germany, Russia, everywhere that have access to food. Libya deliberately pursue a policy during Gaddafi time, a policy of overfeeding. They turned a desert into Greenland.
What about Israel?
He imported water from Suez Canal and has the biggest dam in the world. He feeds his people. So I own to that water that is coming from Cameroon, wasting, should be dammed.
That's Oya Dam.
Yes, it's a blessing from God. It's not a body. It's not a cord. It should be dammed in the coconut. There will be water for everybody.
For 24 hours of farming, irrigation.
12 calendar month. So all these are things that we learn through hard work. We didn't learn from the experience of other people. But thank God it happened. If it didn't happen, if you are saying as a professional, they may not understand. Our rural area should remain rural. What will make people stay in rural area?
Yes.
Provide for them electricity, road.
The rural area have their own importance in the livelihood of human beings.
The rural area is the one that sustains the urban area.
The urban
that's where
areas.
raw material will come from. But some people,
even the urban areas also supply the rural areas.
So
you know,
their life support
is intertwined.
Their life support for each other.
Yes.
But we don't do that. You just see one guy commissioner for housing. He will just turn farmland into residential. I say, you don't do this now. So for us, this lesson is good for us. We have learnt bitterly from it.
Bitter lessons.
5 years ago, Niger was not producing the way they are producing.
They are producing
now. But the approach to it now, I'm amazed and I'm surprised and I'm very, very encouraged. And I wish that all of us can continue that. The Kwara axis, there's a place, the Kosubusu Barutin, can produce the rice we can eat in the whole of Africa. But the road network there is bad. So the chairman of governors forum should do something that we are not criticizing, but I just encourage him that the good thing we have done, add to it by having a nice old network to go into our farmland in the Kwara North. So that we will know that if we don't have rockets, if we don't have our own satellite institute, at least we can feed ourselves. Scientists say that the earth is becoming too contaminated. We are aware. But the land we have in Africa is the most fertile, particularly in Nigeria. And it's up to us to be able to manage and sustain what God has given to us.
Honestly, the issue about the drop in the price of food
is amazing.
Is amazing, and it gladdens my, because you see this cries everywhere. The price of, and to be honest, at a point in time, the price of foodstuffs was just on the high side.
All the topics we have discussed now is to mention all the good things the government have done, but we say that the man. The new sheriff in town. You understand the terrain very well.
Yes, and you know once there was a day I went from Akure to Benin. I passed through Owo. You see that axis. If you see the way they produce banana, plantain, I'm like, are we ensuring that? Because I've listened to experts in the agricultural sector who have come out to say a large chunk of what we produce gets wasted due to poor storage facilities.
Yes.
How, like for example, the 2025 budget, the federal government has made a budget that is devoted majorly to making life better for the average Nigerian. My concern is that look at the investment the government is putting into agriculture. How are the states tapping into it?
They are not tapping into it enough, and that's why, Mr. President, should demand for a roadmap on agriculture from all the states. They're not doing enough. If you look at the little number of land Lagos have, that's why Lagos is always taking the lead. There's a rice mill already.
Yes.
The small portion of land.
Even the what do you call it? The paddy.
Yes.
There is not enough to supply that rice mill.
So I think one needs to learn so many things from Lagos. And that's why the government must compel all the states to have a roadmap. How do you intend to produce? And when you produce, how do you intend to store it?
Yes.
Very, very important.
Absolutely.
If you don't have a roadmap on agriculture in Nigeria by any state governor, the government president should take it up with him. So what are you doing with the budget on agriculture every year? What are you doing with it?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a beautiful conversation today. We've looked at the economy, and we have also looked at the PMS war. And we can tell you for free, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed viewers, that the future looks bright if and only if we are determined to make it bright for all of us. It's a collective responsibility, and that is our charge to those at the aim of our affairs as well as our citizens. Everybody must be prepared to play their role. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we want to call it a wrap on today's edition of The Conversation. I've had a beautiful conversation with Comrade Razak Kolade Olokoba. Thank you for coming into the program.
It's a pleasure being with you.
So till we come your way again next time, please continue to watch The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section.
So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that. She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Okay, clap for yourself, clap for yourself. Thank you. Open up your mouth.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids
has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and that will be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, charter house located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, maybe for Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary, must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees of primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria. The properties in Miami waterfront in rich America, So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
The only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and you know, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, you know, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, you know, and then, you know, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, you know, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. You see the restroom, see the classroom, you see the offices, you see the type of furniture there. It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for a new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Badimosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
People passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what we used to say in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badimosi for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it will be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words. But if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what, you know, an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, well, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, you really, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And, but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, you know, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, you know, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
China and Africa, advancing together and planting the seeds of their dreams in the vibrant and hopeful landscape of the 21st century, nurturing these seeds with friendship and cultivating them with sincere dedication, setting an example of cooperative partnership grounded in a shared destiny. These are seeds that are bound to grow and bear fruit. Under the same starry sky and with a vision for the future of all humanity, the people of China and Africa are expanding their horizons and extending their reach, moving forward together toward a future brimming with boundless hope. This is Inkoa Stelgen, an international student from the Republic of the Congo at the University of Jinan. Today's the big day, the day of his PhD dissertation defense.
除了结婚之外的另外一个大任务，所以现在我的心情都很复杂。
Inkoa Stelgen was born in a mountainous village in the northern region of the Republic of the Congo. In 2012, his alma mater, Marienne Ngawabi University, partnered with the University of Jinan to establish a Confucius Institute. Inkoa Stelgen enrolled as one of the institute's first students. 3 years later, he began an 8-year journey as an international student in the University of Jinan.
各位老师、各位同学，大家下午好，我是来自康国部的曹格。然后接下来我可能要用英语开始讲我的 PPT。我还记得我上小学的时候，我天天打仗，就是跟同学，然后他们为了调笑我，他们也可以模仿我走路的那个样子，对。然后我一看了，我就跟你拼命了。我知道我跟别人长得不一样嘛，只有学习这一条路。
But at the University of Jinan, Inkoa Stelgen didn't just focus on learning Chinese, he chose a more challenging path.
非洲有很多水，但是都是没有把这个水处理好的技术，所以来中国的目的也是把处理水的过程中学好，然后将来回国，哪怕是去别的国家，我就要是给老百姓服务，也给他们一个美好的生活吧。这喝的大家喝干净的水，就不用生病。
答辩委员会经过评议及无记名投票表决，一致同意通过曹格博士学位论文答辩，建议授予公学博士学位。非常感谢。
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Having risen to the challenges he has set himself, Inkoa Stelgen is now heading toward a bright future. Inkoa Stelgen's hometown has also undergone significant changes in recent years. Sino-Congolese cooperation projects like the National Road No. 1, the China-Congo Friendship Hospital, the Kintele Sports Complex, and the Confucius Institute at Marienne Ngawabi University, Inkoa Stelgen's alma mater, have transformed many lives. This summer, to celebrate his graduation, Inkoa Stelgen embarked on a trip. He chose to visit a place he'd long dreamt of visiting.
朋友们，下午好。下午好。听说过刚果共和国吗？非洲。听说过。哦，我作为一个大学生，给小朋友介绍一下我们的刚果，好不好？好。OK。2010年，这里曾发生过可怕的大地震。那时候，我的国家没有袖手旁观，刚果和中国就是我两个家。遇到困难时，两个家互相帮助，互相支持。生活在两个家的我，真好啊！
After the 2010 Yushu earthquake in Qinghai province, the Republic of the Congo donated 16 million yuan to build the Sino-Congolese Friendship Primary on the roof of the world, despite their own limited financial resources. A gesture of warmth, opening a new chapter in the history of China-Congo friendship.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour la Chine.
Bonjour la Chine.
那先拿你的本。在这所学校，我最好的朋友是图当公宝，他带我去食堂吃他最喜欢吃的炒土豆，还带我去他的宿舍 看它整齐的床铺，还带我去它的圣地，一个神秘壮观的足球场，还带我去他的家。所以这里边都是猪粪。吃饭，宿舍里对不对？我让他用相机随便拍一些什么送给我，我会一辈子记住他。
就是这样399的摩托，499的小汽车，那是我们的山绳，我的篮板，刚果布。
One is an African university student from the heart of the Congo Basin, and the other is a primary school student living on the Qinghai Xizang Plateau. Despite their vastly different backgrounds and the distance between their homelands, they formed an extraordinary friendship. Standing together to overcome difficulties, this is the friendship between nations, between China and Africa, reflected in individual lives and illuminating a future full of possibilities. Tsavo National Park in Kenya is home to nearly all of Africa's animal species. With its unspoiled culture and diverse wildlife, this captivating land draws countless visitors from around the world. But there's a problem. The hotels within the park have long struggled with power shortages.
And we used to do generator power for just a few hours. So by 10 in the night, we have to switch off the generator. The guests were really inconvenienced. They couldn't charge their phones. They couldn't use the fans in the room. So if it is hot, it is hot.
Fortunately, China-Kenya cooperation is supplying the solution to this and a host of other issues. Now that Kenya has started actively promoting the development of clean energy, solar panels are going up everywhere. The result is a steady supply of electricity pulsing into remote areas, much to the relief of Victor O. Yang and his guests. With a shared vision for the future of all humanity, China and Africa have chosen to join hands on the path of green development. Whether it's howling winds, scorching sun, or ever-flowing rivers, these natural energy resources are being harnessed in China-Africa green energy cooperation projects. The result, clean energy flowing continuously across this beautiful land, lighting up lives and the way to the future. In 2018, in the heart of Morocco, the city of Ouarzazate, known as the Gateway to the Sahara, saw the completion and launch of the world's largest solar thermal power plant, a joint project between China and Morocco. This plant now meets the electricity needs of over 1 million Moroccan households and can even export surplus power to Europe. With this transformation from an electricity importer to an exporter, Morocco, in partnership with China, has strengthened its commitment to developing the renewable energy sector. Omar Hassani, now 37 years old, joined a Chinese new energy company 3 months ago. Today is the day of his evaluation, marking the end of his probation period.
We will invite you to present what you did during your probation period with a PPT, and then we will ask you a few questions.
Actually, I was recruited as a quality manager. For my education background, I studied a bachelor degree in aeronautic engineering at Beijing University of Aeronautic and Astronautic, Beihang University.
Success. Omar Hassani has got through his evaluation, a full member of the team at last. The Chinese company he chose, BTR, is Morocco's first new energy company, and it produces lithium-ion battery anode and cathode materials. With years of experience in the automotive industry, Omar believes that electric vehicles hold the key to the future of Morocco's automotive sector. China's leading new energy industry is actively seeking broader development opportunities.
我们到摩洛哥投资的这个工厂应该是我们第5代，所以我们是带来最新的技术，不光是我们自己过来，还顺便会带来我们上下游的配套的供应商、合作伙伴，对摩洛哥汽车产业是一个非常好的补充。
But it's not just a big day for Omar Hassani. Thousands of miles away at the BTR factory in Jiangsu province, China, another important test is underway.
这是扣式电池的循环，应该是提升了接近3个点。
Yannick, the project leader for the Morocco initiative, is overseeing his team as they test the performance of battery materials.
真正在摩洛哥量产的时候，我们一个是要稳定住现有的状态，另外在新一代产品，我们在这个基础上再进一步的再提升一个层次。
This modern production line will soon be fully established in the Tangier tech city in Morocco.
We will start another.
As a major milestone in the high-quality China-Morocco Belt and Road Initiative, Tangier Tech City has drawn numerous Chinese new energy companies. These companies will introduce world-leading industry chains and clusters in fields such as renewable energy and electric vehicle batteries, helping Morocco build a modern green future and advancing global efforts in sustainable, low-carbon development.
I love the poetry of it, you know, the green mountains, the lucid waters, silver and gold. China's action at home is really important. China's action abroad in this matter is very important. I've referenced renewable energy. It's remarkable that China has made these commitments and is exceeding the commitments on renewable already now.
Ethiopia, situated on the East African plateau at an average altitude of nearly 3,000 meters, is often referred to as the roof of Africa. Southwest of the capital, Addis Ababa, is an export processing industrial park invested in by a Chinese company, which is primarily focused on footwear manufacturing. At 55, Teka Entehabu is a regular visitor to this industrial park. As the former Minister of State at Ethiopia's Ministry of Trade and Industry, he frequently visits industrial parks to assess production conditions. Teka understands that for Ethiopia to thrive, manufacturing must be prioritized.
Our objective, or the policy objective, was to $1 billion export from the textile and garment, but unfortunately we could not meet the intended result. So I tried to link also the experience of China with our challenges.
In search of solutions to the country's developmental challenges, 3 years ago, Teka Entehabu went to Peking University's Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development to study for his PhD.
This is our flag. You know, this is the Ethiopian flag. Yeah.
Founded in April 2016, the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development is dedicated to sharing governance experience between China and developing countries, with the goal of cultivating high-level government management talent across the developing world. The Institute represents a shift in China's cooperation with South-South countries, moving from financial and infrastructural support to the exchange of development wisdom and ideas, thereby enhancing contributions to global South-South cooperation efforts.
We cannot directly copy the China development model, but we can learn more and we can try to take some lessons, experiences, and we can apply to our country based on the situation, the environment we have in our countries.
Wang Yong, the academic deputy dean at Peking University, is also Teka Entehabu's PhD advisor.
Teka 的话，他原来当过这工业贸易部的这个国部长嘛，所以他对于贸易、对于产业一直是关注的。所以他们是带着问题来，但他是带着国际的比较来的。
To understand China's experience, one must return to the starting point of its development. Before returning to Ethiopia, Teka Entahabu visited Xinjiang. Xinjiang is the birthplace of the Xinjiang experience, a key success story from China's reform and opening up. Teka Entahabu hopes to find answers here for Ethiopia's development. In the past more than 40 years, Chendai town in Xinjiang has seen the emergence of over 7,000 shoe companies and supporting businesses. One company miraculously grew from a small family workshop into $1 billion publicly listed enterprise.
It's possible for the textile and garment,
Sure,
you know.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
this is very
picture?
initial picture.
That's 1982?
Yes, it's 1982.
Okay.
So it's not easy.
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's a magic
I know.
we're so proud. Why it's called the Xinjiang experience? Just because a small business, how they can doing their initiatives to create their own advantage and make a success. And then a lot of business can work together to build this local regional economy to become a stronger one. And with the support from the government. Yes.
Interesting.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
Xinjiang experience, yeah. So this is a big lesson for us also. We need to work closely with the enterprise to fulfill the common vision, to bring the development of the country.
This summer, 35 students from 19 countries will graduate from the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development. Over its 8 years, the Institute has trained over 400 high-caliber individuals for the governments of more than 70 developing countries, providing vital intellectual support for the modernization of their national governance systems and capacities.
I'm so keen, to bring some changes in my country. I need to make some differences in my country development. That's the motive of every student in the South-South Corporation.
In 40 years, China went from being very poor to being a very, very successful, dynamic economy. So I think China has a very big role to play as showing the path of how to achieve rapid development.
South-South Cooperation is a remarkable initiative that promotes collective self-reliance among developing countries. As a leading member of the Global South and the largest developing nation, China remains dedicated to its mission of collaborating with other developing countries. This dedication is why China-Africa cooperation not only endures as a lasting friendship, but also serves as a model for South-South collaboration. With high aspirations, China-Africa cooperation looks to the future, aiming for new heights and endless possibilities.
热带气旋肯尼斯25号登陆莫桑比克北部地区。
In March 2019, tropical cyclones ravaged Africa. Mozambique, among other countries, was especially badly affected, suffering severe flooding. 2 years later, in August 2021, Algeria faced devastating forest fires, resulting in major casualties. But bad as these events were, they could have been much worse were it not for China's meteorological and communication satellites orbiting the Earth. These provided timely and precise disaster warnings and information services to the affected countries, helping rescue teams save countless lives. Additionally, the deepening of China-Africa space technology cooperation has rekindled dreams that once seemed out of reach. On June 13, 2023, at Egypt's Space City in New Cairo, Professor Rafi, who is over 70 years old, is awaiting the result of the electrical performance test for the MISASat-2 flight model.
Of course, Egypt has a dream related to space projects or space activities.
Professor Rafi is an expert in theoretical research and equipment testing in Egypt's space sector. Throughout his 40-year career, he's lamented the absence of a fully independently developed satellite by the Egyptian Space Agency.
Our main dream is to make our own satellite, to develop our own satellite from A to Z.
As early as 1997, Egypt planned to develop its own satellite. However, due to technological barriers, this goal was never achieved. Nowadays, however, the failures that once haunted Professor Rafi are rapidly fading from view, overshadowed by the changes unfolding before him. Cui Yufu, the chief designer from the Chinese team for the MISASat-2 satellite, leads the Chinese testing team in close collaboration with Professor Rafi's team. The MISASat-2 satellite project consists of equal numbers of Chinese and Egyptian engineers at each position.
我们可以看到，埃方的工程师非常详尽地掌握了合作过程的所有的环节。当他们在总结的时候，从他们的脸上可以看到了自豪，看到了收获的满足感。
For Professor Rafi, this moment marks a dream come true. On December 4th, 2023, at 12:10 p.m., the MISASat-2 satellite, developed over 4 years, was successfully launched from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. This represents another landmark achievement in China-Egypt cooperation. It's also a milestone for Egypt, the first African country with full satellite assembly, integration, and testing capabilities. Today, as China steadily advances toward becoming a space power, it warmly invites institutions and scientists from developing countries, including those in Africa, to join in space research, collaboratively cultivate cutting-edge talent, and work together on projects that will shape the future of humanity. Together, they explore boundless hopes for a brighter future within the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. At 6 a.m., while the tranquil town of Carnarvon is still waiting for the morning light, engineers from China and South Africa are already preparing to set out. Their destination is a desert area more than 100 kilometers from the town.
我叫张磊，来自中国电科54所。我们单位呢在河北省的石家庄，然后我们这个团队呢就是在南非呢就是负责承建 SKA 天线。
The town of Carnarvon is located in the central Karoo Basin of northern Cape Province, South Africa. 20 years ago, this place was virtually unknown. Today, however, this once quiet town has become a hub for scientists and engineers from around the world, all drawn here by a groundbreaking scientific project. The SKA, or Square Kilometre Array, is a radio telescope with a total receiving area of 1 square kilometre. It is the largest aperture synthesis radio telescope ever constructed by humanity. This is the Meerkat Radio Telescope, which consists of 64 antennas. It is one of the precursor missions to the SKA. South Africa, selected as the site for the SKA, provides both the land and infrastructure needed for its construction. After 5 years of extensive preparation, in 2015, the China Electronics Technology Group Corporation's Network Communication Research Institute emerged victorious in the design competition for the SKA's mid-frequency antennas. Capturing radio waves from the universe requires extremely precise equipment.
如果我们不能够把自己的辐射水平控制在限制以下的话，我们的这个自身设备的辐射会淹没来自外太空的信号，那么可以说 SK 的天线观测就是失败的。
To enable humanity to explore deeper into the night sky, countless individuals are working quietly behind the scenes.
看我从13年到现在，这都已经11年的时间了，我们还在改进呢，还在做验证呢。所以说，你看，就说明这个的要求是世界上独一无二的，是前所未有的难度跟挑战。
The successful development of the SKA antenna represents a significant contribution to world science. China is forging ahead in the development of cutting-edge antennae for the good of all.
The SKA telescopes is to give us a brand new step increase in our ability to see the universe and see things that they've never been able to see before, and possibly understand a little bit better of how we fit and how everything comes together. And that's going to be a very powerful legacy for generations to come.
As scientists gaze at the stars and reach for the edges of the universe, the spirit of science is revitalizing this once neglected town of Carnarvon.
And the game starts in 3, 2, 1, let's go!
The Robotics Schools program, a unique initiative launched by the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, aims to develop and inspire an interest in STEM skills in the schools around the development of the Square Kilometre Array.
The reason that I joined the robotics is because that I want to become an engineer.
My dreams are to be an astronomer. So I like watching the stars and discovering more about planets and other stuff.
I'm looking forward to welcome the next engineer. I'm looking forward to have an astronomer, give them opportunities and make them to realize that nothing is ending in Carnarvon.
Dreams are the preserve of those who never stop looking up at the stars, even if their feet are firmly on the ground and caked in mud. Through all the storms and challenges, China and Africa have consistently stood by each other. They support one another in times of crisis and collaborate for mutual benefit in development. They achieve shared prosperity through exchanges and mutual learning between their civilizations. They are friends, partners, and brothers. Bosom friends make distance disappear. China and Africa are joining hands to advance modernization, create a better future for their people, nurture new hope for the world, and set a strong example in building a community with a shared future for all humanity.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Glad to have you join me on the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. We begin the show from a road infrastructure. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has inaugurated the Abiola Onijemo Link Road and a bridge in Ifako-Ijaya local government area of Lagos State. During the project handover in Ifako-Ijaya, Governor Sanwo-Olu says the completion of the road infrastructure shows that taxpayers' funds are being used effectively across the state and no community will be excluded from the developmental agenda for Lagos State. Meanwhile, some residents we spoke with expressed gratitude to the state government, adding that the edifice built in their community has become a landmark. Please take a look.
The grand opening of the Abiola Onijemo Link Road and a bridge in the Ifako-Ijaya local government area of Lagos State by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has triggered a great deal of joy among residents and landlords in the community. The Abiola Onijemo Link Road and bridge provides a strategic connection linking the Abiola, Ajayi, Ogba and Obawole Iju-Ishaga communities, which is separated by a 25-meter swamp belt. During the unveiling, the governor revealed that his administration is committed to addressing the long-standing challenges faced by Lagosians.
I stand here this afternoon truly a proud man, because this marks a significant milestone in our collective journey to build sustainable community. We're doing what we call improved connectivity, and we're enhancing the quality of life of our citizens. When we came into power, we said governance is about improving the quality of life, improving connectivity, improving sustainability of our communities, and improving the quality of life. This is one other testament. It is therefore with immense pride and joy that I unveiled and I hand over to the citizens and to our people of Abiola Onigemo, the Abiola Onigemo link bridge, which both the Honorable Commissioner and the Honorable Member have spoken glowingly about. It's a road with a bridge. It's a vital infrastructure project that links Abiola Street and Onigemo Street. It's which have been separated by decades by a canal which was created and which has divided these two communities. You can actually see the topography of these two communities. We are inside like a valley. Up here is an island, up here is an island, there's a valley in between. And you know how difficult it would have been for these two communities, a journey that now will take them 5 minutes. Hitherto used to take them 1 hour, 45 minutes just to connect these two communities. And you can see that this indeed is purposeful governance. This is promise kept, promise made, and promise kept. This project embodies our administration's commitment to keeping our promises and addressing long-standing challenges that is faced by the people of our two communities. If you recall, during our campaign, we pledged, and the Honorable Member of the House was very right, we did pledge to tackle the issues around this community, issues around inadequate infrastructure, and you also can see that there was persistent flooding in all of this area. This challenge has plunged this area for years into difficulty. But today, we deliver on our promise. Like we keep saying, even if you don't like our face, if you don't like us, you cannot disbelieve or you cannot unlike what we have done. This is real community changing. This is real growth and improvement to the quality of life and to these two communities that are beneficiaries of what we're handing over to them today. Before now, the crossing between Abiola and Onigemo Street were not just difficult, were extremely very unsafe. Pedestrians were told they navigate through wooden bridges. We saw them. You know, when they bring some of these pictures through, I say, this is Lagos, it is totally unacceptable. This cannot be in our state. And it has exposed a lot of our citizens to danger, which has given us all sorts of negative names and it has brought about wrong environmental issues. And we said that these conditions are unacceptable. And this administration recognized the urgency of providing a lasting solution, which of course led to the construction of this modern reinforced concrete bridge, completed with vehicular crossing, as well as a new well-paved link road underneath. You can see that there are link road underneath them, which you can connect and you can turn from either side of the bridge. And we've also seen an extensively upgraded drainage network to prevent flooding.
Today, we celebrate a significant milestone achieved by the administration of Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, which reflects the commitment to infrastructure renewal, urban development, and enhanced connectivity for the benefit of all Lagosians. This project is an essential element of the state's infrastructure master plan, aligned with the Teams Plus agenda, particularly in transportation and traffic management. The journey of this project has been long and transformative. Initially, this link between communities relied on a simple wooden bridge, a precarious structure that presented both health and safety risks for those who used it. Back in March 2012, the project was initially awarded but was later terminated due to non-performance by the original contractor. However, in May 2022, under the visionary leadership of Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor, the project was re-awarded, demonstrating this administration's commitment to ensuring that no project is abandoned. The Abiola Onigemo link road with bridge is more than just a physical connection. It is a lifeline for multiple communities.
The project covers a total length of 643 meters, including a 135-meter reinforced concrete bridge with retaining walls. Members of the State House of Assembly at the unveiling said it's a great achievement, pledging more support for the governor in providing dividend of democracy for Lagos residents.
The House of Assembly is poised at making sure that we support you head on in all your programs, because we have seen that your programs are not only to save businesses, to save lives, to make every part of Lagos feel the impact of democracy and the dividends of democracy. We are also here to share our love to everyone, to show them that the government of Lagos State is indeed interested with your welfare.
The sufferings of our people for the past 14 years has been brought to abrupt stop. I welcome you to the new Ikoyi of Lagos State, Ifako-Ijaye, the fastest developing local government in Nigeria. Mr. Governor, I'm only here to thank you for the hard times I've given you, the tough times I've given you. I thank you and I say I'm sorry. And I would not stop until we turn Ifako-Ijaye to Victoria Island.
This project, alongside numerous others, underscores your administration and commitment to inclusive governance and equitable distribution of developmental projects across Lagos State. Significance of the Abiola-Onijemo Link Road with Bridge. The Abiola-Onijemo Link Road with Bridge is yet another transformational project under your administration. This landmark project has opened access to major communities while linking Ifako-Ijaye with other areas in Ojodu LCDA. It will also bridge the gap between isolated neighborhoods and alleviate traffic congestion and improve accessibility.
The infrastructure was designed with a 7.3-meter wide carriageways alongside slip roads, walkways and solar-powered street lighting tailored to meet the needs of the people residing in the community. Before now, crossing between the Abiola and Onijemo streets was both difficult and unsafe. But now, residents are grateful to the governor, noting that the nightmare of connecting Abiola to Onijemo has been resolved.
The place was an errand before when I stayed here. They never developed like now, to say the fact. It's just like new site that time. I left here around 2004. So since then I lived here. I have a friend here. They call him Baba Junior. So sometimes if I go and visit him now, I see the way Obawole is. To say the fact, it develops. Obawole developed. He tried here, it developed. But still yet, understand me, there is still a lot to do in everywhere, not in only Obawole. There are a lot of improvement that will come to the area because they have done it fine now. So many people will like to come and invest, shops, selling, do many things here, you understand? So whatever that is not good, if government do the place, they know themselves that good thing will come to the area.
Lagos State is wide, and the only thing I say about the governments are trying, but the only thing I see is that to maintain things, truly they can do it. If you can go further now to GRA Ikeja, you can see there is a good look in the road-wise this thing development. You can even see how they develop the place. But the only thing is that when the place is getting bad, how are they going to be maintaining it? Maintenance culture, we don't have it. That's the only thing. That's it. And then the only thing that I want us to know is that I'm talking about the maintenance. They have to base on that maintenance, because when you do something, you don't maintain it. Look at the camera you are using, look at the equipment you are using. If you don't maintain it, you will not be able to use them.
Meanwhile, the governor also unveiled the Alakpere pedestrian bridge to reduce traffic congestion in the access, adding that 36 new roads and bridges will soon be opened. Sanwo-Olu called on Lagos residents, particularly the people of Abiola and Onijemo streets, to take ownership of the infrastructure built by the state government.
Welcome back. Lagos residents have seen the essence of tax payment. Now, the next story is about complaints and at the same time pleading of landlords and residents of Ijikoyeje and Olabisi Omolaje Street under the Itire Ikati LCDA in Surulere area, who have called on the state government over the abandoned rehabilitation of their inner roads that began since February 2022. According to them, the project was supposed to start and finish within 12 months. But since the project began, some of the inner road has been done, but they don't understand why others were left unattended to. This has made residents to reroute whenever they are going out of the community. Meanwhile, let's take a listen to what they have to say.
This deplorable road that is covered in a pile of sand that has now become an obstruction for motorists and residents residing in the area was not done deliberately. Rather, it was a result of an abandoned road rehabilitation project for residents of Olabisi Omolaja and Ejiko-Ejo Street under Itire Ikate LCDA, Surulere, that was designed to be completed in 12 months. Now, the project is running into 3 years without completion, that is since 2022, causing nightmare for the residents and crippling business activities in the area.
I've been here since 2016. So, government have been trying to construct the road. Sometimes when they will come and measure, we will not see them again. Unfortunately, on 2022, that should be February, they now came with their everything and their instruments. That shows that there is improvement of what they have been trying to do since. So since then, the road have been going on construction, but there is a lot of delay. I don't know, is it from the government who give to the construction or from the construction company? But all I know is that there is a lot of delay. The work is not going faster as people are expected. That maybe before by now, this place has been supposed to be tied up so that people will feel more comfortable as it's supposed to be.
It's not encouraging because we thought within 1 month, 1 year, like they said, it will work out. But for 2 years, going to 3 years running now, the pace is so slow. The pace of work there is so slow. They come about 3 months. The next 6 months, we don't see anything happening, and it has not been easy. Ejiko-Ejo Omolaja would have been an access road to so many people. So most of us, to go out, we keep going around to access or to go out of this place, which is not really encouraging now. So we wish that the pace of work be increased.
It's really affecting everybody as a whole residential as a. Because one, when they know they are not ready to do this street, I don't think it's okay for them to just break all the gutters like this, because it's not okay at all. Because it's really affecting me. Even with my business, it's affecting me. Because people are sitting on top of the gutter, which is not right. So what do you have to say to government? Then they came, they did meeting with us, as if the following week or the following month they are coming. That's what they said, that they are coming the following month, that they will start doing the streets, which we all agree on. But not knowing that all they all said is just lies. So we are just appealing to them. They should come and start what they started.
Residents are fed up that the project has taken longer than anticipated, despite the engineers leaving all of their equipment and materials in their community.
Actually, the road Ejiko-Ejo Street and Omolaja Street, which we are at the houses here, has been under reconstruction since 2022 February. And I was told, or we are told, that it's going to be a program of 1 year. But up to now, it's almost 3 years. And it's like a kind of locomotive, slow system that is being operated here. So I believe, like we have told them, I believe up to now, they're supposed to have finished Ejiko-Ejo now. Then maybe by next year they'll be embarking on Omolaja Street to finish the half of the remaining Omolaja Street. But up to now, I don't think they are going to finish Ijiko-Ejo this year. And it's a very, very disturbing issue because this is a state program. And I've talked to the facilitator of this project, Honorable in the House of Assembly, Lagos State, Honorable Shangodara. She sent someone, one of the constituency manager of ours, was sent down here, Honorable Awoyelu or something. So they were here, we discussed. And up to now, although we only saw improvement, but we need the completion of this road. Because the laudable program which the government has embarked, and we believe in the government of the state government of Sanwo-Olu, but the lackadaisical attitude of the project is what is another thing. Because we have seen a lot of roads that has been done, even within us, with the environs. Under less than 1 year, they finish it. Look at Ogunsami. Ogunsami is just barely 1 year. They are finished. The street over there, Okunla and Sanusi, just less than 1 year it has. They have completed it. But why Ijiko-Ejo and Omolaja? And you have a lot of things happening here. People falling into the drainages and getting wounded. Thereby some lost their life. And it's a pity we are having such a thing at this era. And I believe the government of Lagos State is a listening government, and I believe they should do something concerning this. They should do something so that the road will be facilitated.
At first, when the project was, launched, we were happy to see that at least our community is going to be part of the developing, community. And the project is supposed to be a 1-year project, which is fine. But along the line, the project started dragging. And when we saw that this project that's supposed to be a year project, it has extended more than 1 year, going to 2 years. So we thought within ourselves that we should do something about it. So immediately we call on our representative, House of Assembly, Honorable Shangodara, and eventually he sent one of his, I think PA or something, in person of Honorable Awoyelu. We went around the entire street, Omolaja, Ijiko-Ejo, and on getting to the end of the street, we made him to understand that there are some things we don't really like the way they are doing it. We complained to him, and he said, in fact, we took some pictures and even gave to him. So eventually he said he will relate our message to the Honorable House of Assembly, which for me, I think he did. But eventually, though we have seen him after that time to ask what is the answer to our complaint and what are you guys doing about it, he said he has related this question, our complaint and our demand to the House of Assembly, and they are actually working to make sure the project is actually moving faster than how it has been going on. So ever since then, we have been on it. We have met on several fora to discuss about this project. All they kept telling us is they are on top of the matter and they are working on it up till now. Ever since the representative sent personnel to come, since then we've not seen anybody again, despite that we complained. And though they are telling us we should be patient, they are working on it and also. Then when you talk about the strategy, this is a very strategic road, like you can see. You can move, there is nowhere you cannot link from this road. You are going to Aguda. You can follow this road to Aguda. You are going to Lawansin, Ojuelegba, Aziz. You can also take this route to wherever you are going. In fact, most of the streets in our vicinity, they are interlinking to each other, where you can move from one spot to another. But unfortunately, here we are. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the governor of the state, Governor Sanwo-Olu. He's a listening governor, and we've been seeing his antecedents, all he has been doing all over Lagos State, and which it is recommended. We really appreciate him. And so, being this project being a state project, we also want to appeal to him to help us to quickly finish the road so that our people can have relief. Then talking about what measures we, the community, are putting in place. If you look at down the street, recently, the contractor actually wanted to block the entire road from allowing some other people to, go out and come in. But we intervened with the, intervention of the CDA executives, especially my chairman, who was around us at that point. And eventually we were able to profound a solution where instead of you blocking some set of people, we can look for alternative route, which is what we have done as we speak now, temporarily.
While also appreciating the government for fixing Mogaji Street, a nearby street in same local government area of the state, they appealed to the government to do the same for Labisi Omolaja and Ejikoijo streets that are still unfinished.
I expect if somebody wants to do anything for a community like this, it's not supposed to take a longer period of time. But it's a pity that when they started this, so we discovered they put sand with the hope that they are starting work on that very day, because based on the seriousness. But we later discover so many lapses which break our heart, let me just use. So at the end of the day, we cannot easily migrate from one street to other. We have to follow one way. And you know what that means in all these kind of small streets, for car to be forcing itself to turn. So it's a minus on our side, even if somebody wants to help you. So at least we are not happy. We are not happy. We are out of no choice, because if I'm a millionaire, I can say, let me do that. But the shoe I'm wearing, I'm patching it. So how do you want me to do that? So I have to follow, I have to keep enduring. But too long enduring is not good for me. That's what I'm just trying to tell the people in charge.
I'm in Latirelu Street, and I could see that the road is being blocked by the granite and the sands. And I just want to appeal to the MHR, Honorable Lanre Okonla, on behalf of the community, especially the people of Sanusi CDA and the resident of Latirelu Street, that out of the 52 roads that you embark on, Latirelu is one of the streets that they have not started. They only came, drop granite and the sands. Although they excavate the one side of the drainage. But I want to appeal to you, sir, that we should call on the contractors. I know the year is already going. We only have some days in the month of December. I just want you to appeal to the contractor to come to our aid, because this area you are seeing is a waterlogged area. If there is any rain now, the drainage will be blocked. So I just want you to use your power of office, as you have already highlighted the street of Latirelu to be counted among the 52 streets of which you want to embark on the construction. I know you are doing a laudable program. We believe in you, and my people also believe in you. We just want you to help us in facilitating the construction of this road.
We at Sanusi Street, we thank the state government, Governor Sanwo-Olu. We really give thanks to Senator Eshilokun, then the council chairman, Akpatira. We thank you for facilitating our streets, Sanusi Street. But what I have to say for the other streets that they did not do is that they should please come to Itire Ikate and look for other streets like Osila, Ejikoyoijo that have been there since for some years. They did not finish it. They should try and finish it up and give us. Then Sanusi Street needs street lights because they did the road, but they did not give us street lights. There are some other streets that they gave street lights, so we need it. If they do the street for us, they should at least give us street lights.
The Landlord Association revealed that the chairman in charge of the LGA at the state level has sent a representative to visit and assess the project and promised to return, but up to date, nothing is forthcoming.
Welcome back. I just want to believe that there is an explanation for the abandoning of this project. Well, a project meant to last for 12 months and now it's running into 3 years. Well, the Lagos State government is a government that listens to Lagosians' plight. However, I'm also using this medium to call on the government to kindly help the people of Olabisi Omolaje and Ijikoyeje Street under Itire Ikate LCDA Surulere area to complete the project that began since February 2022. All right, that's all we have for you on today's episode of Lagos Voices. Bye for now. I'll see you next time.
Akinola Olunowade is one of the big yam farmers in Kapam community. He grows his yam tubers in sacks and has 5 of such farms in the community. But all the farms are now gone, destroyed by the toxic pollutant of August 28.
I don't have any other thing to do now. I borrow money in the bank to do this project, sir. I cannot lie to you. I need help. I have 3 children in the university. Presently, as you are looking at me, and I need to pay their school fees. What will I do? What will I do? So I don't know what to do. That's why I'm pleading to the world. If anybody who can assist me to come up again, that you try and do it. And that you do it directly to me, not through any third party.
I am retired Lieutenant Colonel Dubagari. I retired to 2014 and I bought this place. Bought it 5 plots.
The retired Lieutenant Colonel grows grain and ginger in his 5-plot farm. But the farm is now decimated by the pollutant.
As you can see, this is ginger. The ginger was very greenish. It's not turning yellow. That means the chemical has affected it. Look at my corn. Like guinea corn now, you can see no one is surviving. All of the inside, they have dried up. Only the maize now is drying gradually. The granite there completely was gone. We have to remove it to plant beans. And so many things inside. I have a garden inside where I planted a lot of things. That is, I just have passion in farming. All my things are gone. Nothing to fall on now. We are supposed to be eating corn now, but look at the corn has gone to another thing. We have nothing to eat.
It's the same story for organic fertilizer producer and farmer Sunday Beth, whose 1-hectare grain farm is more or less now dead.
I am crying for the people who can assist us, because up to now, I've not seen the refinery people to come and see what the level of damage they damage our crop. So that is why I am crying for the assistance. Anybody that can assist us, so that we'll get what will feed the family and also see how we can revive the business.
The devastation goes beyond farmland. The residents say many of their livestock are dead, and many people in the community are now falling sick.
Many animals died. Chicken died. Even I have part of it on my phone here that I can show you if you want to see. So even the health implication, since that day, no day that I don't buy milk for my family to take. Because many of them have been complaining of chest pain, mouth bitterness, and the rest of it. I have bought roughly 1 carton of milk in my house to give to them.
The management of the refinery is yet to issue any official statement on the actual cause of the pollution, but the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESRIA, says it may have been caused by ruptured pipes conveying hydrogen chloride. But one of the residents of the community, who is a retired environmental geologist, thinks he knows the exact cause of the pollution.
Greenhouse gas was released into the atmosphere that carry a lot of poisonous gases, chlorofluorocarbon, carbon monoxide, methane gas. They were all released into the atmosphere that came down as acid rain. That's what we call it in geology, acid rain, that descended on the community, which affected even human beings. Some of the residents here, their body started scratching. Some had a respiratory problem. They had to rush their children and wife to the hospital. Then in the morning, we noticed a lot of itching. And on the third day, we noticed that some of the livestock, like goat, chicken, they started dying. So we saw the toxicity, which even made the women to go and block the road to protect to the refinery, because they approached the management and it seemed that there was lip service.
This is a chemical substances that have entered, we inhale it and it has gone into the body. It's not something that you just, it go like, as you can see, it's killing this crop gradually. That is how it's killing human beings gradually.
The residents say their lives have now been badly impacted and that they would need help as soon as possible. They say the sooner the help they are seeking comes, the better for them and their community. But there's no question that full recovery for Kapam community will take a very long time.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria bases. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here. Both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shekhar Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea caution coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, The major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I am seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. Over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house, as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now.
all information about your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civic center, then too, all of them have gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building, the church street and the church building. Is gone already.
Anyway. And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenyiwa. Then after Omogbenyiwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's called.
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. Yes. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer
gone. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
Tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn, church wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land we gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenge is that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by the ocean surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into extinction. We don't want that because Aito community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Aito was having a technical school, the Aito community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Aito community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè chọ́ọ̀chì, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works and accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
It's a pleasure to have you join us on Money Matters on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. The Nigerian Customs Service has suspended the implementation of the widely criticized 4% free on-board value on import. A statement signed by the Customs National Public Relations Officer Abdullahi Maiwada disclosed the latest development on February 11th in Abuja. The amount as stipulated in Section 18, subsection 1A of the Nigerian Customs Service Act of 2023 has already raised concerns among businesses struggling with high operating costs. Maiwada said the suspension presents an opportunity to review the revenue framework holistically. We'll go on a short break now and be back with corporate stories. Welcome back. Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has reduced the cost of its diesel product to 1,020 naira per litre, down from 1,075 naira per litre at the gantry price, in an effort to better serve its customers and Nigerians in general. Since it began diesel production in January 2024, the refinery has reduced the price of diesel more than 3 times, from an initial 1,700 naira per litre to the current rate, thus providing much-needed relief to manufacturers and consumers alike. The latest reduction of 55 naira per litre for diesel follows the revelation by Ken Ife, a development economist and public policy analyst, that the Dangote Petroleum Refinery sacrificed over 10 billion naira to ensure the availability of petrol at a uniform price across the country during the youth-out period. We'll take a breather here, but when Money Matters return, we're discussing the CBN announcing a revision of transaction fees for automated teller machines. I'll bring you details after this break. Welcome back. The Central Bank of Nigeria has announced a revision of transactions fee for automated teller machines. In a circular signed by John Onoja, the Acting Director of the Financial Policy and Regulation Department, the Apex Bank disclosed that international ATM withdrawals will be charged according to the rates set by the international acquirer. The Apex Bank attributed the review to rising costs and the need to enhance efficiency in ATM operations. The CBN has directed all financial institutions to comply with the new fee structure ahead of the March 1st implementation. The regulator emphasized that these adjustments aim to improve ATM service efficiency while ensuring that charges remain fair and appropriate for consumers. Now, with this new adjustment, customers withdrawing at the ATMs of their banks and financial institutions will be charged, while customers withdrawing from ATM of other banks would now be charged 100 naira per every 20,000 naira. The CBN said that for off-site ATMs not on a bank's premises, like those at shopping malls, eateries and other public places, a subcharge of no more than 500 naira per every 20,000 naira will apply, in addition to the statutory 100 naira fee for withdrawals by customers of other banks' ATMs. This announcement by the Apex Bank comes when Nigerians are still trying to adjust to the 50% increase in telecommunication tariffs. Now let's discuss this further. Top economist Shaibu Idris now joins me on the program. Thank you for your time, Mr. Idris. So what are your thoughts on the CBN's... Yeah, thank you, sir. What are your thoughts on the CBN's plan to apply charges for transactions on automated teller machines? Do you think it's a necessary charge, seeing that most ATMs in the country are non-functional?
Oh, well, I will answer your question in two folds. Number one, charges are necessary so that the banks can recover, the cost of operation, particularly given the challenges businesses are facing in the country. You are talking of, an entity called Nigeria, where each and every one of us, we are a mini government. You have to provide for water, you have to provide for electricity, road network, everything you can think of that ordinarily we should be taken for granted, we are still having to grapple with. Imagine a branch of a bank operating say 24 hours, 7 days a week on diesel. How much diesel will they consume and at what rate? Remember, the shareholders of the banks are investors and they are expecting for returns. So is it necessary to charge? Yes, it is necessary to charge. But how much is fair? To the best of my knowledge and belief, 100 naira, per 20,000 naira withdrawal from a bank is a bit on the high side. I would have thought maybe a charge of 5 naira, 10 naira, at most 20 naira on every 20,000 naira withdrawal from the bank will be much more than appropriate. Noting the fact that there are other charges associated with such a withdrawal. You have to pay, transaction fee, you have to pay stamp duty fees, you have to pay even for the transaction alert that been sent to you. The charges by the GSM service operators has just been increased. So the text message that we receive, instead of about 4 naira that we are being charged, even though these banks are supposed to subsidize such charges, instead of asking us to pay 4 naira, they should be charging us maybe 1 naira 20 kobo, 1 naira 50 kobo, at most 1 naira, 2 naira per, say SMS, because it's a bulk SMS they are sending. You will see that by the time you calculate and accumulate transaction cost on a typical 20,000 naira withdrawal, a customer may be paying between 750 to 1,000 naira if care is not taken. Will this be good for an economy that is grappling with enormous amount of, quantum of the businesses that are not captured in the financial ecosystem of the country? This can be a disincentive to banking.
Now, like you mentioned, charges are very important, and one of the reasons the Apex Bank gave is that it will address rising operational costs and also enhance efficiency in the banking sector. Now, are you convinced that these new charges will guarantee better user experience and also improve ATM service and reliability, or do you think it's just going to be an increment that happens every now and then without any changes?
I beg to differ, with that reason. Should we first look at the possibility of having an efficient environment before you begin to charge me? Or should I pay you so that you now give me efficient environment. Why are there investors in the bank in the first instance? This efficiency they are talking about, will these charges dovetail to, say, better electricity supply? Will these charges enhance, say, reliability of internet banking that each and every one of us grapple with? The data, is epileptic, even the telephony, the voicemail, you are speaking and is cutting. So these monies that are being charged, are they going to be transferred to, say, the GSM service operators? Are they going to be transferred, say, to the distribution agency, the electricity distribution agency, or the generating companies, or the transmission company of Nigeria? So this amorphous statement that these charges will enhance efficiency of the system, I think is gimmick, and the central bank and the people behind the central bank should come out of this gimmick and allow the customers a space to breathe. We need to breathe because we are being strangulated. Right now, a number of people that I've been discussing with, I just came into Lagos yesterday from Kaduna, and I was in quite a number of nooks and crannies of Kaduna. I was in Zaria, I was in Giwa, I was in 2 other localities, the remote part of Nigeria. People are complaining about the excessive charges banks are heaping on them. Last week, a POS operator that I occasionally use to get Naira from, a young lady by name Biodun, you won't believe, she told me that, oh, Alaji, I normally have to incentivize bank tellers to be able to get cash. So if I go as a customer, I want to withdraw 100,000 Naira, the bank denies me that opportunity to withdraw 100,000 Naira. I can only take 20,000 Naira. But when I come to relate with a POS operator, on 100,000 Naira, I am charged 2,000 Naira. I mean, come of it. And then when I complained, she said, Alaji, if you know what we go through, apart from the charges the bank does to us, we have to incentivize. Is it the way to run a financial system? Is it the way to run a banking environment? Is it the way to encourage people to patronize banks? I think Yemi Cardoso needs to have a rethink of the way and manner he is running the monetary system of governance in Nigeria.
All right, like you mentioned, so many Nigerians have expressed their displeasure with the continuous charges we've been seeing. Now, seeing very well that the CBN has attributed the increase to making sure bank services are very, very operational and functional, what other things do you think the federal government can do to ensure that people get the best experience when it comes to ATM as against increasing the charges?
I think with the recent development that the NCC, the Nigerian Telecommunication Commission, Communication Commission rather, the fact that they have allowed the GSM service operators an opportunity to increase tariffs, let's hope that investment will get into that sector of our national economy, because it has become a critical aspect of our economy. Because without this service, GSM service operators operating efficiently and effectively, our system could easily grind to a halt or collapse. So let's hope that that will be good. But going further, I think it is high time that Nigerians, if our government is not able to provide electricity, government should declare a kind of state of emergency in the electricity sector. Where you are, picking my signal right now as we speak, for the last 3, 4 days, 5 days, even though we are on band A, there is no electricity. I mean, so how do you expect, efficiency of any sort? Now, the fact that there is inefficiency in a system will excruciating charges bring efficiency. You know, why do you want to whip a dead horse again? Nigerians are drowning. You know, taxation is getting higher. There is a proposal to increase value-added tax. You know, there has been removal in subsidy from this aspect to that aspect of our lives. And then in addition to all this, there is no respite. It's just to increase charges, tax and tax and tax and tax. If they are not careful, there will not be anybody alive to be taxed again. I think the government and all government agencies should tread on the path of caution. Recently, my dear sister, even the customs agency are just, rumoring that they will introduce a 4% surcharge on free on-board goods. By the time you add all these charges, one wonders, where are we heading to? I think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be told that there is need for him to remember that there are commoners in Nigeria. There are people who are not able to have 3 square meals in a day. There are people who are barely surviving. So every form of taxation needs to be think out thoroughly before its implementation.
The advent of POS operators, because there's hardly any place in Nigeria that you will not get to see a POS operator. Now, there are still certain Nigerians that rely on ATM for cash, now, especially in areas with limited banking experiences and services. Now, saying that we are not really sure if the federal government would reverse this new increment, do you think, or what do you say we will say are the possible financial burdens on the average consumer, and what can they do to navigate this?
I think if you are saying that people have to use POS in areas where there are no banks, my dear sister, that is a bit putting it mildly. You know, I live in Lagos, around Ikoyi area. My office is in central Lagos. You can imagine how many branches of banks are there, and yet I'm not able to get cash. Even when you walk up to the bank, you are not able to get cash. You are told you can only withdraw 20,000 naira. So somebody living in Lagos, the financial capital of Nigeria, the nerve center of finance in Africa as a whole, you cannot get cash. So how much more of those, say, living around Ikpe, Ikorodu, or Badagry areas of Lagos? Imagine the excruciating burden that this system of trying to hoodwink and force people to have ATM cards and then to be able to get into banks. You have to make it relatively easy for people to be able to operate the financial, in the financial system relatively easily. If you want to have a bank account today, they ask you for your national identity number. If you don't have, it's an issue. They ask you for utility bill. If you live in a face me, I face you building, or you live in a block of flat where you are having shared services like electricity 1 meter, water bill 1 meter, water system 1 meter, how do you get utility bill to be able to present to a bank to open an account with you, for you? You know, when you look at, the way we structure our rules, regulations, and policies, they are not generally friendly, and to worsen the situation, the charges will further drive away people from the financial system that we are trying to encourage people to embrace and get into. Charges, as you said, as we agree, may be necessary, but there should be some level of human face to the amount of charges that you want to collect for the fee. I ask you, must we charge to be able to have efficiency? In this era, in this day and age of technology, where you can use AI, you can use robotics to be able to enhance efficiency, enhance performance. By the time you are leveraging on technology, what are you expecting to see? You are expecting to see a downward spiral of cost and charges. So, but in our own climate, the other way around is it. Even though with technology, even though with fewer and fewer, front desk operators, what are we seeing? Charges are going up and up and up and up. Is that fair? Somebody somehow, somewhere should please endeavor to have a human face so that we can breathe. I keep saying we want to breathe. We can't breathe. The charges are enormous.
So at the moment in Nigeria, it seems like every sector is increasing their charges. The MPA recently approved a 15% increase for the Nigerian Port Authority, and then the NCC also approved a 50% increase for telecom operators in the country. Now, given the simultaneous increases in banking and telecommunication costs, how can you see the average Nigerian reducing ATM withdrawals and mobile transactions? Or what ripple effect do you think this might have on financial and economic activities in the country?
Honestly, since the commencement of this government, close to about 1,700 or 2,000 businesses, have closed down. These statistics are not manufactured. Manufacturers Association of Nigeria did bring out some of these figures. Even the Nigerian Bureau for Statistics brought out some of these statistics. Now, with increased charges, what will be happening is more and more and more businesses that are not able to pass on this cost to the consumers are likely going to fold off. And the implication of businesses folding off is that unemployment will increase, poverty level will increase, insecurity will increase. The consequences is enormous, to our corporate existence as a nation, because the charges, I repeat, the charges are too many. Nigerians want to breathe. We are being strangulated. Like you have rightly said, MPA have increased charges. What do you think an importer who pays MPA additional 15% on the charges of bringing in his or her cargo through the Nigerian port? What do you think will happen to that company? The company will obviously work towards passing that cost to the consumer. And if care is not taken, these kind of charges could again backfire, because cargoes will be diverted to neighboring countries like Benin Republic, like Togo, and then people might be bringing in the cargo through the back door. Smuggling will then exacerbate. The moment you see that organizations such as MPA, Nigerian Port Authority, are not able to bring in additional revenue to the government, our government, the cost of governance, the source of the funding to finance the cost of governance wouldn't be available. So what happens? So if we are not careful, we are taking actions that will eventually cause the system to become a standstill at a point, because everybody will be so burdened on the various charges, taxes, fees, levies, and what have you. And I think I keep craving the indulgence of the finance minister, the economy minister, and indeed Mr. President himself, to please endeavor to have a rethink on some of these. We feel you. We know that you inherited an economy that was having some challenges. We know that there were policies that they should have been implemented 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and they were not implemented. We encourage you, and we certainly, dub our heart that you have the courage to implement some of these policies. But please also have the courage to have a bit of a human feelings. also have a courage to stagger the implementation of these policies, also have the courage to reduce the cost of governance, also have the courage to endeavor to realize that it is business unusual. So your spending, your ways of life, your ways of doing things need to be significantly reviewed with a view to be making them in tune of the current reality, so that Nigerians will see that, yes, you are, re-electable come 2027, and not to think that you are there, you are enjoying, and you are leaving us suffering.
All right, so now finally, briefly, the CBN has been pushing for a cashless economy for a very long time. Now, if the government is increasing banking costs while also making telecom services more expensive, do you think this can slow down financial inclusion and digital adoption instead of encouraging a cashless economy? And then what exactly can the government do better instead of increasing charges?
What I've told you is these charges, if any, are inimical to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals as espoused by the United Nations. Financial inclusion being one of them. So naturally, when you tax people, when you levy charges on transactions, don't I have another option? The answer is yes, there are options. We have been a bit concerned with the operation of cryptocurrency because this is not a transaction that generally is within the purview of government. Chances are people will go underground and continue to operate through the cryptocurrency. We've been trying to make sure that dollar is unattractive to Nigerians, so it shouldn't be a store of value, because if we were to go by the actual demands for dollars for importation of raw materials and other services, the value of Naira will be somewhere around 950, maximum 980 Naira to a dollar, as opposed to what we have today at 1,400 or 1,500. Now, with this increase in charges, what the system, the regulators are pushing us to is to take flight to safety. Maybe we should be holding pound sterling, the euro or dollar to be transacting in such currencies as opposed to Naira. Because if I put in my Naira, number one, I can't access my Naira when I need to access my Naira. If I'm going to access it and I have to get the Naira, I have to pay for accessing my Naira. They don't pay us interest. Even on savings account, the interest is near zero. In an economy that is facing inflation of somewhere around 36-37%, you are paying 2 or 3%. Is that income? Is that sustainable? For the current account holders, you don't get anything. And then you want to take your money, you charge me. And you are telling me I should come and patronize banks because more and more people should be, should be included in the financial system because we want to achieve, financial inclusion. No wonder a country of about 250 million population has less than 100 million bank accounts. These figures aren't palatable. This is not encouraging. So if we must endeavor if we must, encourage people to open bank accounts to get into the banking industry, the earlier we lower these charges and make them fair, reasonable, and affordable, the better. Otherwise, we should forget about having targets to achieve any financial inclusion of any sort, because I'm not sure if any, let's say, a laborer, choose my choice of words, a worker who earns salary. Let's say you are paid minimum wage of 70,000 Naira and you want to withdraw your 70,000 Naira, say 2-3 times, 20,000 Naira at each time. How much charges will you pay? By the time you look at that, a driver or a security man having to pay, let's say, 5,000 naira or 70,000 naira salary per month. Is that realistic? Is that fair? Is that reasonable? I mean, we should be human. We should be humane enough.
All right, let's hope that moving forward, the Nigerian government will put a hold on all of those charges we are seeing at this time, and they will do better. Top economist Shaibu Idris, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure that I'm having the opportunity to discuss this subject matter. I do pray that the government listen, they hear, and they listen, and they implement our suggestion, because it is in the overall interest of all of us, not just themselves, but even us that are citizens.
Let's hope that the government does that. Thank you so much for your time once again, sir. Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. See you next time.
Inspecting his ruined ginger farm. Elisha Handan is one of the big ginger farmers in the Sarbon Serki area of Jaba local government area of Kaduna State in northwest Nigeria. Virtually all the ginger in his 4-hectare land here have been hit by a strange disease which is causing the leaves of the ginger plant to turn brown, dry up and then die.
I planted ginger here this year, early April. The ginger was doing well, germinated well, doing well. When I applied the first fertilizer or the first application of fertilizer, the ginger grew very effectively and very well. Suddenly, I started to spot out some symptoms of disease. I thought that it's a normal, maybe shortage of rain. I never knew there's a menace. Before I know, the whole farm was affected. And not only this farm, but all of my farms, out of about 4, all of them were affected. And you can see the effect of the disease all over. That's where, anywhere you go now, you see all of the farms. They are looking like this.
It's the same story for Joseph Jatu, another ginger farmer in Jama'a local government area of the state. His entire ginger farm has caught the same disease, sparing only the vegetable he planted within the farm.
Both the leaves dry and the rhizome inside the ground also get rotten. So we are suffering a lot of loss, especially in this particular part of the world where we produce a lot of ginger. That is the mainstay of our economy, is now nowhere to be found. That the sustainable aspect of it is ruined by this infection. You can see we have abandoned this farm. We are not within it anymore. You can see the grass because we are discouraged.
Nigeria ranks among the largest producers of ginger in the world, and southern Kaduna accounts for the bulk of Nigeria's fresh ginger production. Almost every farmer in the region of the country grows ginger on a commercial scale. The current ginger disease will therefore seriously impact the local economy of the area, as this year's harvest is already affected.
We are pleading for an intervention. If there is any preventive method or measure that the government will take, please, they should intervene. We have tried all that within our own. I have tried all that within my own end. I've applied fungicide, all the measures that one would do. I've done it, but to no effect.
And what we are asking for is that both government at all level and as well as even the international community should come to our help, because this is more than disaster. When disaster occurs, you find out that relief material will be sent down there. This is a disaster, economic disaster. And we need help from within the government and within the international community.
This outbreak is already posing a lot of threat on the continuity of the ginger cultivation, because a lot of farms have gone down. So the hope of having seedlings for future cultivation is actually a major concern. So it calls for a state of emergency for intervention from all spheres of government, individuals of goodwill, and international community.
When an incident happened like this, there will be rapid response strategy adopted by all relevant agencies to cope the situation, identify the challenge, and not leave it in the hands of the poor farmer or just an association to tackle it. We have worked hand in gloves with almost all the relevant agencies to address these matters. But most of the efforts we are doing now is mostly on our own.
At the Institute for Agricultural Research in the state, scientists are hard at work trying to understand the disease and come up with a solution. But there's no definitive breakthrough.
Actually, the organisms we are suspecting, like most fungi, when the environment is moist, there is high relative humidity, low temperature, the organisms are favored. And we are suspecting there are multiple fungi, as I showed you here. So, but the specific one was still on. So that is what we are doing. From the interview and from what we saw, we gave them some suggestions on what to do to remedy the rhizomes that are in the soil. And possibly we are planning, or if we get opportunity, of course we have to train them or explain to them what measures should take against the next season. We are likely having the organism to belong to the family Humaceae, what we call water mold. Those are what, among the fungi, you know, they are in the categories. They are the water lovers. They multiply very fast when you have low temperature and high relative humidity. So, and most of them, they seem to be more sensitive to the metalaxyl group and some other groups. So we suggested those one for them. But as we said, there are some other organisms there. It's like complex issue. So we suggested if they get metalaxyl containing fungicides along with carbendazim or tobaconazole, that one can work. So these are some of the suggestions we gave them. So from the infected plants, the rhizomes also are carrying the inoculum. And because everybody is into production, the source of seed or rhizome for next season is usually from the previous year's harvest. The harvest part of it, sell it and get the money, keep the other one to become seed for the following season. And the organisms, by the time the crop is off or the season is off, during the dry season, they go produce surviving structures. These are the structures they are able to survive under unfavorable conditions, the dry season. they don't have the host. There's no plant growing. So, and those ones are now left in the soil. So if you bring your crop next year to plant, they will now infect it. And as I told you, almost every piece of land in that ginger growing area is subjected to ginger. Even if it's not 100% ginger, that is, they will plant ginger, and as the season goes on, they will go and intercept few stands of maize or a few stands of other crop. But the main crop has been ginger, and year in, year out. So both the soils and the rhizome are already a source of inoculum. So that is most likely what had happened. And so that's why we said we have to tackle it both ways, both in the soil, both in the seed. And of course, the simpler one for us is the seed. You can manage by handling the seed, because it will be difficult for you either to drench 10 hectares with fungicide. It will be so costly. So it's easier to address or treat the rhizome before you go to the field with it. So that is what, and then as I said, the pathogen is, one of them is an oomycete, which is polycyclic. That is what we are saying. Polycyclic is during the season, apart from the inoculum that started infection at the beginning of the season, as the leaves are growing, the organism is producing more and more and more and more of the inoculum, which we call secondary inoculum. And those ones are spread to other healthy plants around by air. Rain splash, when it rains, blows it up and down. And so you see that the disease multiplies very rapidly during the rainy season. Even if the initial inoculum was small, but because it's a polycyclic disease, it multiplies very fast. Before you reach half the season, a lot of fields have been infected.
Of course, a lot of damage has been done. We visited some of the fields and we discovered that the leaves and the rhizomes, the ginger underground, was so devastated that the damage was so severe. And our target, of course, is to preserve the little harvest, whatever is still remaining, against next season. But like I said, in the interim, we made suggestions to farmers where the incidence was not very severe, and the farmers applied our management measures that we gave them, and they reported, some of them reported to us that they were getting good result from the management of the disease on their crop. Now, our target now is to protect the harvest against next season. But this problem has actually been available. It has been around at a lower magnitude. It is this year that it reached epidemic, most likely because of continuous production on the same area of land. Most diseases of agricultural crops are best managed culturally by rotating the crops on the fields. If you grow one crop on a particular field year in, year out, there is a build-up of the disease inoculum that will get to a level that it explodes. In other words, it causes a severe damage on the crop. So the Kaduna State government is making arrangement to sensitize or train the farmers on how to manage their fields. So one of the major ways is to practice crop rotation. And when the fields are waterlogged, when there is poor drainage, it enhances the activities of this disease-causing organism, and therefore the incidence gets so high, and there will be
a high level of damage. So at the sensitizing workshop or the training that will be mounted by sponsored by the state government, we intend to create this awareness to farmers so that they will know how to manage it. And then other measures in which they can preserve the planting materials so that they remain healthy until the planting season.
If you go to your farm and you discover that all your ginger is healthy, the leaves, nothing is happening to them, will you suspect that something is wrong with it?
As they wait for a definitive pronouncement from the Institute for Agricultural Research, the farmers are now getting some helpful information on the likely cause of the disease.
Our date research confirms that these bacteria whelps, they are bacteriums. They are pathogenic bacteriums that actually attack the ginger. It's not something you can see with your eyes. If you don't know the signs, you won't know when to take action. And that's why some of you, when you saw it, some of you call ants, soldier ants and things like that. And you did not take action on time. And when they started giving you interventions, some of you came to us and started complaining.
One of the big corporate farmers in the area has been holding special sessions like this one to further train and enlighten the farmers of best farming practices to prevent the disease.
What we are trying to achieve is how to sensitize other farmers from the large scale to the large scale farmers to medium and small scale farmers on how to manage the situation on ground in order to have a possible way to salvage the remnant of what is left in their farms in order to preserve seed against next farming season.
Well, I have never heard of government intervention yet. I never heard it. So we at our own level, we are working with farmers. So this is our own level, this is our own efforts of trying to intervene, bringing farmers together, sensitizing them on some of the mistakes, of course, that they had made before, and some of the practices that have been practicing before that led to this outbreak. Ignorantly, they don't know honestly. So because when we interview, when we were discussing with them, some of them never knew at all whether it is a disease or anything. They were just imagining what has come about this. But when we now put them together in this training, we sat them down and we told them, this is how it has all started, that we have come to this point. So now that we have, come together, bring farmers together, and we have discussed with them, I want to believe that federal government is hearing. And so at our own level, yes, we have made our impact, but we believe that when federal government hears of this and hears the level of intervention at which at least RIMA Guarantee Network is doing, they can now come in as a father. And so we want to believe that their intervention will save this situation because they have the muscles to do it. Now, when we went around the farm, we discovered that because some farmers don't have so much land, some of them even grow ginger year in, year out. Under good recommendation, you don't grow ginger like that. And so if you are growing it year in, year out, you are going to aggravate the development of those diseases. And that is why it has happened to this level. And because you understand, many people now are conscious of investing in agriculture. And so the level of ginger cultivation in southern Kaduna this year is far more than every other year you would think of. So everybody has gone in, but they are using old seeds. Old seeds that have been sold for years, carrying diseases, not treated. The seeds are not treated, the soil is not treated. And so when they plant this, it leads to the outbreak of this fungal and bacterial disease that we are seeing.
If you check ginger production in southern Kaduna, we were not using chemical fertilizer from onset to a larger extent early 90s. We were not using chemical fertilizer. It's either we use cattle dung, or we use goat manure, or we use waste, or we use poultry compost and things like that. And the beneficial insects were not being disturbed. When these beneficial insects are not disturbed, then they have the power to deal with these fungi that destroy crops and so forth. But now that since early 90s to this time, even this years, where much of chemical fertilizer is pour into the farm, if you see the application, it's no matter of that they follow recommendation. No, they don't follow recommendation. All they want is that the more fertilizer they put, they feel that will bring them the more ginger. And so therefore, this chemical fertilizer begin to destroy this beneficial insect and rendering the fungicide and bacteria that are meant to attack our crop to have more strength, multiply, become powerful soldiers that said, well, now we are ready. We are now a brigade of soldiers. We can now deal with this ginger and things like that, nothing to stop us.
So what we would have to do, the reality, is to, of course, re-sensitize the farmers on the inputs they use. Now that this has been activated, next year, it will still happen again. The best solution to this, the truth, if wishes were horses, is to abandon that land for 2-3 years. That is the best. 2-3 years, don't do anything on that land. That would be the best. Then come back in the 4th year and do it.
The farmers are hoping that what they learned from this seminar, in addition to advice from the Institute for Agricultural Research, will help them overcome their current challenge.
By the grace of God, we are always losing hope. But with this workshop, we really appreciate God. That is why I'm very highly expected, and I give God all the glory for attending this very wonderful workshop. We are always losing hope, thinking that all hope lost, we can't even move forward. But with this workshop today, we are picking up.
In fact, I really appreciate it, and I equally gain much about this lecture, because I learned where we, the farmers, have come short in the planting of the ginger. First of all, we have to clean the ginger before farming it. Then we should look for compound manure. We should not put ourselves much in these chemicals. So I really get more from the lecture today.
Ginger to southern Kaduna means a lot because it's the major cash crop of the southern Kaduna people. There are other crops southern Kaduna people cultivate, but predominantly they cultivate those crops for food, for their own personal consumption. But when it comes to ginger is actually the major cash crop, meaning that it is the economic booster and the sustainer of the people of southern Kaduna. As agric is actually the only industry that provides a space for everyone, both the learned and the unlearned. So ginger is actually a major cash crop that actually help a lot of families and individuals in southern Kaduna to be sustained economically.
If the whole of ginger is destroyed, it's going to affect the GDP of the country. It will go to affect the income of farmers. It will increase poverty. So it's a matter of really urgent interest that needs to be addressed, because I can tell you that more than 90% of ginger grown in southern Kaduna has been infested. And so it means that by next year, the farmers will not have enough seeds to plant. So it's going to affect their income.
Nigeria's ginger output is sure to take a dip this year and will sure hit the farmers hard. They're hoping that the remedial measures they've been taught to apply will work before a final solution comes from the Institute for Agricultural Research, which is racing against time to find a final fix to the problem.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
And welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, music, fashion, food, dance, whatever you can think of entertainment, I got you covered. So now, before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest in the entertainment segment. So first on the list, we have Fields. Fields earns his first gold certification in United States, and it's really, really amazing, like seeing our Nigerian stars actually making waves in the industry. It's really, really amazing seeing like them making global recognition and everything around the world. I'm really, really happy for Fields, because I think coming up, I didn't really know so much about Fields, but him actually making waves is a good one. And he, I think his song, this Finesse, that we had this Folake challenge dance and everything, was actually what even got him this award. It's really, really amazing seeing him doing this, and it's a plus on Nigeria side as well. So next on the list, we have our Grammy winner terms. Ains have 4 new certifications in the United States. This is our Grammy winner. Like, she's going to add this to her collection now of plagues and everything. Like, it's really, really amazing seeing our own girl, you can understand, like, making it in the industry. I'm really, really happy for Thames personally, because have some of our songs like Love Me Jeje and other ones have actually gained her so much recognition outside, and I'm really, really, really happy that Nigerians are actually doing so well there. So last on the list, we have Priscilla Ojo. That's Igabo Ojo's daughter, is officially off the market. Yay! Like, it's really amazing. I'm happy because our mom person has always said that she actually wants her daughter to actually marry like on early, like her early stage. I think Priscilla is like maybe 24 or 23 thereabouts, and she's actually off the market. Like, it's really, really amazing. And her husband is Muslim. Now, that one is another gist on its own, maybe the next time, because people have been dragging, you're getting married to a Muslim guy and everything. But regardless, we're happy for her and we wish her all the best in her marriage. So today we'll be diving into the world of fashion and innovation. So get ready to witness creativity in full as we explore designs and trends in the world. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. So yeah, with me in the studio is Dates. He founded and launched the Made by Dates in 2020 as a trauma response and a way to channel his thoughts and process into something creative and positive. Here with me is Dates. Hello, hi.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, good. I can see you're in the fashion. It's giving all the trends. You look good. You look really amazing. I like your heart.
Too.
Thank you. I like your outfits.
Thank you.
Good. So now, how's fashion been so far? Like, how has everything been from when you started in 2020 to now? Just tell us a bit about it.
Tough.
Tough?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
But like, pushing.
Oh, okay.
So like, basically, MBD is just a fashion that we focus mostly on the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Street fashion.
Yeah, street fashion. So basically, we try to express ourselves and try to tell the world what happens in the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. So how's the journey been?
Not bad.
Not bad?
Basically, I have a lot of friends that support.
Yeah, and
so
that's
like,
another thing too.
And it has been going really smoothly for me.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay. So when did you officially start? Was it in 2020?
In 2020, I was just like making my clothes for myself.
And for yourself to wear? Okay.
Yeah. Then,
like people liked it?
Yeah. Like in school, I'd like my friends.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, where did you get this?
Okay.
And like, oh, I made it.
Okay.
So that's the vibe.
Oh, that's good. So like you actually make your clothes, like you sew them and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Good. So can you tell us a bit about how starting MBD?
Yeah.
Yeah. How like you like the concept, the idea. Is this just something you just, let me just out of fun, or you actually just, it's a passion now?
Yeah, it's a passion now.
Okay.
But initially when I started, it was like, I was doing it for myself.
Okay, like business. Let me just...
I was just doing it for myself, not for business.
Okay, but now it's official.
Yeah, it's official now. So I was just doing it for myself and I put it on. Then my friends too, like I said, my friends, they only support me.
Definitely.
And yeah, that's it. So whenever they want it, they pay. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this is your...
Okay. So now I know like we have like a lot of fashion designers like everywhere now. So you picking street fashion. Why street fashion? Is it something like you just gel with?
No, basically it's not just street fashion.
Okay.
I also I love the alternative scene too.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but for now I'm just like in the street side.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Okay.
About yourself, when I started and all like that, just basically about your personal self and how fashion has been.
About myself, I'm Toby.
Okay.
Yeah. So I started fashion from the streets. So I grew up in Ikorodu.
Okay.
So I always look at people, their fashion and their style. So that's just like the vibe for me, just observing what people put on in the streets. Yeah, so like right from time.
Okay.
And I love chilling with like some of like my friends that are also into designing.
Okay.
So we always create things. We don't like bring them outside, but we create.
Okay.
Yeah, like we've been creating from way back.
Way back.
Yeah, well, like we've not been bringing it outside.
Oh, like just something you just do.
Just something we just do. So
on your own.
yeah, on my own. So, but now I'm done with school.
Okay.
So like I'm ready for the world to know that there is a deed here.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. We actually need to know that personally.
Yeah,
so let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll go on a quick break, guys. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. Here with me in the studio is still Dates. So now, Dates, tell us about some fashion designers or like maybe role models you really, really want to work with in the fashion industry and all. Just tell us a bit.
Fashion industry.
Okay.
I look up to, like, obviously the person I looked up to is not alive anymore.
Oh,
yeah,
so
Virgil
sorry.
Abloh. So, yeah, but then like I'm trying to like follow his own legacy. So like I don't see anybody again.
So like he's the only one.
Nah, I don't see anybody again. In fact.
So in like the whole
let's
just say fashion industry, there's no one that actually comes to your mind apart from him.
No, right now I don't think about anybody because I want to focus on myself.
Yourself. So just do you, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just doing me right now.
Okay, good. So now, where do we see you like in the next 5 years to come? Like, what plans do you have? Projects you're working on, and you're about just about yourself.
In the next 5 years, I see myself getting my flowers.
For like all the work you've done,
yeah, I have to. And for now, I'm working with Antigen.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's a friend.
Yeah.
So we're working on a collection.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll be bringing it out this summer.
Okay.
So like everyone should get ready for it.
Okay, we will, guys, we will.
Yeah.
So now, just tell me a bit about your creative process. Do you like get inspiration for, or let's just say, thoughts from one or two designers, and you just produce yours? Like, just tell me about your idea and bring it to life, basically.
Like I said, I get my ideas from the streets.
Okay.
Yeah. So like my collection, Erini means peace.
Oh,
it's a Greek word.
Okay.
So basically on the street, like you see people fighting.
Definitely.
Like, they're always fighting.
They're always fighting.
So like, and what's the opposite of violence?
Yeah.
So I just like have to put what I'm seeing on the streets. That's what I'm saying. I get my inspiration and my ideas from the streets.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there any project you're currently working on? Something you just want to give us a hint about?
Yeah, I'm working on I'm working on a collection with Antigen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when do we expect that?
All right, we'll put it out there when the time is. Yeah. And I'm also working on my own collection.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, I named it IKD Express.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So,
I actually like the outfit. It's really, really cute. It's giving the street, exactly like you said, street fashion and just Gen Z and like just a random thing.
Thank
basically.
you.
So now, like you, actually, I think you sell your clothes abroad as well.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so how do you get that done?
I have friends over there.
Okay.
That just like
send for me. I know. So like
send for me, and their friends love it also.
Oh, good.
They get
the
it
texture, quality, everything is top notch, right?
Yeah, always.
Always. So we're looking out for more designs from you.
Thank you.
Okay, now just tell us a bit about your challenges. Like you said, it has not been so smooth, but God is good. So just tell us a bit about it.
For me, I'm a quiet type.
Okay.
So like I don't like talking, but like I only talk in my head.
Your head.
Yeah, talk to myself, like different part of myself.
Okay. So the challenges were like.
So it was like people obviously misunderstood me.
All right.
And it's calm though. Like I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's just a challenge for me. But like it doesn't be cool. Like you can't just misunderstand. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No. So let's just say, talking about the business now and the challenges. You starting and you getting people to buy things you've made. How has it been?
No, I don't force my product on people.
Okay.
So like when they see it, they love it.
Okay.
When you love it, you want to buy it.
Okay.
So that's it. So like I don't like, come and buy. I'm just doing my heart, and if you love my heart, fuck with my heart, you get it.
Good. So like, is there any memorable achievements you've had so far? Something that you actually didn't see coming, but it actually blew your mind away in the
like. Yeah.
I didn't know I was going to be here, and yeah.
Like for me, it's just like getting my outfit like to some part of the world.
Okay.
Yeah, like my outfit don't even go places where I never go. So like,
as it should.
Yeah.
Definitely, like you will obviously see it everywhere and all. Okay, so now how do you connect with like customers and everything? It's like a website people shop from?
Instagram, Twitter.
Okay, so they send a DM, get your outfit.
DM and you get your outfit.
Good. So do you think you want to go into maybe creating good native cultural attires streets? Do you see yourself going to that? Because that's something
definitely.
I feel personally will never ever go out
Yeah,
of
I
trend,
will.
like our culture. So I want to actually, I don't know, I'm just imagining like your kind of idea
Yeah.
and something like that. Like
I
just
plan on
streets.
doing that too.
Okay.
But not for now.
Oh, maybe
But
somewhere.
I will definitely
Do it.
venture into it.
Okay. That's fine. So let's go on the break.
Okay.
Be right back. Guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So let's talk about you sourcing for materials for like your brand now. So where do you get your materials from, and like how do you think they're good for your people or for your customers?
For me, I make my products in Nigeria, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like typical from the soil.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I go to some places to source for my material.
Outfits and all.
Yeah, and great quality as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and like the process, I'm always enjoying the process.
It's just something.
Yeah, I just enjoy the process. I just love going there and just doing my thing.
So now it's something that
Like I'm doing it for me. Like I just want to put it. I want to put it on.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to put it on. So like I said, when I put it on, people want to get it.
And the way so more like people say you get to market your your business yourself. So
Yeah.
like you looking good, like hey I like
Like
the
basically,
shirt.
MBD is made by it.
Okay.
So I make like everything is me.
Okay, that's good. So now let's talk about the economy. For example, have you had issues with the pricing of your outfits? It's quite expensive and everything.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
A lot. So it's something that's going to pull off our necks.
Like, but then like it is my heart. So like you just need to accept it the way it is.
Yeah, expensive things are good way. I would say.
So and besides, I still get people that cop my image. Yeah.
Okay. Good. So now let's talk about funding or how you start capital for the business. I know, trust me, I know it's like a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Getting it done, getting the materials, getting the printouts and everything. Just tell us a bit about it and how you've been able to manage so far since 2020.
Well, financially,
okay.
I'll just appreciate my dad, you know, like.
So daddy helps.
Yeah,
family is there.
Like family has been like so supportive.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do my part also.
All right.
So yeah, so like when it comes to the funding, that's just like how it is.
Okay, good. Is there
like when I started, yeah. So, but now I get orders now, so I get to like invest more
in it. Okay, so will you tag your own designs to be something unique and different from any other person?
Fashion, like whatever I'm doing now, someone I've done it before.
Yeah, like you said, you have a role model, someone you look up to.
Yeah, like someone I've done it before. So just you
recreate.
Yeah, recreating it and just putting your art there and making yours different.
Creative, more
just be
attractive.
Yeah, attractive too.
From others.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, in the buying process and creating process of your outfit, should we say it has been smooth too?
Yeah, recently.
Is there any challenge you want to talk about?
No challenge, but recently it has been smooth.
Okay.
Yeah, like I just love the way things are going now.
But now the economy is hitting on everybody.
It is.
So, do you tend to increase prices or thereabouts?
No, I'll still work with what
it's available.
Yeah, I won't just increase the price just like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I will increase some, then I'll still create some that like everyone can get.
Okay. So now, since starting this journey in 2020, how will you describe it? Something rosy, something you actually want to still do in the long run for I won't say a lifetime here, but
No, we can also say lifetime.
Okay, for a lifetime. Yeah. Is it something that I'm just going to do fashion and that's it?
Yeah, fashion,
I'm not diving into
modeling.
anything. Oh yeah, you're also a model.
I'm a model.
Yes, it's true. Okay.
Yeah, like I started with modeling
before getting to it.
and I'm also a stylist. So like before the old fashion brand, like I'm modeling and styling.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're now doing modeling, styling, and creating your own business. Does it clash at any point in time?
For now, it's not clashing because I stopped modeling.
Why?
Like it's because of school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like no time anymore. So like, but now like I'm back.
Yeah,
so
you're
like,
back to just fully hit the ground.
Yeah, I'm back.
Good. So now let's talk about you in school. I know definitely like school, like you said, you actually have to stop doing some things to focus on school. So how did, let's just say, how the parents or family take it? They're like, oh, don't do this, do this. Because I know like I have a lot of people that, oh, don't go to what we sent you to do in school. Don't do this, don't do otherwise. So how were you able to do that?
Well, me, I'm just like happy I have a very supportive father.
So everyone just supports?
Yeah, like whenever I want to do something, I just need to tell him that, okay, Daddy, this is what I want to do.
And he listens?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let's just talk lastly about you getting your stuff out there. Like you said, you have friends or customers or people that you get your fashion to outside. So do you think are you looking at something very, very big to come in the next 5 years? And like you said, you want to take your flowers. So can you tell us what you actually, something you're you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to like launching my website.
Okay, I will be happy to hear that. Oh, okay, Deeds is out there. Go shop.
You guys, like go shop. So I want to bring out my website very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not easy always texting and like if you want to get it, you have to get it now. Yeah, online.
Okay. So any other celebrity you still want to like work with?
Yeah, I want to work with VOD. Yeah,
Why?
Voice of David.
Why VOD?
Yeah, VOD, like I love his sound.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a musician.
Oh, good.
Yeah, like I love his sound and everything about him. Yeah, that's just. So I just feel like I would love to work with him, and I hope I get the opportunity to work with him.
You sing?
Me, no, I don't.
Okay, but like, is there any other one apart from VOD? Why VOD? Just the sound you like, sound. And just him.
Yeah.
So it's like more like a love for a person.
Like for his heart.
Okay, so there's a new project you said you're working on.
Yeah, with Antigen.
Okay, so can you tell us a bit about it? Even if it's small, we won't mind, just something.
I feel like we have to chill and wait and see it.
How long are we going to expect this?
Like in 2 months' time.
In 2 months, so it's fast approaching,
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Guys, we're going on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So before we round up this section, I would like us to play a game. Just 10 questions for 60 seconds. Garbage in, garbage out, like immediately and all. So your favorite celebrity couple? Who would that be?
Do I have one?
Sorry?
I don't know. I don't think I have one. No.
Oh, you don't have one?
No.
Okay. So the most outstanding day of your life?
Most outstanding day of my life. Probably when I got my first order, like from outside the country.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I was so happy. Like, though it might be a small thing, but like to me,
no,
it's
definitely,
like,
it's not a small thing. Like, oh, somebody's wearing my outfit. Even seeing people wearing it too.
Yeah.
Okay. So football, basketball.
Football.
Favorite food?
Gary and fish.
Movies or novels?
Movies.
Okay. So favorite relaxation spot where you like to relax?
My room.
Okay. Favorite city?
Ibadan.
Okay. So favorite indoor sport?
Snooker.
Okay. Make sure one thing in your bucket list you would like to take.
I don't know.
There's a lot.
There's a lot.
Okay.
So I don't know. Like I don't know how to pick one, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So if you're given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment for 6 months without anybody.
Without anybody.
Yes, we take it.
I can get paper and like a
Pen,
blank
yes,
code.
and everything.
Like I'll take, like that's free money now.
That's for real, for 6 months without anybody seeing anybody.
Without seeing anybody.
Can you stay in a prison?
No, no.
So it's very different.
No, it's very different. But like staying alone.
Yeah, alone definitely.
And there's food there.
Yeah, that's right.
That's cool.
Okay, that's good. So it's nice having you on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we look forward to seeing more of Made by Dates outside and everything. And the website is coming soon, yeah?
Soon, yeah.
Good. And we are expecting another collection in 2 months' time, like you said.
Yeah.
So is there anywhere like they need to find like your outfits and other things?
Yeah, by then you get my website.
Okay, let's just say Instagram, where?
Yeah, Instagram and Twitter.
At what?
MBD World.
Okay.
On Instagram and on Twitter, Made by Dates.
Oh, good. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you very much.
So guys, that's all we can take for today. See you next time, and thanks for staying with us. Bye for now.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea culture coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood, that is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayetoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayetoro. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayetoro community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé ohun ẹrù wa ìmíì gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can drive their fishes because the Atlantic breeze is, coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be the downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house, as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people come in just like you came now. All the information about your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building. The church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojai. Then after Olowojai, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojai, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, from the main side, those the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated.
and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where
Yes.
the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
And this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by the ocean surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadec, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy, very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and saved from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Glad to have you join us on the program. I'm Simisola Adigun. Nigeria's House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review has proposed the creation of 31 new states across the country. The proposal was presented in a letter read during plenary by Deputy Speaker of the House Benjamin Kalu, who presided over the meeting in the absence of Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. The committee, chaired by Kalu, recommended the creation of 6 new states in the North Central region, 4 in the Northeast, 5 in the Northwest, 5 in the Southeast, 4 in the South-South, and 7 in the Southwest. If approved, the number of subnational governments in Nigeria would increase to 67. According to Section 8(3) of the 1999 Constitution, the results of a referendum conducted by the state houses of assembly must be submitted to the National Assembly in order to fulfill the constitutional requirements for state creation. Kalu emphasized that the committee will follow the necessary constitutional steps for any state request. that meets the required threshold. For the proposal to succeed, it must receive support from at least 1/3 of the members of both the Senate and the House of Representatives, as well as from the affected local government councils. Let's now get further reactions to this proposal. Constitutional lawyer Gabriel Ehigiato, who joins from the Edo State capital. It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. Now, this is definitely a surprising development, given that Nigeria already has 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. This proposal raises several questions. From a constitutional perspective, the creation of new states will require significant legal and political considerations. It would also need broad support from both the National Assembly and the State House of Assembly, as well as State Houses of Assembly now, as well as a national referendum, which could make this a lengthy and complex process. How do you react to this?
Okay, well, it's quite pathetic that the National Assembly, which is saddled with the responsibility of making laws for the national development and the well-being of our country, Nigeria, have become to involve themselves in a kind of very shallow, and frivolous kind of, motion and kind of beast that they emulate nowadays. It is very unfortunate. A lot of Nigerians are disappointed that out of the majority of issues, plethora of cases of insecurity, underdevelopment, poverty, and what have you that we have in this nation, what the National Assembly has not choosing to pardon on is the creation of more states. Where constitutionally speaking, the National Assembly has the right to, formulate laws in order to create more states in conjunction with the acceptance and comfortability of the state of our assembly. But the issue is that that's not our problem now. As a nation, a lot of Nigerians are disappointed. It looks as if the aims and the objectives, the reason why the National Assembly was set up, is not being defeated. Nigerians are not happy with such. We do not need the creation of more states. What we need is our government to focus more on agriculture, educational development, infrastructural development, security, and what have you. Not the creation of more states. A Nigeria state, a state of Nigeria that is here evolving, trying to catch up with modern day civilization in terms of development, do not need more states. And Nigerians are not happy. We need the National Assembly to be aware that average Nigeria is not happy with such being, and they should put a stop to it with immediate effect as fast as possible.
The lawmakers claim that Nigerians are the ones proposing this bill, which now raises an important question about the legitimacy of the proposal and whether it truly reflects the desires of the general public. Do you think Nigerians are truly calling, or do you agree now that Nigerians are truly calling for the creation of new states in the country, or is this more of a political maneuver?
Well, it's obvious. It's obvious because the bill is not even enjoying the legitimacy of the people. When you say it is when the lawmakers say it is the consequence, it is the Nigerians that are clamoring for the creation of more states. And you begin to ask questions: which Nigerians? The Nigerians that cannot feed themselves, the Nigerians that has been driven by security, the Nigerians that have run and flown away their homes. Is that Nigeria that's clamoring for more states? To me, there's a political undertone here. And if you are saying that people are clamoring for more states, the creation of more states, then there needs to be a room for referendum. There may even be a room when you look at the process for the creation of more states in a democratic setting, when the National Assembly and the State House of Assembly, have come together and have agreed on the terms of creation of more states, then you come to a referendum with the people. Because governance is all about the people. The ultimate power according to Section 14 and then the next Constitution rests on the people. The people have the sovereign power of the society, of the country, where the government get their legitimate support from. So no Nigeria, no average Nigerian in right senses will be claiming for more creation of states, because what we feel here is a political undertone. I don't also forget, when you look at it critically, analytically, during the passing of the bills and the debate in the National Assembly and all of that, you will see that it was majority the representative for another part of the state, because you need to finance the state. You need that the state need to set up its own government. So creation of more state is not a child's play. So I can tell you categorically, sir, that an average Nigerian who is, considering the economic quagmire in this country, will not call for the creation of the people.
Well, you made quite a valid point. Now, merging economically unviable states could indeed be a more practical approach than creating new ones. And the idea of merging states that struggle with resources or administrative efficiency could help streamline governance and make better use of resources. It could also potentially reduce duplication of efforts in terms of governance and services, and focus on strengthening the economic backbone of the country. Now, why are lawmakers, in your opinion, not thinking in this direction?
Well, I'll say it before, I will say it again, that we do not need any merging together or the combination of states. We don't need that. It's not good for our economy. We don't need that. Creating more states and not merging states, maybe states with better resources and all of that. The question is, the state we have, is there a better management of the natural resources we have in this state? The answer is no. Even the agencies, the development agencies, such as the Niger Delta Development Commission, the Northeast Development Commission, the Southern Development Commission, that have not been passed into law. In order to develop the regions and all that. To me, that is enough. They've not even done anything. That we are talking about a merging state and put this state together to become one entity. It will work. Do not forget that one of the greatest problems we have, one of the problems that seems to be overscoring our political existence is the issue of tribalism. The state we have already, they're already playing politics with tribalism, let alone merging with more states. It's going to create more problem for ourselves. In a country like that, merging of more states together in order to form one singular entity for the issues of development and all of that doesn't sound well at all. It doesn't occur well. So for me, I'm not in support of it. It doesn't make any reasonable sense considering the economic situation that we have in this country. Merging states together is not a good way to go, and it's not good for our economy or our political existence. Thank you.
Mr. Gabriel Yato will continue this conversation after this break. The program will continue shortly. Do stay with us.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Corruption not in my country.
Hello. Alhaji.
Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet there. Who told you you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the proposal of the creation of 31 new states in Nigeria, and my guest is still constitutional lawyer Gabriel Ehigiato. Now, if this proposal passes the National Assembly, the next crucial step would be the approval of the state houses of assembly. From a legal perspective, this process is governed by Section 8 of the nation's 1999 Constitution, which outlines the procedure for creating new states. Do you foresee any particular states or regions that might be particularly resistant or supportive of this proposal?
Yes, just as I said, that one of the technicalities that is being employed by legislators when talking about passing of bills into law is the issue of lobbying. It is a natural phenomenon and it's one of the technicality in the legislature. Of course, when such bills come up for debate in order to pass it to law, there must be lobbying. The legislators who are the perpetrators of these laws must be able to lobby their colleague, whether at the National Assembly level or the State Assembly level. But however, I do not see any reasonable House of Assembly putting in their pen to paper in order to establish this law for the creation of more states. Because it doesn't make sense. I do not see any of them buy into that idea. Considering the numerous problems we have in this country, do you not think that the solution to the problems of this country is the creation of more states? Not in such an economy that we operate in Nigeria. We just came back from recession a few years ago. Even speaking, there's a level of inflation. So talking about creation of more states now is not what even state assembly will buy into. I can bet you on that. You can take my word to the bank. I don't see any state house or assembly going to buy into the idea of creating more states. Instead, they are going to buy into the idea of creating more laws that will reform the political rascality of our political existence. Correcting the wrong and righting the wrong to become right. And that's what we are going to do. Not creation of more states. That should be the least of our problem as a surviving nation. Thank you.
Well, that's quite a strong sentiment, and it's not uncommon for people to feel disconnected from their lawmakers. Some Nigerians believe that many lawmakers focus more on personal or regional gains rather than addressing the core issues, that affect the country as a whole. The creation of 31 new states could, in their view, be seen as a distraction from the more pressing matters such as security, economy, development, infrastructure, and particularly tackling corruption. What's your perspective on this? Do you think that the lawmakers are prioritizing the right issues, or are they perhaps being influenced by local or political factors?
It will amaze you to know that I'm trying to get a word. One of the forces that drive our legislators is an issue of self-aggrandizement. Some persons who are in the legislature, you just want to know. They just want their voice to be loud and clear. They just want to talk, Even the deepest, lowest man, Nigerian man in the gutter knows that our problem now is not the creation of more additional states. And that's not what we need at this moment. There are basic issues, serious issues to be addressed. But what we have these days are your legislators sitting in the National Assembly and just talking and, get involved in self-voyage, in self-journey, a journey that does not benefit the well-being of the people. And it's unfortunate, it's ironic, that this is where we find ourselves. We have issue of security, making more laws to tell the security of this country. Nowadays, it is only a few states who are even talking about the laws to sanction kidnapping. Until a high-profile politician speak, kidnap, we will not set up law, we will not tighten the law that fight against kidnapping. These are issues we needed to be addressed, not the issue of creation of more additional states. It is not good for our economy, and it is not good for our political existence. So, for such lawmakers to engage in such a political voyage, to me, there should be abandon in such journey, because the average Nigerians are not interested in the creation of more states. That is it.
Finally, before I let you go, do you believe that Nigeria is ready to manage the challenges that could arise if this proposal moves forward? Or should the focus be on strengthening states rather than creating new ones?
Trouble they sleep, Yagago wake up. Do not forget that the South they are set in the of self-determination. While we have people who are clamoring that they want to form their own state and leave Nigeria, the Nigerian legislature, the National Assembly, is actually giving a lead way. This will create more crisis. The Biafra will say they need the Biafra state. The IPOB will say they also need their own state. The Niger Delta militant will say we need our own state. And at the end of the day, they are not, okay, we also have some in the East, in the West rather, who are also clamoring for self-determination. And then they are going to create more crisis for people. So how can we leave the issue of creation of state and focus on governance, real governance? Governance where we have the governor, who is going to, be accountable to the people. Because the situation we have in this country now is everybody focused on the federal government. Everybody is calling Tinubu right and left and center. But we need to start, diversify the government. Government needs to be segmented. And that's what we appreciated what the Attorney General Federation did, talking about the local government autonomy. That's what we need. We don't need to start calling on the federal government alone. We need to start looking at the state governors and the local government chairman, asking them what they are doing with our money and the level of development they are trying to bring to our state. So what we need, what we do not need, my brother, is the creation of more states. What we need is good governance. What Nigeria needs is a governance that has a human face, a governance that has the interest of the people at heart. That is what we need, not the creation of more states. And I bet you, if the National Assembly go ahead in conjunction with the State House of Assembly to create more states, we are going to have more crisis. Then we are going to give opportunity to those who want self-determination. And that's what's going to happen. Take it or leave it, like it or not. Yeah, I even want Nigerians to start employing and invoking some level of the Nigerian Constitution, whereby we begin to recall lawmakers who do not know what they are doing at the National Assembly, at the state houses of assemblies. We got to start recalling lawmakers back to home, and let's send people who know what they are doing, people who drive the vision, statement of the citizen. Let's start sending those persons to our legislative house, not noisemakers, with the greatest respect. Thank you.
Nigerians are certainly keeping their fingers crossed to see how this debate unfolds. Constitutional lawyer Gabriel Ehigiato, it's been a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you for being with us. But that's all we have on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. My name is Mudashiru Shitu, and in the next few minutes I'll be an anchor on that show. We're talking something unique, something important in the life of an athlete. If you see the likes of Ronaldo, you see the likes of Andy Murray, tennis, all the sport. There's something about the way they do that thing, and that's the lifestyle they live. What gives these athletes so much energy to continue? People keep wondering what makes Ronaldo unique at his age, playing all over the league. Not just Ronaldo. When you look at table tennis, you look at the Chinese great Ma Long. What makes him interesting? What keeps, even if you want to look down to Nigeria, you ask yourself about table tennis player Aruna Kodri. Aruna Kodri has been playing the ping pong for so many years, but there's a lot behind the scene about what keeps these athletes going, and that's an healthy lifestyle. And that's the topic we're talking about today. We're looking at the healthy lifestyle of an athlete. What keeps them going all the way? Because sometimes a year of dedication to a particular sport can make you fall off. But if you live a very good healthy lifestyle, definitely there's still more years you need to render. So on today's program, I have a very respectable pharmacist, Farmer Ade Dikbo Adetuyi. Is the convener of Oakley Fitness Fiesta. This is talking about how to keep your life fit and, in sport. If you take away fitness from sport, there's definitely no sport. So it's good to have you on the show today.
Thank you very much, Munda. It's a pleasure to be here. Nice to see you again.
Yes, it's good to have you. Let's go straight to our topic for today, and we want to look at fitness. And let's start with the benefit of an healthy lifestyle for an athlete. We are considering so much of an athlete because, the sport, even beyond sport, everybody, we are told, needs to be fit. So tell us so much about some of this benefit and what makes it unique.
Okay, so I think I'll just take a leaf from what you said earlier about the likes of Ronaldo. I think for me personally, Ronaldo is the GOAT. And I think that when you consider the fact that at his age and, I haven't played football for so long, he's still fit, he's still active in the game. And of course, everybody that has interviewed or that has played with Ronaldo will tell you the fact that Ronaldo doesn't joke with his food. He eats, very healthy food, and he also works out very diligently. So one of the things that has to do with fitness and lifestyle is that for you to be an athlete at that peak, you have to have a consistent routine of eating healthy, of working out. So one of the benefits of fitness in everyday life, not just an athlete, is number one, it helps you have a very, very healthy lifestyle. So for instance, helps you prevent certain diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and stuff like that. It also helps your muscles to be toned. So you can, as you grow older, you're also more mobile, you're also fit. I've seen videos of people at 60, 70 years old. They are doing things that even people at 40 cannot do. So it helps you prevent diseases. It also helps you ensure that you age well. It's not that about aging and then you're at 40 or 50, you're not able to do certain things again. At 40, 50, 60, you should still be mobile, you should still be active. So one other thing is also that people also fail to recognize is that fitness and consistent working out also helps with your cognitive ability. So you find out the fact that this day and age, you have a lot of instances of depression and anxiety. Fitness and working out consistently also helps you prevent, some of these diseases down the line. Also, it makes you sharp mentally. Also ensures that, you're also able to ward off certain disease conditions like that. So I think that those three benefits for me are some of the primary reasons why people should work out and ensure that they have a lifestyle of working out and eating healthy.
Okay, you said it all, but there's always this willingness and will behind all these things. Some things that some know so much about all this, but definitely it needs a personal will to do exercise. How do you bridge that side, knowing and the willingness? I mean, is there going to be a campaign elsewhere for people to always do that? Since I know it's right, but the willingness to take myself off my real self, off myself, to do that fitness. Don't you think?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, for individuals, where there's a will, there must be a way. Definitely. So it's not about starting, for instance, you want to work out and you start with 2 hours workout at the goal. You can start with making it a lifestyle. Start with 10 minutes. Start with 5 minutes even. And so everybody has 5 minutes every day to work out. So it's all about making it a habit. So once it's a habit, then it becomes part of your lifestyle. So there are days whereby if you wake up and you don't work out, you don't feel good. You don't feel okay. You feel like there's something missing. So I think that's where everybody should try and get to. And it doesn't have to do with 30 minutes or going to the gym. You can work out in your house. You can watch a YouTube video and work out. You can listen to a podcast and work out. You can be active and work out. You can just take a stroll around your estate in the evenings after work, and that's working out as well. So it doesn't have to be something that has to be taking you out of your daily routine. At work, if you are sitting at your desk, you have a 9 to 5, you can stand up and you can just walk around the office a bit. That's also working out. So working out doesn't have to be until you wear your trainers and socks and all, but making sure that it's a lifestyle. So for me personally, I have a fitness watch. So that also lets me know that if I'm sitting at my desk for too long, then I have to get it. It notifies me, look, get up, do something, do some stretches, do some exercises and all that. So I think for me, the most fundamental thing is that start small. Don't start with longer than 5-10 minutes. If you've not worked out before, start very small and grow into it. And I think it's an important habit that everybody should cultivate.
Oh, interesting. I'm sure a lot of viewers watching us should know definitely fitness is important, not just an athlete, for everybody. But people say that that people are naturally fit. I don't know what's your perspective about that. You see a man that say is naturally fit, and that some can be hereditary or some is it. What's your thought on people that say they're naturally fit? That means the person doesn't need too much workout. Not that it doesn't need so much workout. The person is different. Do you believe that?
Nobody is naturally fit, right? So when I say naturally fit, it means that everybody, so WHO, for instance, requires that everybody should do an active workout for about 2.5 hours every week. So if you break that down, that's about 20-30 minutes per day. So that's what your body needs. Just like saying that if you park a car down, even if it's a Ferrari, the best of cars, you park it down, you park a Toyota down, right? When you start your Ferrari, if you leave it for a long time, it may not start because it's been left for a long time, even though it's a powerful engine and all that. So just like the human body, if you let the mentality of if you don't use it, you will lose it. So no matter how physically endowed you are. Some people are, are more physically endowed than others. Some people are born with genetics that make them strong and all that, but they still have to groom. Take the likes of Arnold Schwarzenegger, who is a specimen of a man, and he won the Mr. Universe several times, but he had to work out to get to that point. So there is nobody that is physically, naturally fit that doesn't need workout. Everybody needs workout. Everybody needs to live a healthy lifestyle. Everybody needs to put in the time and effort to ensure that they are achieving their health goals. It's very important.
Yeah, before we go for a quick break, one more question. I noticed, I've been in Lagos all our life, and also definitely I think you also.
Yes.
Why is it that the level of fitness and exercise is higher in eyebrow areas, among the rich? Let me use that word. You probably wake up one day and go to Victoria Island, Ikoyi, Lekki. You see people exercising and fitness and all that, but most of the time you don't see that in other areas of the country. Why is there so much of awareness of fitness in, let me use the word, rich than other parts of the country? Why do you think so?
Because the rich people know they obviously live a better quality of life, and they want to extend that quality of life. So you find out that in most estates, especially gated estates, in the mornings you find people jogging, find people working out and all that, and they want to extend the quality of life. So the rich know a lot about this, and of course another thing is that the logistics of it too. So most of the rich people live in gated estates whereby the roads are paved and tarred, and they can walk around safely without having to face somebody that will rob them or take something from them. So I think that that's also something to consider. Number one, the rich know that they have a good quality of life. They want to extend it for as long as possible. They want to be able to ward, and they are more informed as well about the benefits of healthy lifestyle and healthy living. And then number two, also logistics in terms of security and safety, and tarred roads, good roads around their estates also would help them, would encourage them to actually go out there and work out. And for another thing is that they also have some of them also have groups, so they also they join fitness groups, and whereby they can go together and they can also bond. So apart from even just doing the fitness thing, they can also bond together. So I think those three reasons are why you find out that most people in those highbrow areas actually do, engage in fitness activities. Okay,
and that brings me to, before we go on this quick break, is that you are a convener of the yearly Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta, and that's a combination of having fitness and a fiesta together. What drives that vision? I mean, I know you're a pharmacist and you know the importance of medicine and regular. So what's the vision behind the Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta? So
the vision behind Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta is basically the vision behind Oak Cliff, and the vision behind Oak Cliff is to continually consolidate our position as a value-driven healthcare company. So beyond just the drugs and all that stuff that we want to do, we also want to ensure that fitness and a healthy lifestyle is accessible to as many people as possible. So we do these events every now and again in a bid to ensure that people are able to cultivate the habits of working. And like I said earlier, it's about creating a habit. Once you create a habit and it's consistent, then your health goals will be very achievable. A lot of the diseases that we have today, non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension, are things that can be cured by having a healthy lifestyle. You don't have to be popping pills all the time, to save yourself. You can cultivate a healthy lifestyle from a young age. So from before you're 40, if you have a healthy lifestyle, the tendency is that after 40 you still maintain that lifestyle and hopefully ward off some of these diseases. And it's an epidemic this day and age. A lot of people sit down in their houses and they don't move around throughout the day watching TV or eating junk food and stuff like that. And we want to try and make people aware of the benefits of having a healthy lifestyle. So that's the basic idea behind Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta.
Okay, and that means that with that Fitness Fiesta, we have a reduction in disease problems among participants and deaths. Does that mean that fitness reduce the level of death? Is there a connection between reducing death among people and being fit and reducing diseases among people by being fit?
Of course. So if you look at the WHO records and reports, it shows that living an active lifestyle means you're moving, you're working out, you're eating healthy, you're drinking enough water, and you're doing all these health conscious activities. definitely has a role in reducing the incidence of non-communicable diseases. If you don't, I mean, obviously, if you are hit by a car or anything, there's an act of God that cannot avoid that. But in terms of diseases that happen as we age, because as we age, your heart may not function as normal, your arteries may not function as normal, your liver may not function as normal. But when you are ensuring that your body is active, activity is very, very important. Activity is longevity, I say. So when you're active and you have a habit of being active day by day, it helps you ward off. One of the things that you would experience when you go to the hospital, maybe you have a high blood pressure, elevated blood pressure, is that the doctor will tell you that you have to engage in lifestyle changes. Some of the lifestyle changes will be, avoid certain foods, avoid certain drinks, but also include activity in your routine. So when you wake up in the morning, find 30 minutes. Before you sleep at night, find 20 minutes to work out, to eat healthy. Those two things are underpin a healthy lifestyle, and it's important. So for us, we're trying to ensure that we create an avenue whereby people come in and they are aware of what it means to actually live a healthy lifestyle. So there'll be things like health checks, to check your blood pressure, check your diabetes levels or your sugar levels, and check other things like cholesterol as well, just to be able to show. There'll also be fitness instructors there that will also be ensuring that people are also learn the basic workouts that they need on a daily basis. So that's it basically.
Interesting. Let's we'll go on this quick break. We still have pharmacist Adedikpo Adetuyi in the studio talking about the benefit of a lifestyle. As an athlete, it's important to know that the more you go in your career, being a Scotch player, a table tennis player, is tied to the exercise you do. Little wonder you know that most times players, footballers, have to do a particular training before every match day. So you can also do your own training at home or wherever the case may be. Let's go to this quick break. We still have just a few questions for our guests.
Yeah, relax. That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now. Okay. Can I just see the IPO of this case? IPO, how are you? That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now.
Do you know the offense he has committed, sir?
What do you guys want for the weekend? Okay, let me see your DPO.
This way, sir.
Oh, better. You don't know who is here. That boy is my brother, and I want you to assist me to free him.
The man found the gun, confessed to robbery.
Things like this happen. 200,000 naira for you.
Are you bribing me?
500,000 naira.
Robbery suspect?
1 million naira.
That is corruption. Not allowed in this division.
1 million.
Remember,
police is your friend. Giving and taking bribe is wrong.
corruption not in my country.
Stop corruption now.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. It's still your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. You can join us on all our social media platforms to be part of this wonderful conversation. And you know how we do it is where the conversation continues even after the show. So if you're just joining us for the first time, I have a guest that I've been talking about fitness and the lifestyle of an athlete. So I want to ask whether you can also drop your questions, your observation, your comments, whether Nigeria is a fitness nation. And that'll be my next question for my guest. Do you agree that Nigeria, someone said when we talk about Nigeria, we should stop thinking about only Lagos, because there's a tendency to think about only Lagos when you talk about Nigeria or the places we visited. But Nigeria is as far as big as close to Chad, close to Cameroon and all that. But do you consider Nigeria a fitness nation?
Yes, in my opinion, I think Nigeria is a fitness nation. I think that when you look at the amount of sports that Nigerians and Nigeria generally get engaged in, I think Nigeria has a very youthful population, and that sort of tends towards people not to be just want to be docile. People want to be active. Nigeria has one of the most populous youth population in the world. So when you consider that, I think Nigeria definitely is a youth population. However, there needs to be more opportunities for people to express that energy. Nigeria is bustling with a lot of energy. From Lagos to Kafanchan, there's a lot of energy in Nigeria. So I think that when it comes to fitness, there needs to be a lot of opportunity to channel that energy into healthy or health-related activities. So that's my own opinion.
So I also think I want you to agree or disagree that we do fitness unawares with how we do our things.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it can be organized fitness, like the one you are a convener. That's an organized fitness. But can somebody really be practicing fitness without being aware that he's practicing fitness with the work they do and all that?
Yeah. So, for instance, now let me give an example of a laborer. Like a laborer that has to carry sand or cement up and down a building. That's his massive fitness. Do you understand? Now, it may not be as organized as, you know, going to the gym and all that, but you're working out your body, you're fit. You find out that those guys, the six packs they have is even more than some athletes.
Of course.
Do you understand? So, or take a mechanic now that has to drill certain, or, you know, take someone that has to drill a borehole or a well. Those guys are super fit. You see their biceps and everything is so huge. So I think that there are some jobs that tend towards, you know, physical activity, whereas some other jobs, like, you know, sitting down at a desk for 9 to 5 may not. So definitely the kind of jobs that you have will determine, you know, whether or not you are experiencing or expressing yourself in a physical way.
So you can still be fit without you getting aware that that's what you're doing. Perhaps you're thinking your job, like the bricklayer you mentioned, an example you mentioned, are just, oh, I'm going for my daily bread and all that. Meanwhile, the process of getting your daily bread accumulates fitness and all that. So what will you advise for someone like us that talk so much about fitness, talk about sport, but we don't go into fitness?
All right. So I think that for people that talk about it and don't go into it, I think you have to just ask yourself, why are you not going into it? And, you know, being fit is like an investment in your future. So you want to be able to invest properly in your future. You want to be able to be at 60, 70 years old and be able to play with your grandkids and be able to climb a flight of stairs and not be panting. So that's just the way it is. If you don't do that now, down the line, you'll probably be in and out of the hospital or not be able to play with your grandkids or even die at an early age. So at the end of the day, those are the things that you have to consider now. Do you want to pay the price now or pay the price later? So that's the question that you have to ask yourself.
And now, what do you think the nation should do? I mean, this is not just for the benefit of athletes, it's also for everybody listening, because fitness, it's required for everybody. What do you think the nation needs to do more? Privately, like you are doing yours privately, what do you think the nation should do more about keeping the nation fitness? What role do you think government needs to play?
Well, I think that's again, in school curriculum, most schools have physical education as a course or as a subject that people take. And so I think that physical education is something that we need to pay more attention to. So I know that when I was in school, physical education was a very, very important part of our schooling. So I think it was every Wednesday, you wear your white and white, you go to school, you run around the track, you play football, long tennis, volleyball, netball, and the likes. And so that should be part of every curriculum in every school. Now, another part of it is also to ensure that there's an enabling environment for people that want to do this kind of activities. Recently, I saw in Lagos that there is a bike park that was just recently inaugurated around the Koyo. And so there needs to be more things like that. There are hardly any parks in Nigeria. If you go across the length and breadth of Nigeria, you find that there are no parks. And parks is also a way that, you know, people can go, they can walk around with their dogs or their spouses or whatever and go around and have a good time. So, like I said, fitness is not until you are running up and down a flight of stairs and lifting heavy weights, but just create an environment whereby, you know, you go to a park, walk around 3, 4, 5 times, you've already done 30 minutes and you don't even notice, but your heart rate has gone up and you feel better and you go back home and you rest. So I think that those are the two things, I think, from a school perspective, and also creating an enabling environment vis-a-vis parks and gymnasiums and things like that. So I think those are the things that I would say, you know, and a lot of sensitization as well. There needs to be a lot of sensitization about the benefits of healthy living and working out and being fit.
Okay, well said, well said. And let's go straight to the upcoming fitness event that's taking place. And looking definitely at this, we realize that I've been part of it some years ago. Beyond the exercise, like we can see on our screen right now, that's one of the editions of the event. Beyond that, what is expected for every athlete? What because I know it's free.
Yes.
You understand? You're not asking anybody to pay for that, and that's like a CSR for the community. What is there any side attraction to that?
Oh yes. So I think this, unlike the other events that we've done before, this one is going to be in collaboration with an adults games community, let me call it. It's called Gameland. And so after the fitness events and the health checks, there's also going to be like an Olympic style games activities, whereby we're going to have people grouped into different groups, about 3 or 4 groups, and they're going to be competing on different events. So table tennis, snooker, there's going to be basketball, and
so
just
there'll be
things like
sports.
That. There will be sports.
In sports.
There will be sports.
Because that fitness and exercise sport on its own.
Yes,
because I know every now and then, just the last Olympic, we had break dance.
Exactly.
Do you understand?
Exactly.
As a sport.
Yeah.
So that means, in as much as we are having the fitness exercise going on, there'll also be table tennis.
Yes.
There'll also be football.
Yes.
And there'll also be, I think you also mentioned free check or blood check.
There'll be health checks as well. There'll also be, music. So the idea of it is it's called a fitness fiesta. So fiesta basically is Spanish for a party.
Okay.
So we're also trying to attract people beyond people that don't necessarily like to work out. Just come, have fun. Let's have a party. So it's going to be fun. There's going to be DJs there playing music. There's going to be some influencers there as well that you may know. That'll be also be attending the event. So it's going to be a fun event for everybody. So whether you're a fitness buff or you just started fitness that day, there's going to be something for everybody, and I'm sure that's going to be a fun time.
And the purpose is to... I notice also, like I asked earlier before I round up the show, that most of the events they do, organized like that, are not always on the mainland. There's disparity between... Why do we shift events like fitness to the island, you understand, and we take orders outside it? Why on the island again?
Okay, so I think we've had our previous early editions were on the mainland at Isheri. We had 2 editions at the mainland, and then the last 2 we've done are on the island. But I can assure you that the next one we're going to be doing, we're even going to be going outside of Lagos. So we're going to be either Abuja or Port Harcourt. So I think the island just lends itself to a youthful population. You have a youthful population over there, and then you also have facilities whereby we can, like an event center like this, like Gameland. You don't have many of them on the mainland. So we just wanted something that after the workout, there are other activities that people can also engage in. But I can assure you that for the next one, we're definitely going to take it somewhere different from Lagos.
Before I let you go, for those asking that where it's going to be, we have definitely, it's free. This is not a paid event at all. At least you can just walk in and show, just like you going into the stadium. And that's going to be on February 22nd. That's on Saturday, where you can just walk free. And you say that's on Lekki Gameland?
Yes, so Gameland, number 1 Providence Way.
Okay.
Yes, in Lekki.
So it's a free event, like going into the stadium to exercise yourself. There's nothing about collecting money or event. You can just be passing by and just so those asking out to be free and where you can get it. So that's a very, very good moment for you. And also, if you can't make it there, your house is also a center. You can jog within your house and just make sure that you are part of those Nigerians that get the regular exercise wherever you are. I'll say a big thank you for being part of the show.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
And the fitness should continue beyond the particular day.
That's the hope. That's the hope that at least some people will come there that day and be inspired to continue to live a fitness and healthy lifestyle. So that's the idea and hope.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's been a wonderful time on the show today, and for those of you asking how you're going to be part of it, the exercise can start today at home. To talk about, are you really part of the Nigerians are fit in Nigeria? Because it's a question to ask yourself: is Nigeria a fitness nation? So if you think you are fit, then you can encourage other person, because you cannot be an athlete or you cannot be healthy without fitness. So sometime next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. I'm Mudashir Shitu. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome. Nigeria's main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, is a troubled party. The lingering leadership crisis rocking the PDP has taken a fresh twist following the altercation between party chieftain Samuel Anyanwu and former National Youth Leader Sunday Ude-Okoye over the position of the National Secretary. Now, shortly after the fight which broke out between both men during a meeting of the party's Board of Trustees at its headquarters in Abuja, governors elected on the platform of the PDP backed Ude-Okoye as the national chairman. Thereafter, the BOT also affirmed Ude-Okoye as the party's substantive national secretary, throwing its weight behind the PDP governors and asking the party's National Working Committee to swear him in. The BOT chairman and former Senate President Adolphus Wabara made the announcement on Tuesday at the 80th meeting of the board in Abuja. Now, however, Anyanwu has rejected the directive from the BOT for Ude-Okoye to be sworn in, citing an ongoing court case on the matter and the expiration of the tenures of about 80% of the BOT members who attended the meeting. Now, the PDP has also been embroiled in a leadership crisis exacerbated by the fallout from the 2023 general elections. The battle over the national secretary position intensified after the Southeast PDP nominated Ude-Okoye to replace Senator Anyanwu, who contested the Imo State governorship election. Despite the Court of Appeal's December 2024 ruling affirming Ude-Okoye as the national chairman, Anyanwu's loyalists have resisted the decision as an appeal has already been filed at the Supreme Court, further escalating tensions within the party. Joining me now to discuss the troubles within the PDP is a chieftain of the party, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, who joins us from Lagos. Also joining us from Abuja is another chieftain of the party, Dabu Kiabo Warmate. So let me start with you, Dr. Pierce. What do you make of this crisis that is rocking your party, especially over the issue of the position of National Secretary, the BOT of your party recognizing Ude-Okoye, and then the other faction, of course, saying that that's not going to happen because they've actually filed an appeal at the Supreme Court. And, of course, Senator Anyanwu insisting that he remains the substantive National Secretary of the party.
Well, let me say first and foremost, do not continue to use the word crisis for the problems we have in the PDP.
But there's crisis in the party.
We do. That is what you say. I am telling you as a member of the party, as a major stakeholder in the party, that we are tired of the media classifying our challenges in the party as a crisis. You know why we say this?
Okay.
When we have a crisis, the people, Nigerians, begin to suspect that we are not ready to provide proper solutions, alternatives to the destructive, the unheard of failure of this Tinubu administration.
But the problem is, if you continue to have problems like this in your party, how then would you be able to come up with that alternative?
The PDP has everything it takes to win in 2027 because the PDP is a formidable party, the PDP is alive and well, the PDP is stable. Now, let me tell you why.
When you say the PDP is stable, sorry, Dr. Pierce, when you say the PDP is stable, we have it. I mean, we see it almost on a weekly basis. High-profile members are leaving your party. How would you say the party is stable?
The first problem you talk about, the crisis, what you call the crisis, is what is happening with the National Secretary. Let me give you a clear perspective of what is happening with the National Secretary of a party. Whenever a member, an officer of the party, goes away from his responsibility, leaves his office, as Anyanwu did in 2023 to go and contest for governor in Imo State, by the constitution of the party, you resign your position if you are going to go and apply for another position. Anyanwu resigned his position accordingly. He went to Imo State and he failed in his bid. He came back. He wanted his job back. The zone where he comes from, the southeastern zone, the members and the leadership met and said, we have replaced you with Chief Sunday Ude Okoye. Why? Because there cannot be a vacancy for the position of National Secretary that has been zoned to our Southeast zone. That is what happened. So when Anyanwu came back, found that his zone had replaced him. Now listen to what I'm saying.
Yes, I am.
All these things are legal. These things are legal and technical.
They're out there in the public anyway.
And clear. Now, when he came back and he found that his zone has replaced him, he went to court. When he got to court, Enugu court said he appealed the position that has been removed. And Enugu court said, you are legally removed. You are no longer the National Secretary of the PDP. Ude Okoye is the legal and obvious National Secretary of the PDP because your zone has replaced you. You are not bigger than the party. You are not bigger than your zone. You are only an instrument that was used by the people of your zone to give you an office. Now they say they don't want you anymore. The law has said you have been removed. Now, listen to this. The major organs of the PDP. What is the party, if not the organs of the party? The Board of Trustees have said, and let me tell you what happened with the Board of Trustees, just to show you how much the party has bent over backward to satisfy Anyanwu. Listen to what happened. The fracas you saw last week at the national headquarters of the PDP, Wadata Plaza, was because when the BOT met, Anyanwu, who was supposed to be in the background, decided to attend the meeting in his capacity as a former secretary. He shouldn't have been there because Ude Okoye was going to be there.
Okay.
When the two of them got there, listen to this. The BOT now said, since there seems to be a problem, we've already decided that you are no longer the National Secretary, but since you insist, this is what we're going to do. The BOT now appointed a committee led by a lawyer, a barrister, a SAN, to look into the issue and give them a report. When the SAN gave them the report said, Ude Okoye is technically and legally, officially, the National Secretary of the party, and Anyanwu is a former secretary and he has no claim. This is the report that the BOT got and then announced. You understand me? What is the problem? You people keep saying crisis and crisis.
But just hold on, Dr. Pierce. I'm going to come back to you. Let me go to Mr. Warmate in Abuja, because the truth is that beyond the issue over the position of the national secretary, there are other problems in the party, and we can't deny the fact
what
that
are the other problems?
We can't deny that the party is divided, and we see that.
Are you holding?
No, I'm not.
Who are you holding brief for?
I'm not holding brief for.
Let us take the issue one by one.
We're going to take it.
Let's talk about when we finish with the national secretary.
Just hold on.
Let's talk about it. Don't tell me there are many issues.
Hold on, Dr. Pierce.
I'm
going to come back. Come back to you, Dr. Pierce. But let me go over to Mr. Warmate now. Mr. Warmate, what do you make of all of this? I mean, you've heard Dr. Pierce and all the issues that he's put forward and all of that. What's your take on all of this?
Thank you very much for having me. And let me say that what we have in PDP today is what I call interest wrangling. And having said that, let me correct impression that Anyanwu is the former secretary of our great party. That is very wrong, and I'll state why. Looking at section 47(5), it stated clearly, the first paragraph or the first sentence there, it stated it said may. That was the first word used. May resign. And we've had situation whereby the present Deputy National Publicity Secretary went to contest as, Governor of Kebbi State, lost the primaries, came back. The former National Treasurer in Ekiti State did same. So that section said may is at the discretion of the person. It is not shall. Let me correct that. The second part that said shall is talking about the duration. If you are willing to resign, then you can resign based on the guideline that is given to you relating to regarding the particular election you're contesting. That is what that section is talking about. And Ayawu did not resign. That is the truth. He did not resign his position. And coming to the court statement, the first court of instance, which is the High Court, Ido Okoye got in Enugu got a judgment in his favor. Ayawu got a judgment at the Federal High Court in his favor. Then Ido Okoye went to appeal court to get a judgment in his favor. Then Ayawu swiftly filed for a stay of execution in one hand, and in the second hand, now appeal the appeal court judgment at the Supreme Court. Now, if you say stay of execution, I want to tell you and take you back to 2003. The present sitting BOT chairman is a beneficiary of a stay of execution, interim order. If not, he wouldn't have been a Senate president. Go and check the records. So why will you overlook the fact that there is stay of execution from the appeal court? That is a fraud. In fact, today what we have, let me tell you why I don't consider the BOT report as legal or binding, because one, the BOT is advisory body. Number two is that most half of the BOT members, their tenure has expired. Their tenure have expired. Number three is that the BOT, since Wabara took over, has not form a quorum rather. Look at section 32, subsection 11. You must form a quorum, and that quorum is 2/3, and not just 2/3, but 2/3 from each of the 36 states, including FCT. And there is not 2/3 since he became the BOT chairman. We have 128 members of the BOT. Since they have sitting, they've not had up to 75. We needed 75 to form a quorum 2/3. So where is the binding decision of the BOT? And come to the report, a one-man report by a BOT that ought to be the conscience of the party that took side ab initio since this matter started. The BOT chairman. And people like us are saying it's not fit to be the BOT chairman, he should resign because it's a beneficiary of stay of execution and he's overlooking it. And since he became the BOT chairman, the party he has not been able to governize to form a quorum. We are talking about constitution. We are not talking about interest.
But let me ask you. Let me ask you this: What about the decision of the governors? I mean, the governors of the party. I'm talking about governors of the party now, who have come out to issue a statement to say they recognize Ude Okoye, asking the BOT to toe that line.
No. Let me tell you, the governors have their opinion. The governors have the opinion, and they are entitled to the opinion. They support the party, but that doesn't mean PDP is owned by Nigerians. No, nobody, not the governor's forum. PDP is owned by Nigerians. And let me say this. Our leader there that is with you knows that during the MPN time, party is supreme. Protocol. When there is party function, the president sits down before the national chairman comes in and sit down. That is the protocol during MPN. Then if it's government function, the president, the national chairman, if he's invited, sits before the president. So if there are going to be a stakeholder meeting, it is not government functionaries that will be the one to preside. That is one. And you asked the second question that I've forgotten the second question you asked about the Ude Okoye. Yes. Now let me let you know, I feel very saddened about the governor. I feel very saddened. Do you know I feel saddened? is because the person they are presenting is a misfit. And I'll give you my reason.
Okay.
Udo Okoye was a youth leader, a disastrous tenure as a national youth leader. Udo Okoye, based on section 67, subsection 1H, the definition of a youth is between 18 and 40. So that means if you are contesting as a youth leader, you must be below 35. So if we are serving 2 years, before the 40 years, or exact at 40 years, your tenure will elapse. Udo Okoye contested at 38.
But then your party chose to give him that position.
No, wait, I'm going somewhere. He left at 42. Now that is one. Number two, look at the crisis at the BOT meeting. The so-called national secretary that they are presenting to the party faithful, look at how disgraceful came in with talks, and the BOT is sweeping it under the carpet. This is somebody that, from what it has been alleged, the document he used to secure the judgment, he forged it. For crying out loud, this elder should respect themselves and stop deceiving Nigerians and produce not to bring somebody that as irresponsible to come and be national secretary. For which party?
But we also cannot deny the fact that he was nominated and put forward by the members of your party in the Southeast Zone. So I mean.
But Anyanwu was elected by the National Convention to serve a term of 4 years. And Anyanwu did not resign. And Anyanwu has a stay of execution.
Okay.
Stay in the judgment. And Anyanwu filed appeal at the Supreme Court. Some of the governors that lost at the tribunal, they did not even file a stay of execution. Only an appeal served as a stay of execution. For crying out loud, it's high time we tell our leaders to their face. They should stop deceiving the young ones.
All right, I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Womit. Let me get the reaction of Dr. Pierce on this. Dr. Pierce, I mean, you just heard it there. First is Senator Anyanwu has a court injunction. He got an injunction now. I mean, a stay of proceedings. And then you can hear Mr. Womit citing your constitution, the constitution of the party, and that Anyanwu did not resign. And that it's also happened in the past with other people who occupy other positions.
Okay. Don't interrupt me now when I talk.
Yeah, please go on.
I didn't say anything when I was talking. You see, this situation is like, a political party is like a family, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. The political family says they don't want you anymore. It's like a marriage. You can say anything you want, you can go to court, but the man says it's a divorce. Or the woman says, I'm not interested in you anymore for various reasons. Okay, the case is in court. Let me tell you something. This is where law, court of law, and the court of public opinion come together. This is what happened in the case of Anyanwu. Let us assume he did not resign, okay? As in the cases that the gentleman quoted, people left the office, went away, contested,
came back,
lost, and came back. You know why they came back? Because in their zone, they represented them. You understand me? In the zone, because the zone, you see, the position is zoned to the zone, is given to the zone, not to you as an individual. Anyanwu, you never represented yourself. You represented the Southeast Zone.
But the argument is that he was elected at a national convention.
Listen, okay, this is the overall picture I'm painting for you now. Before you were elected at the national convention, you were presented by your zone, right?
Yeah.
Is that not how it works?
Yeah.
Okay. The zone that presented you now said, we own that position. You were nominated by us. We are now withdrawing you because we don't longer. So what happens is, if you leave your position and you come back, you may be accepted. If your zone says, we want him back to come back and represent us. In the case, listen now, in the case of Anyanwu, The zone said, we don't want him. And you know why they don't want him? Because you see, the gentleman was talking about how people didn't qualify and all of this. You see, everything depends on the opinion of the people who determine your position.
But shouldn't the constitution of the party count? Shouldn't the what exactly is the constitution? Should it be because should it be at the whims of the zone or the constitution of the party?
No. What is the constitution? The constitution says that your zone will support you or reject you. Now, you know why the zone rejected Anyanwu and said they don't want him? It is because when Anyanwu, listen to this now, when Anyanwu went to Imo State to contest for governor, we were amazed at what happened. Virtually everybody in the state ESCO left the party because of Anyanwu. It created so much chaos in the party that now our Imo State PDP is so weakened. So they don't want him. That's the bottom line. Whether he's good or bad, I don't know.
Okay.
What happens is this. So listen. So that issue about people come back. They come back because they have the goodwill of the people who nominated them in the first place. Anyanwu doesn't have the goodwill of his own. Therefore, he has been removed. Another issue. Listen. Let us say Anyanwu legally, by the constitution even of the party, is entitled to be the national secretary again after he left office. Now, listen to this, and this is my final summary. Your zone that nominated you say they don't want you. The other organs of the party, the National Governors Forum, say they don't want you. The Board of Trustees say they don't want you. 14 out of the 17 members of the National Working Committee say they don't want you. What are you looking for? I can guarantee you. The reason I came to talk about this is just so that we have an opinion, an alternative opinion. Anyanwu can do whatever he wants at the end of the day, especially when we go to the NEC meeting or the National Convention. Anyanwu's term is nearly over. I think it's over by this October. I mean, the man is just there to cause confusion in the PDP. He is working very closely with former governor, FCT Minister Wike, to destabilize PDP. The only reason why Anyanwu continues to claim that he is the national secretary of the party is to do the bidding of Tinubu, who wants to dismantle PDP. It's not going to work.
Okay.
No matter what he says, if every organ in the party say they don't want you, they don't want you. You got to go.
Let me give Mr. Warmate now to respond to some of those issues you have raised. Mr. Warmate, you heard Dr. Pierce. He said, yes, you know, the zone where Senator Anyanwu comes from, that the zone doesn't want him anymore, that the other people that you cited who returned, that they enjoyed the goodwill of their zone, and so they were able to come back. So it really doesn't really matter what the Constitution says. It's really about your zone.
That is so disappointing, because in every organization, the grand norm of every organization is the Constitution. That is number one. Number two is that when a position is zoned to an area, everybody is entitled to contest. Whoever that is emerged from that zone, take the position. Number three is that there is no section in our Constitution that gives any region or zone the power to remove or replace anybody. I'm using the Constitution. I'm not using anything. I'm not using public opinion. I'm not using sentiment. I'm using the Constitution that governs the People's Democratic Party. I believe that the present BOT as constituted is not the conscience of the party. And people like Alex Ekweme, people like Solomon La in their graves will be rolling to see that the BOT has failed in its responsibility to enshrine peace. So what is the issue? If Anyanwu is a bosom friend of Wike, when Wike was local government chairman, Anyanwu was also a chairman. What is the crime about that? Where is the evidence to show that Wike want to destroy PDP? They carry narratives. Where is the proof? At this level of our leaders, they should show proof, not just carry narrative without proofs or create narratives. Show us the proof that we can want to destroy PDP and see what will happen. But you don't have any. No, I'm coming, please. I'm coming, please. And that is the issue. The thing I want to let you know is that what about the zone that sat at the PDP secretariat? I made reference to my initial statement that the party is supreme. If you want to be a governor and a senator, be a governor and a senator. If you want to be a party member, come and be a party member. You cannot be a governor and a senator and at the same time want to be a party member. Look at the Southeast ESCO caucus that met at the PDP National Secretariat. If they make reference to that, those are party executives from state ESCOs to ZEC, that is zonal executive. The one at Enugu, the governors and the only governor we have from the Southeast and some this thing and some lousy boy called Ogochiere coming to talk, for crying out loud. See, we'll tell them to their faces the truth. There is no zone that came up and said Anyanwu should not be there. What of the other one? Just suppose the two and give your own position. So for the constitution is solidly behind Anyanwu continue staying there. One, by the state of execution, Anyanwu, as we speak today, is the constitutionally and legally recognized national legal advisor. The BOT has a role of advisory to advise the NWC and the party. And in this instance, I've given you most of them are their tenure have expired. So as it is, we don't have a properly constituted BOT. In addition to that, since they met, they've not formed quorum. So if they don't form quorum, all they are doing is just a constellation and nothing more than that. So that is the position.
We have to wrap up now. Dr. Pierce, I want to ask you one pointed question. Don't you think that the troubles within the party, the PDP today, is because of the ambition of the former vice president of the country, that's Atiku Abubakar? Because the general impression is that he plans, and he's made it very clear, that he plans to contest in 2027. So don't you think if he comes out today to make the announcement that he's not going to run and make it clear that he's not interested, that the troubles and the tensions in the PDP will die down?
What has Atiku's ambition in 2027 got to do with the problem of the National Secretary?
No, look,
the National Secretary,
let's face it, this is not just about the National Secretary position. We know there are troubles within the PDP.
What is the problem? What other problem?
No, I mean, look at your party in the Niger Delta, for instance. Take a look at what is happening in Delta State, for instance. You take a look at what is happening elsewhere. Your senators, your House of Reps members are leaving the party. There are quite a number of people who are leaving, and you can't deny the fact that, look, the party is divided. Even the governors are not united.
The governors are united. Every time they meet, the governors speak with one voice. In any political party, whenever you are in opposition, whenever you've lost an election, a lot of people get worried. They become insecure. Some of them are pressured. Some of them are blackmailed. Some of them go and take money and decide to go to another party. So all of this movement, people leaving the party, some people are coming to PDP from APC and Labour Party, all sorts of things. That's not a problem. Atiku is not a problem of PDP.
So, Dr. Pierce, you don't think, do you subscribe to the idea of Atiku contesting in 2027?
Listen to me. In 2023, I worked seriously, as you probably remember, for Atiku.
Yes.
In 2027, I am going to be the national coordinator of Makinde for president if he wants to run. You understand me? So that I am not holding brief for Atiku. I'm only saying that if Atiku Abubakar wants to run in 2027, and the Constitution allows him, in other words, if we have not zoned, if the party has not zoned the presidency to the south, and Atiku from the north can run legally, then why should he not run? It's his democratic right to run. Now, this is where we are. Everything will be settled at our national convention once we elect a substantive national chairman. if the national chairman comes from the north, the presidency will come from the south.
No, but you know it doesn't play. You know it doesn't play out like that. I mean, the current.
No.
It didn't play out like that in 2023.
Please, let me explain. This is the way it has always played out in PDP.
But it didn't play out that way in 2023. It didn't play out that way in 2023.
That is exactly what happened in 2023. You refused to be responsible. You went on video, on record, to say that if a northerner emerges as the president, he would step down. Unfortunately, he didn't step down. That's why we had that crisis. We're not having it again this time because we have learned our lesson.
All right.
Whatever it is we have done, we didn't zone. That was the problem.
Dr. Pierce, I'm afraid we're out of time. So let me just get a final word now.
If we zone now, everything will be in order.
So let me get a final word.
We don't have a problem.
Yeah, Mr. Womit, what do you think? Do you think that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, that his ambition is actually the cause of the crisis in the PDP, and that the tension would die down the moment he comes out to say he is not going to contest, and make it very clear that he is not going to contest in 2027?
Yes, before going to that quickly, let me just say this, that our leader in Lagos is very correct to say that all this made people decamping and made PDP not to popular in Imo State again. If that is the case, Lagos State since 1999, we've not won the state, and they have been there. What do you say about that? So we shouldn't have anybody from there in the national. So that is by the way. But let me go to this. Yes, you are very correct to have said that if the former vice president and presidential candidate in 2023, His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, the Waziri Adamawa, should today come up to say, I'm stepping down my ambition till 2031. It will give a lot of people joy, and it will enshrine some level of peace. Because you like it or not, today we talked about zoning the presidency to the south. The presidency will have to stay in the south for the next, from 2027 to 2031. And that is what we have been advocating, and we have approached elders to appeal to him. That was what led to we losing the 2023 presidential election, and also having the crisis, laying the foundation for this crisis that we're, or not crisis, but the interest wrangling we're experiencing. And to say, let me finally wrap up it by saying that PDP is coming out strong, despite in every family, even husband and wife quarrel, we have our interest wrangling, but we are assuring Nigerians that will come out strong and will deliver them from the tears they are going through right now, will wipe away their tears. 2027, PDP will come on board and will make it. And I want to commend the acting national chairman for all he's doing to ensure that the party is being stabilized. Thank you very much.
All right, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts on this very thorny issue within your party. Dr. Tokunbo Pierce.
In the same thing I'm saying. So the PDP is alive and well. We have our squabbles, little fracas, but we are united and we are together, and we are going to rescue Nigeria from the destitution that the APC government has given us.
All right, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, thank you.
I totally agree with his last statement.
All right, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, thank you very much for your time. And Dabo Kiavo, Womit, thanks also for coming on the program. Appreciate it. Yeah, all right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Now, the continued stay in office of current Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun, despite attaining the age of 60 in September 2024, has recently sparked debates over conflicting provisions in the Police Act regarding retirement age and tenure duration. Egbetokun's tenure, which took effect from October 31st, 2023, would have come to an end on his attainment of 60 years of age on September 4th, 2024. However, before his retirement age now, the Police Act was amended to allow the occupant of the office to remain and complete the original 4-year term granted under Section 7(6) of the Act, notwithstanding the fact that he has attained the age of 60 years. Now, this has therefore statutorily extended the tenure of office of Egbetokun in order to complete the 4-year tenure granted him. Clarifying the legality of Egbetokun's continued stay in office, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, has dismissed the notion that the IGP's 4-year tenure is an act of illegality, asserting that the continuous stay in office of the IGP is legal and lawful. Now, the Nigeria Police Force has also clarified that the approval of the IGP's 4-year tenure is not an extension but a proper application of the law governing the office of the Inspector General of Police, and therefore aligns with the provisions of the amended Police Act. In recent years, tenures now of successive Inspector Generals of Police have actually triggered controversy over the police chief's stay in office beyond the prescribed 35 years of service or the 60 years retirement age. Human rights activist and former presidential candidate now, Omoyele Sowore, had sparked public debate by challenging the legality of the IGP Egbetokun's extended tenure. Sowore labeled Egbetokun as, quote, an illegal IGP in public statements and social media posts, contending that the IGP's continued service beyond the mandatory retirement age of 60 and after completing 35 years in service was unlawful. Now, this dispute has led to legal actions, with Sowore facing charges for allegedly using his social media platforms to refer to Egbetokun as, quote, an illegal IGP. Let's try to unpack all of this now. I'm being joined on the program by legal practitioner and political affairs analyst Libros Oshoma. Libros, thank you very much for coming on the program. What exactly is the position of the law with regards to IGP Egbetokun's continued stay in office as the Inspector General of Police? What is the current position?
Yeah, thank you, Deji. First and foremost, like you said, let us unpack the law. And we're talking about unpacking the law. We're talking about the Police Act here now, not the Constitution. Because, and then by extension, we would say that the law is what the court says it is. So in this case, eventually, maybe the court will have to tell us the right interpretation. But if you look at Section 7, subsection 6 of the Police Act, it states that any person appointed to the office of the Inspector General of Police shall hold office for 4 years. But however, Section 18.
This is the amended. This is the amendment, right?
That is that has been the position of the Police Act, Section 7(6) of the Police Act.
Yeah.
But however, Section 18, subsection 8 of the same Police Act says that every police officer shall on recruitment or appointment serve in the Nigerian police for a period of 35 years or until he attains the age of 60, whichever is earlier. So, however, in July 23rd, 2023, the Police Act was amended by insertion or introduction of section, a paragraph 8A. So the paragraph of subsection 8 of section 18 that I just read now.
Yeah.
And that paragraph 8A, if you permit me, gave the IGP a special civil service right and enforce section 7(6) of the Act. And so what that section simply did was to cloak the IGP with the secure tenure of office. That any IGP appointed, shall serve out a 4-year term prescribed in Section 7, subsection 6, irrespective of his retirement age. That's the new insertion of Section 18, subsection 8A. That's the controversial section that is creating all of the problems.
But, what does the Constitution say?
No, the issue here is not the Constitution, it is the Police Act. The Constitution just provides for, the appointment of an Inspector General. It is the Police Act that spells out how it shall be appointed, the tenure of office, retirement age, and all of that. So, but however, the problem here now is that some lawyers are of the view that since that Section 18, subsection 8, paragraph 8A, paragraph A, did not expressly mention the fact that Egbetukun shall be a beneficiary. And that so to that extent that it is the person that will come after Egbetukun that should benefit that amendment and not Egbetukun. So what that means really, even if you have 2 days or 1 day to retirement, the moment you are appointed as the Inspector General of Police now, irrespective of your age, irrespective of your tenure, irrespective of the time of retirement as spelled out in Section 18 subsection 8, by virtue of that amendment, that is section of paragraph A, irrespective of the time you have, you will serve out 4-year tenure. But the question now is whether Egbetukun can benefit from that amendment. His name not expressly mentioned in that provision, in that law, or his office specifically mentioned in that amendment, because actually the amendment was to accommodate Egbetokun's tenure in office. He was to retire in October, and the amendment came in July. So that's where the quagmire.
Do you get the impression, and I seem to get the impression that amendment was, would I be right to say that somehow that amendment was sort of political and it was done just to give Egbetokun an opportunity to continue to remain in office, that the president actually wants him to be in office?
Yes. What that amendment simply did, okay, yes, that's subsection 8A. It says, any person appointed to the office of the Inspector General of Police shall remain in office until the end of the term stipulated in the letter of appointment in line with the provisions of Section 7C of this Act. That amendment, to a very large extent, because the amendment was the amendment was passed in the House by the two houses concurrently with supersonic speed, and I think it was done expressly to accommodate Egbetokun in office for the next 4 years. But some lawyers have argued that whether it was done to accommodate Egbetokun, the fact that the amendment did not expressly state that Egbetokun, being the sitting IG, shall be a beneficiary of this amendment. But also, some others have argued that no, you do not need, provided that Egbetokun's tenure had not lapsed, in as much as Egbetokun is still in office and there is an amendment to the law, and that he's a beneficiary of that office. So those are the two schools of thought, that are arguing on this matter. And like it happened with the service chiefs during, I think, Goodluck Jonathan's tenure, when there was argument whether the Senate needed, whether the service chiefs needed a confirmation of the Senate or not, and Professor Keamu approached the court for the court interpretation on, and the court eventually ruled that the service chiefs would need a Senate clearance. I think, some persons will have to also approach the court for a clear court interpretation, because the Showore School of Thought believe that amendment, Egbetokun cannot be a beneficiary. While the Attorney General School of Thought believes that Egbetokun, being the occupant of that office, his tenure not having expired before the amendment, certainly that he would be a beneficiary of that amendment. So
But
that is why
in the whole of this, but in the whole of this, there's no provision that says the president cannot sack the IG in that 4 year, even if his tenure, even if his stay in office is tenured, the president can still fire him, right?
Yes, if it is not the president now, it is not the president. It is the Police Service Commission. The Police Service Commission. If the Inspector General of Police commits infractions.
No, but we know when new presidents come. Sometimes we know when new presidents come, they just want to appoint their own IG, and you know they look for a way to fire the one who's in office.
To the president, and I think it is also just like the service chief. It is by two-third majority of the House. But I think every president would want to have, you know, his own IG. But I think it is high time. You know, my challenge really, Deji, is the fact that the APC, while they were in opposition, they did argue. It was their position. They canvassed it, you know, across the length and breadth of Nigeria that a president should not be the appointer of the Inspector General of Police. That is, Nigerian police and the Office of the Inspector General of Police should be insulated from the vagaries of politics. And so to that extent, the president should not be the appointer of the IGP. But as in this case, now they are in office, they are beneficiaries of the same thing that they had criticized.
All right, Liberal Soshoma, thank you very much for coming on the program and for enlightening us on this very controversial issue. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, you would think Nigeria has more than enough states than it can cope with, but then the Nigeria House of Representatives Committee now on Constitution Review has proposed the creation of 31 new states in the country. You heard me right, 31. So the 131 in addition to what we have. Now, the proposal for new states was contained in a letter read during Thursday's plenary session now by the Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, who presided over the session in the absence of the Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. The committee chaired by Kalu proposed 6 new states for North Central, 4 in the Northeast, 5 in the Northwest, 5 in Southeast, 4 in South-South, and 7 in Southwest. So if the proposal scales through, the Nigerian state will be made up of, well, Nigeria now will be made up of 67 states. That's 67 subnational governments. Specifically, in accordance with Section 8.3 of the 1999 Constitution, the outcome of the votes of the state houses of assembly in the referendum now must be forwarded to the National Assembly for fulfillment of state demands. So, Kalu said the committee, in line with the Constitution, will proceed with the process for requests that meet the constitutional threshold. The request for states creation can only materialize if at least the 2/3 majority of members of the Senate and House of Representatives declare their support now in respect of the area and the local government council. Wow, this is quite surprising. So the House of Representatives proposing 31 additional states in the country. Let's discuss this further. I'm now being joined on the program by political affairs and legal expert Adewale Ajadi, who joins us from Abuja. Mr. Ajadi, I find this very shocking. We've had proposals in the past. This is not new. But I would think this is the first time we would have the National Assembly, the House of Representatives specifically, asking for the creation of 31 additional states. What's your take on that?
Well, a very good afternoon to you. Nothing surprises. This is the quality of representation that appears to take charge at the moment. But I mean, to be honest with you, without attacking anybody or attacking even the idea, the first question is that are the states we have at the moment fulfilling their obligations to our citizens? And the answer might be not as straightforward as one would want it to be. There are positives. Some of these states have introduced development into places where there was no development before. And so you could say that they are harbingers of greater urbanization for some of the places that never had that kind of capacity and infrastructure. At the same time, the states are the platform of lack of accountability in the country. They are the platform for extreme levels of Commonwealth taking. They are the platforms for lack of engagement with the grassroots and the local government. So what are we really saying? What they ought to have done, in my view, and if I'm not going too far ahead, is that they ought to have had some evaluation of the existing states. Firstly, there's also this question, are they economically viable?
Viable.
Many of them are not.
Yes, and you're quite right, because in the past we've had suggestions that maybe it's time we started considering merging some states, because in fact some are not economically viable. You take away what comes from the federation account, they will just die naturally. But then to now suggest that additional 31 states should be created, the question is where will the funding come from?
I don't think we should decide it exclusively on funds. We should look at it on the merits, and we should talk about it on the merits. There are ways in which they are trying to ensure, and one could look at it from two perspectives, actually. You could look at it from the perspectives of some of the minority ethnic groups in different states wanting some of their own day in the sunshine. Yeah. It's a very difficult thing to be a minority in some states.
That's true.
And having a voice is important. However, there are ways to look after that, and I'll come back to that. The second aspect is that this is in their interest. They are politicians. The career progression for them is having these states where all of them can be governors and be like all the other governors who have lived an incredible life and lived their dreams and financially and otherwise. So, it's enlightening. Well, it's not enlightening, but it's self-interest to some extent. But having looked at it in the round, my own suggestion is I can see both sides. I don't necessarily agree there should be more states. But I feel compelled to say what needs to happen is that we have to start with every state having a constitution. If every state has a constitution, current states, the 36 states have constitutions that holds their chief executives to account, that makes politicians accountable, and people have a ways of holding them in check. There are checks and balances in the system. The monies they collect are accountable to the judiciary where it's applicable, to the local governments where it's applicable. All of these things start happening. Are you with me? We then start to get into a space where we can start looking at what is the real viability of these states and whether we can seriously consider adding additional states for the sake of the diversity of people in the different states. But a constitution would also get rid of the problem of lack of diversity, because it would ensure that a properly written constitution would ensure that all of the different ethnic groups in the state are properly catered for, that allocations are given to different local governments. That, like in my state, I would argue, and I'm an Ibadan man.
Yes, your people have been asking for the creation of Ibadan state anyway.
Yeah, but I'm not surprised at that. But for your state, Ibadan has been a double-edged sword. because all of the governors have been from Ibadan, right?
Yeah.
All the governors in it. And also, most of the expenditure often goes to Ibadan, although it's arguable that nothing's gone to Ibadan under this present administration, and most of it's gone to Okeogun. But, whichever way you look at it, whichever way you consider it, if we add a constitution, we can make sure that we have standards, and those standards are properly applied within the state before we then start moving to this next stage, which is, okay, there's things that we can address under the existing constitution of the state, and maybe we should create additional states. Then there will be a standard and a process and all of the things that we really need in order to make this more than just allegations that this is job for the boys. And it's always boys. That's the greatest problem of it all. It's never girls. It's always boys.
Now,
and
in the unlikely event, and I use that word very strongly, unlikely now, in the unlikely event that this passes in the National Assembly, both the Senate and the House of Representatives, do you see this getting passed by the various states? I mean, do you think, this, whether it's a bill or whatever, would likely scale the legal threshold now required to conclude this process?
I think it would, actually. Our political class is so self-serving that this would never, ever they would never pass upon the opportunity for spreading the butter more evenly across the board. I would not be surprised at all.
Well, we just have to wait and see how it goes. Mr. Adewale Ajadi, thank you very much for coming on the program. And, let's hope. Let's wait and see. You never can tell. You just might have Ibadan State, You just might have it.
Well, I'll be laughing whichever way it goes. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot for coming on the program. Thanks for your time. All right. That's how much you can take on the program this week. But thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Hello viewers and subscribers, welcome to another episode of Startups, and on this episode we'll be looking at fashion in two different perspectives. In the world of e-commerce, few platforms are as dedicated as shaping the future of online shopping just like Dex Stitches. Since its inception, Dex Stitches has redefined the way Nigerians shop for fashion, focusing not just on convenience but on meeting the real needs of its customers. But with growth comes challenges, particularly when it comes to customer satisfaction, product availability, and navigating the complexities of online retail. In this episode, we explore how Dex Stitches is evolving in this competitive industry and the strategies it uses to prioritize customers' happiness while managing the hurdles of business expansion.
Platform that can cater for basic fashion needs at the time, yes. On average, practically out of 3 Nigerians, 2 must have had a bad experience shopping online. You know, initially it was a phase of there was practically no available, sophisticated online platform for people to shop fashion. We now bridge that gap with so many vendors online doing these fashion businesses across. We have taken upon ourselves to create for every shop on our platform unparalleled customer satisfaction. My name is Olawale Ismail and I'm the founder of Dex Stitches.
Dex Stitches has quickly emerged as a leader in Nigeria's online fashion space, redefining the e-commerce experience with a keen focus on the customer. Unlike many platforms that simply aim to sell, Dex has tailored its approach to cater to the specific needs of its audience, prioritizing customer demands and preferences above all else.
Basically, the need to actually get what I was trying to shop for back then in the past. So it started as far back as when I was in uni. There's something we call Hall Week back then in school, and we usually do it as for people in the hostel. Sometimes we also have the one for departments, right? So this particular time was one for our department, engineering faculty, metallurgical material department to be precise, and you know, back then you need to look fly and everything. So I was looking out for getting a sneaker, right? So unfortunately for me, back then the whole e-commerce space hasn't been explored as much like we have right now. And the only option we had for the particular sneaker I wanted was to be able to order it from, there's a brand called ASOS back then, it's in the UK. So I was happy to have found it online, but trying to access and get it was difficult. At the time, there was nothing like even paying directly. You have to go through someone that has an account in ASOS and buy. So it was so much of difficulty, but I wasn't going to give up on the idea of getting the sneakers. So a friend of mine advised me to, go to the market around in Lagos. At the time, we first went to Ojuelegba, which is quite close to Akoka, which is where Unilag is situated, and we didn't find it. Someone else now advised that, because I wanted to present, so I wanted to look good, right? So someone else now advised that, oh, you can get something like that on the island. So I personally took it upon myself to make that journey. On getting there, my God, I saw like countless versions of the item, and I eventually got to meet someone that actually has the exact. To my ultimate surprise, after paying like exorbitant amount at the time, as a student, I knew there's no money, but I had to pay up a lot. I had to waste a lot of my savings to get the sneakers from this person. On the D-Day of the event, after purchasing the sneaker on the island, the sole got turned out. So this bitter experience is going to be feeling like, if I'm feeling like this, definitely a couple of other people are feeling like this. So that's when the whole initial idea came about. Then subsequently, the experience other people have had based on our discussion, like, obviously when that happened, it was like a fun of the day. Everybody was talking about why they try ordering on it, so it's not possible. It's only when their family members travel abroad that they can get the sneaker they want and everything. So at the time, I now collated like, wow, if I'm having this problem, my friends are having this problem, definitely a lot of people in Nigeria at the time will have the same experience. And that's what brought about finding a platform that can cater for basic fashion needs at the time, yes. For a business that wants to grow, you never feel like there's a pinnacle. You always continue to grow. So, but one of the things that we can majorly point out as milestone is happy customers. To be honest, and I don't know if I mentioned the ratio earlier or the percentage. It's always on average. You have 60% people say, "Oh, I had the problem shopping online. I don't know if I can trust you guys," and stuff like that, which is understandable because, in fact, I came out of that experience, even though I went to the store in person. So our biggest milestone is the fact that out of these people, 90% of them have been converted from skeptical buyers to customers, to happy customers that even refer their friend. So these people that we look at whenever they come on board, and eventually turn to be happy customers and even give us reviews, those are our actual milestones, and we keep going on them. And our goal is to be able to have, maybe quadruple or times hundreds of the kind of customers, the amount of customers we have that came from skeptical, that are very skeptical about shopping online, to being happy about, wow, fashion shopping can be actually more convenient and be happy, can be an happy experience. Those people is a milestone, and the more we have, the more we feel like we're hitting more milestones, yeah.
The platform relies heavily on communication with its users to track behavior and interests. Using this data, Dex Stitches prioritizes its products it introduces, ensuring that they are always aligned with what customers truly want. The company's product management team works meticulously to onboard only these items to meet these demands, starting with the essentials and moving on to other items.
We try to identify customer needs, and we try to match it with, the current and trending fashion. And when we identify all these needs, we're able to contact our, registered brands, to our distributors. And when we do that, we are able to, get the products available to our customers. In Dex Stitches, we pride ourselves in customer satisfaction. So we are very, very strict on what we want, and we continuously review our products from our registered and partners. So when we do this, we ensure that there's consistency in quality. So we do this regular checkups with our suppliers, with our distributors, with our brands. Yeah, fashion moves very fast, as you know, and the basic challenge is, having to keep up with the customers' rapidly, changing preference, and, and our brands, and getting the product, because this little phase there is always a little bit of lead time, and we just try to just in our own little way predict, where are we headed, where is this headed, and then we try to predict even ahead of the customer, so that we can make necessary arrangements with our brands and distributors before those things come to place.
Despite this careful planning, challenges remain, particularly when some products underperform. In such cases, the platform response is both dynamic and customer focused.
In the will of demand, price is a very huge factor, right? And most times when a particular product is known to have, be selling out, is kind of like underperforming, is sometimes, or 50% times, boils down to price. So for these products, we usually incentivize customers, right? We do things like 30% off discounts, Sometimes we go as far as giving free delivery in some particular items. And this actually nudges customers to eventually purchase those products. And it's also possible, a product might be a trend, but we don't get carried away with it. A trend today is a trend tomorrow. Dexit is here to stay forever, so we don't like remove them from the platform. They are still there. What we do is add more variety and add newer trends. In this case, backpacks, for example, if Black is no longer selling, we'll nudge them with incentives like, order one, get two for free. We can also say take 20% off. We can also go as far as saying free delivery. If all those strategies is not working, then we know that the problem is not more the price. It's more or less like, people that are saying this don't want them. Then we start adding more varieties to the products assortment. Yeah.
One of the biggest audit that Dex Stitches faces, like many e-commerce platforms, is the unpredictability of suppliers and manufacturers. There have been times when a supplier failed to deliver product on time despite high demand. In this situation, Dex ensures that it only partners with brands that have the capacity to meet customers' demand.
Unlike many other platforms, I don't want to mention names, we don't just onboard brands or partners. We go through a stringent process that they align with our process, our principle, which is customer needs first. If while processing onboarding a brand, we realize that they might not have the capacity of what the customer might need, we don't bother onboarding them. So when they are proven that they have the capacity to deliver, that's when we have them. So you can rest assured that whatever products you see on the platform is always available for the customer needs. However, sometimes maybe in a situation like this, the most realistic predicament that have this kind of situation is kaftans. So this, the kaftans that we wear in Africa, the senators, the agbadas, we have seen a couple times where people want them to get delivered within a day, or they want to get them right away. And the realistic thing is those things are always bespoke. So to even restrict to reduce the situation where a customer needs that, we work on onboarding brands that have ready to wear kaftans. So like I said, needs is the first thing we look out for. If the need for the kaftan is growing over time and we realize that it's getting to the stage that people are always demanding for it and they don't want to wait like 2, 3, 7 days, we onboard more brands that have ready to wear and we give them order suggestions. There's always an alternative to whatever you want to buy. Whatever you want to buy that is within your interest. So it's just that maybe now you're a fan of the brand and you want the brand's products. In that case, we advise you to wait for the available timeline that they've already promised and we have promised on the particular product. And most times we often sort out the situation and they buy and they're happy. The customers are happy.
Dex founder envisions a future where the platform continues to grow and expand, not only in Nigeria but globally. The fashion industry in Nigeria has been transformed by the arrival of platforms like Dex Stitches, which offers a shopping environment tailored to fashion lovers.
The goal is not just to build a shopping platform. It started from being a platform that people can access sneakers and a few things, to realizing that the need is beyond just these items. It goes as far as everything I want to wear all through my lifetime. And we know that there are needs and there are wants. So we prioritize day in, day out on the needs based on different diverse people's interests and onboard the wants. In sort of like, I would say, a descending order. The needs comes first ahead of the wants. So every day we keep uploading and onboarding more needs with the partnership. So for example, if you're partnering with Nike now, considering the fact that we are selling to Nigerians within Nigeria and Nigerians and other people around the world, we will prioritize first to Nigerian needs, which is mostly sneakers, backpacks. We won't look at them for things like, they sell football as well. We might not onboard football. In our first onboarding batch, we start with the priority, which is sneakers. Now after sneakers, we move to joggers, we move to maybe backpacks, t-shirts, then we now onboard football. So we divide this uploading needs across our product management team, and we upload in accordance to that. So with that, we focus more on the needs, and that gives us edge ahead of allowing people to have access to what they need ahead of the wants that doesn't really matter at the time.
As the platform grows, Dex Stitches aims to expand its reach, offering even more personalized experiences to its users. The ultimate goal is to turn more skeptical shoppers into loyal and happy customers. Welcome back. Now, the other part we'll be looking at is the decoration industry. Michael Moby, the founder of Mobilette Interior and Exterior Creativity Furniture, is revolutionizing the furniture and interior decoration industry. His company, which is based in Lagos, focuses on creating unique designs for hotels, clubs, and other spaces. Now, beyond furniture production, Mobilette doubles as a training ground for young people, equipping them with valuable technical skills to become independent professionals in the field.
We do creativities such as full hotel creative, clubs. That's why I have it interior and exterior. And extend to that one, I change it to become like a school, so I can empower the youth. All they just have to do to come and learn from certain period of time. My name is Michael X Moby. So the name of the company is Mobilette Interior and Exterior Creativity Furniture.
Michael Moby's journey into the furniture business began as a family tradition. Growing up, he learned the craft from his father, combining his artistic talents and education to innovate in the furniture and interior design sector. While traditional carpenters often focus on basic furniture such as chairs and tables, Michael took a different path by blending creativity and technical skills to produce bespoke designs.
We do creativities such as full hotel creative, clubs. That's why I have it interior and exterior. And extend to that one, I change it to become like a school, so I can empower the youth. All they just have to do to come and learn from certain period of time. After that one, there will be a master on their own.
When asked how he carved a niche for himself in the competitive furniture industry, Michael attributed his success to the quality and uniqueness of his designs.
This actual furniture work is my father's work. So whenever I come back from school, I sit with him and learn from him. But with my education background, I decided to take it from another angle. That is why I find myself in creativity aspects, because actually I can sketch. I'm gifted by drawing. This is eyesore. It's not hidden. The creative in me, by you seeing the kind of product I made or I've made so far, you will know that this boy is creative. I've worked in many places which they don't even believe I can do it, which lead me to this level I am now. For instance, the way back then we build a bed is totally different from today. We can start some bed from scratch. That the finishing, if you see it, you won't believe it's that bed. This one you're seeing here, right here now, is my bed. But when I finish it, you will see how the outcome will look like. Because these days, we use fabric to fabricate the bed, like a hotelian's bed. Why some people like it in their luxury apartment. So the world is moving forward. We can't continue staying that backward. I decided to move forward by adding this so-called technical skill on my work. So I have that creative ability. I can draw building just like the way architect will do it. So I found myself that whenever I draw something, if I want to produce it, I produce it firm. It now looks so unique. And I push on it. I should put more effort. My effort lead me to where I am. But for now, I am now. I have nothing less than 8 boys I've trained. And some are on their own. I was born into this particular work I'm doing. So there's no how I would say I started from so year to so year. If, for instance, if I'm 30 years old, I've been in this work for that 30 years. Why I'm above that? So I've been to the work from my childhood because I met it in the house.
Mobilet isn't just a business, it's a platform for youth empowerment. Despite not initially planning to train others, Michael began mentoring when a persistent boy sought his guidance. That experience inspired him to open his doors to more young people, training them in both manual and machine-assisted techniques.
This my boy would like learn from you. I say, me? I don't have the intention of teaching anybody because I was planning, when we are very small, we'll be thinking of diaspora. So that's all comes to my head. I was like trying to have my passport and find my way out of here. Actually, I'm going for this particular work over there. So along the line, when the woman now brought the boy now insists. And I say, okay, I can't control boy for now. I am very young. But the boy always come to me insisting. And I say, okay, maybe I will be doing this particular work. Whenever I want to travel, I'll put that boy in mind. So whenever I travel, I'll call him to come over. But along the line, we had some challenges, which is normally happen somewhere, everywhere. That's even keep me staying back to this work fully. And the boy, and I see the way the boy is working, he's working with passion. And I say, if I leave this boy like this, I will keep the spirit in him. So I move it forward more and more and more. So now I have the courage, which if the boy himself is a master on his own now. If he do 1 or 2 works for you now, even there, sometimes he will collect a big hotel work from beginning to the end, and he will still call me that, Oga, please, I will need some of your boys. Please, Oga, come and handle this part. The thing is too much for me. Because the kind of technical I used to work my work is totally different from everybody's own. No, you cannot do without the old one now. The old one brought us this new talent. From here, if any one of my children may have interest in it, they will pick it from this level to another level. If I lost the memory of old one, I can't get to here. That is why I'm still teaching them with the manual and the automatic. They can operate machines. They can use the manual work. You can see this work we are doing. The one you came here and saw now is just manual. When we start to be doing the automatic work, that means we all just have to be operating machine all through.
Michael's training model provides a structured environment for apprentices, training live on site during the work week, minimizing distractions and fostering focus.
These days, now when we make a TV board, for instance, a big TV board, there's how we pass lines through it. If you don't know how to do that, how can you come up with that same design? We are having improvement and challenges of work these days. So with that one, they have that opportunity in me. Actually, they can work carpentry work fully. Like all this zinc you see here, me and my boys, we do it on ourselves. We didn't go and call another person outside. We can climb zinc, actually we can come down and still work. So just like there have been a couple of 5 works together, interior, the furniture itself, upholstery. Upholstery is the covering of the chair and all these things included. And the lighting plus the technical ability, which you can be able to arrange a place that will make it look so unique and comfort.
I've been learning here for about 3 years now. It's already 3 years, yeah. So my challenges so far is just the shame. The shame to put your shame aside and focus on your goal. That's just the challenges. And my benefits have been a lot. Like I used to be a very shy person. Like how will I even put it? I don't think too far. I'm a lazy type, sha. But since the time I came here, I'm very hardworking. Even from home self, my mom used to testify it. So that's the benefit so far. And my skill so far too has improved.
Running a creative business like Mobilet comes with significant challenges. One major issue is delayed payment from clients.
We have big challenges in our world. first and foremost challenge I could tell you we used to have is that, we don't have backup. Backup in terms of, if you work for someone, for them to pay your balance is the big challenges. After receiving the work, that might be giving you a kind of complaint that I don't have money now, I will pay you, which you can't even know, you end up not collecting anything. That one is the total challenge that is not even giving us morale to forward over it. They don't encourage us by doing it, because once I'm expecting, like, for instance, my balance like 10K, and the person asks me to come back, and other work is there that you can work a day, you will have 3K. That 3K, when you multiply it by that 4 or 5 days as you are waiting, you think that one should be more better than this your handle. So people are not encouraged us in doing the work. In business aspect, there's no how you will not have your challenges. Sometimes you might trying to go to the market and get a material which you expect that the money is cheaper. When you now get there, the money will be more higher. Then I cannot return the money back to the who sent me the work, which is the owner of the work. That shows too low of you, that maybe you are not professional enough. So those are the challenges we spent our money on.
Despite these challenges, Michael views his achievement with pride. After starting the business from his father's home, he has expanded to a larger space, complete with accommodation for trainees.
I've been the one that disencountered myself and my family and some other siblings. Because immediately my father left, the thought that just come on my head is that face this work and start doing it yourself. Then carry your brothers along. And which was what I did. This is not my first place of working. This is part of the achievement I've achieved. I started in my father's house. That was the place we started the company. And all my brothers are there, working all together. Along the line, when the place is no more conducive for us, I decided to go to a bigger place, which I got here. So here now, I think I have a room self for the boys, which they can pass their night. Because immediately they come on Monday, they have to return back home on Saturday evening. I don't give them that time of moving around, because the challenge on those boys is even more harder than the real work I'm doing. They don't want to learn these days. They don't just want to learn, but they can give their time for other things. For me, I prefer working from this work. I can create more business. It's not only this work I can depend on. As time goes on, I can still move forward.
For Michael Moby, the ultimate reward lies in the success of those he has trained. His work continues to inspire a new generation of craftsmen, providing the traditional skills. When combined with innovation, it can also lead to remarkable achievements.
And that is all we have on this episode of Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolye. See you again next time.
I always say this, that all Bahrainis have pearl diving in their blood. Mainly all the families that moved from the Arabian Gulf or from Iran's coast or Iraq's coast and came to Bahrain to live here were divers. So it was the best place to come work as a diver. So a lot of the families here will always have someone in their family that is either a pearl diver or someone who helped in the pearl diving industry. Bahrain has always been the pearl hub in this region. mainly because it's one of the most shallowest areas. It's an island. Most of the people who resided here were working in the pearl diving industries. Most of our traditions will have to do with the pearl diving industry. For instance, the pearl diving singer, the folk of the pearl diving, this has been passed down for generations. We still sing the same songs. It was mainly done to create morale on the boat.
البحرين مشهورة بصناعة جوا البيت، كانوا يستخدمون حق الغوص حسب المنتنس، يعني إذا أنت تصينها أنت عندك 100 سنة.
ويرسات البحرية يتكلمون عن اللؤلؤ، عن الصيد، عن مصطلح البحر كامل.
المهنة هي طلب الرزق مثل ما قلت لك في البداية، لكن أنا بالنسبة أقول الحمد لله، ولكن هي بعد طبعا رزق وفيها حيوية ونشاط وصحة حق الجسم بعد كمان.
In taking out tourists, I always used to ask people, who are you finding the pearl for? And when the answer was, for my mama, the pearl gets bigger for some reason. I'm one of the people who, without having guidance from my parents or my family to fall in love with pearl diving, I wasn't taught by anyone, because the generation before us were not allowed to dive when they were young, because since the oil was discovered, all the jobs moved to the oil industry. The risk of diving and pearl diving was very high, so it was not recommended or not wanted from the parents that you say, I'm going to go work in the sea. It was one of the no-nos for our parents' generations and probably even like our granddads. There was a gap, a very long gap, maybe from the 50s till probably 2010, 12. Since 2017 in particular, when they created the pearl diving license for the pearl divers, a lot of the ones who signed up were people who don't know anything about pearl diving. Now, 7 years down the line, the majority of people in Bahrain have gone back and got in touch with that aspect, and it wasn't handed down by their parents. It was us wanting to create a new system. Even our diving techniques have changed compared to the old ones. Even the way we sell pearls has changed. So the new system is created by the new generation. A lot of Bahrainis are into the pearl diving. There's more than 1,000 divers now registered and pearl diving on a daily basis to create an income for themselves. A lot of people are worried that the new generations are depleting the beds because they have new technology, for instance, scuba diving, and so that people think that they will be able to collect more oysters and find more pearls. It's actually the opposite. Because of us using the scuba diving, and it refines you on a certain time, you're only allowed 3 dives a day due to decompression sickness and other problems that could occur. Hopefully, if God gives me the health, I will definitely try to go back to pearl diving as a regular basis, as it's very fulfilling.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it, so that you